When Emo suddenly woke up, he realized that everything around him seemed to have changed. He has been transmigrated into the modern earth where spiritual energy is scarce. His pretty master from his former world was nowhere to be seen. Most importantly, he found himself in the body of a young man who has been abandoned by his clan for an embarrassing reason. Chapter 701, A Place to Spread Ashes. There were about 30 families in Huangping village, but it was much larger than in Li village as the houses were spread out. Mu Xiaoyun lived near the edge of the village in a house built from hay and earth. There were also 2 brick houses not far from her house. Yi Mo followed to the door of the hay house, and a dark-skinned woman came out from that brick house. When she saw Mu Xiaoyun and Yi Mo, she was dazed when she saw a different Mu Xiaoyun. "Auntie you!" Mu Xiaoyun called out. The middle-aged woman came back to her senses and said in shock, "Xiaoyun, you're this pretty when you wash your face clean. This is the first time I've seen a girl as pretty as you." Xiaoyun. "But who is this?" Mu Xiaoyun immediately said, "Auntie you, this is my husband Imo. He went out to do business and just came back, but he was robbed on the way back. I went to see Aishi town this time and happened to see him there." "Oh, right. I wouldn't have even recognized Mr. Mo if you didn't tell me." "It's good you came back, Mr. Mo. You don't know how much hardship Xiaoyun went through when you weren't at home. She fell from the roof so many times." Sigh, Auntie you sighed. Yi Mo felt confused. Why did she fall from the roof? But he immediately realized the house was a straw bale house. If the hay eroded away, she would need to go up and replace it. "Auntie you, my husband is back now. So I repay you the money I owe you," Mu Xiaoyun quickly said. No rush, you still haven't eaten yet. I'll get you something." Auntie you felt happy for the two. Mu Xiaoyun quickly said, "Auntie you, don't. My husband took me to a restaurant, and there's still food at home too." "Oh, if that's the case, okay, then I won't disturb you too." Auntie you put on an understanding look. Yi Mo understood what Mu Xiaoyun's words meant. He came back with her with nothing in his hands, and this Auntie you could tell he wasn't doing too well and gave him pitiful looks. Mu Xiaoyun noticed this and quickly said they went to a restaurant together to save his face. Such an understanding woman. Yi Mo sighed. This woman was a wife any man would want on earth. Mo Yushin was really lucky, yet he abandoned a wife like this and left. The straw house was very simple. There were 2 rooms, an outer room with a stove and some simple daily items, and an inner room with a bed and nothing else. The smell of some herbs came from the inside. Just when Yi Mo wanted to go see what herbs she was collecting, Mu Xiaoyun said, "Mo dear, rest for a while. I will go heat some water and make you something to eat." Mu Xiaoyun made Yi Mo sit down and started to cook. Yi Mo sighed at the busy Mu Xiaoyun. Even if he was to leave, he would take her away from here and find a safe place for her to live. Huangping village was calm. But the Yu family and Liao Wei knew they were here. If he left, they would come to her looking for trouble, but Yi Mo was quickly made to understand that the trouble was already there. Far away, he saw 3 men walk into the village. Yi Mo could tell that they were sent by Yu Yuyen. Yi Mo got up and looked at Mu Xiaoyun. "When I did business outside, I bought some things for you, and now some guys came to bring it here. I'll go pick it up. Wait for me." Mu Xiaoyun was confused hearing this, but then she saw 3 strangers walking over and Yi Mo walked towards them. She looked worriedly at Yi Mo. Yi Mo came up to the 3 and before they said anything, he took out a gold bar and said, "Don't disturb my wife. Listen, I found a gold cave, and there are lots of gold bricks just like this one there. As long as you agree not to enter my house, I can take you fellas there." The 3 were shocked by the gold brick. After a while, a man grabbed the gold brick and knocked on it. Then he uttered in shock, "Such pure gold." But GMO put the gold brick back in his clothes. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and tell us where it is, quick," one yellow-toothed man ushered desperately. They could always kill this guy later and grab that Mu Xiaoyun after they got the gold. Mu Xiaoyun saw that the 3 left quickly and heaved a sigh of relief. Her Mo babe had really bought her something. Although he hadn't been back, he had remembered her. Mu Xiaoyun felt sweet. "He's different from before," Mu Xiaoyun said to herself. "Xiaoyun, where's your husband?" Auntie you brought over a bowl of dumplings and saw Mu Xiaoyun standing by her home by herself. Mu Xiaoyun said with a face of bliss, "My husband went out and earned some money doing business, and he got someone to send some things back. He's picking up those things now." "Auntie you, thank you for giving dumplings." "Xiaoyun, don't say that. It's good that your husband is capable, though. Sigh, a good girl like you is all due to a bad mother-in-law. Sigh, let's not talk about this. By the way, what business did your husband do? Auntie asked, just when she wanted to say something. More women came out chattering. Xiaoyun, your husband is rich now. Xiaoyun, you're this pretty. How come you always covered your face with dirt? Those three men took Emo to the exit of the village, where Emo saw Liashan's two other bodyguards. It seemed that they had been waiting there. The three men explained to Liashan what happened. Liashan heard this and looked rather in doubt. Emo knew what he wanted to say, so he took out his gold brick and waved it. Hurry up and come with me. Then, Emo turned and left. Liashan's eyes lit up immediately when he saw that gold brick. This was the first time he had seen a gold brick that big. He followed Emo quickly. The remaining five also followed quickly. Soon, they came to a barren place in the village. Mo, this is the gold cave you're talking about? Emo-shan looked at this barren far-off place and frowned. Emo smiled. This isn't a gold cave, it's the place where your bones will be buried. It's not a bad place, right? Pity that Liao Wei didn't come. To be honest, I really think it's troublesome to go out and kill him separately. You're asking to die. One guard pulled out his sword and wanted to cut off Emo's arm. FCKU, you dared trick us? Cut off his arms first. Liaoshan said. Emo sneered and threw 5 fireballs, and other than Liaoshan, all the men were burned to a crisp. However, the coins they had on them seemed to have grown wings as they flew into Emo's hand. Then, Emo spoke slowly to Liaoshan. Sorry, I was wrong. This isn't the place where your bones will be buried, it's the place where your ashes will be spread. Liaoshan looked at the pile of ashes in terror and froze. Chapter 702, Mu Xiaoyun's husband, do you know why I didn't kill you? Emo looked at Liaoshan and smiled. Liaoshan's teeth chattered. He couldn't even speak properly. There had been no heaven-shattering battle nor a bloody scene, but Liaoshan felt terror in his bones. He was a yellow-level warrior of the Liao family and had even seen earth-level masters fight more than once. But he had never seen such maniac means. He had merely waved his hand and a person turned to dust. Such a powerful person had been beat and gotten quite heavy injuries. Who could be stronger than him? This was beyond his comprehension. What shook him even more was that a chair suddenly appeared in the young man's hand and he sat down. Shenbei, if you have any questions, just ask, just ask. Liaoshan finally understood why Emo hadn't killed him. Although he couldn't be sure that he would survive if he answered, he knew that if he didn't, he would be turned to dust straight away. If he had known that Emo was this strong, he would have rather betrayed the Liao family than to go against Emo. Tell me about the main sects of the magical continent. Which position is higher than a city lord's? And where is Tai sect? How do I get in? Emo asked. When Liaoshan heard this, he started shaking even more. You're that man level 1 hidden sects are looking for, the man level 1 hidden sects we're looking for? Emo realized that Jiesun was hunting him indeed. As though he realized that Emo didn't know what it was, Liaoshan said, there are 3 levels in the hidden sects hierarchy, the highest is level 1. If a searching order is given, then no matter where you are, people will come to find you. Only those from the 3 biggest sects can give a level 1 order. So those hunted are almost always caught, Emo sneered. Answer the questions I asked before. Yes, Liaoshan quickly said. Half an hour later, Emo finally understood what was going on. The rulers of the magical continent were the hidden sections. Each of these sects controlled one or many cities, and these cities provided resources and fresh blood for the sections. The bigger the sect, the more cities it could control. Small towns and cities also had to provide resources to the big cities to survive. When a sect got strong to a certain extent, it could devour another sect as long as it was stronger than the other sect. Many small sects and powerful people either controlled smaller areas or had become subordinates of a stronger entity. Hangshui was a public city and wasn't ruled by anyone. Many powerful entities had their business and commercial land there. This place was also the place with the densest population. The land there was also absurdly priced. Not everyone could get into the inner hidden sections. People outside only had a chance when these sects looked for disciples in Hangshui. Once you became a disciple of an inner hidden sect, you could go to the people from the sect in Hangshui. It was impossible to find the sect on your own. If someone got a disciple card, then they could just get in without being tested. The card was usually given to a powerful group or person when they made a huge contribution to the sect. Emo also understood why the Liao family had given the card to Yu Yin. Although the Liao family had the card, no one in the family had enough talent. Although the requirements were lower than for a normal entry, the person still had to have some talent. Liao Wei had happened to like Yu Yuyan and her talent wasn't enough to get in through the normal entry, but it was enough with the card. So, the Liao and Yu family got together and decided to give the card to Yu Yuyan, with the condition that she had to marry Liao Wei, but Yu Yuyan had taken the card and then broken the deal. After that, Yi Mo couldn't get anything more out of Liao Shan, so he burned him down too. Yi Mo had gotten 33 gold coins, 250 silver coins and more than 500 bronze coins from killing 6 people. Yi Mo didn't know how much it was worth. Still, most of the gold coins came from Liao Shan, so it was probably worth something. With this money, Yi Mo was no longer in a rush to exchange his gold bricks for coins. Yi Mo took out 2 big sacks and placed the food and water he had prepared inside. Then, he went back to Huangping village. Although the 3 golden scripts were on Yi Mo, he didn't dare take them out. Who knew what phenomena they could cause when they were together? If they revealed where he was over. Quite a lot of people had come over and asked Mu Xiaoyun about all sorts of things. But her mind was somewhere else. She stood at the door, constantly looking to see if Yi Mo was back. She was deeply worried that he would leave her there alone again. Xiaoyun, is that your husband coming back? A woman saw Yi Mo carrying 2 bags from afar. Mu Xiaoyun also saw Yi Mo, so she quickly rushed out to help him carry the things. All the men and women who had come over wanted to see how much wealth her husband had brought. But when they saw Yi Mo's scarred face and compared it to Mu Xiaoyun's pretty face, they felt she could do better. Luckily, these thoughts were gone the moment they saw what Yi Mo had brought. He gave the bags to Mu Xiaoyun, and because she had been receiving a lot of help from the villagers, she gave plenty of desserts and famous wines away. Everyone who came got a share. Some people couldn't help to start eating on the spot. The stuff Yi Mo had brought were from the outside and many people hadn't seen them before. They tasted great. You can have this too, see if it's enough. Yi Mo gave the money bag to Mu Xiaoyun. He didn't know how much things were worth there and he didn't know how much she owed. If it wasn't enough, he would exchange a gold brick. When Mu Xiaoyun opened the bag, tens of gold coins mixed with hundreds of silver coins immediately flashed in front of everyone's eyes. It was the first time they saw so many gold coins. A strong, healthy rural young person wouldn't be able to earn a gold coin in a year. Not even if he was lucky. He would need 2 years or more at least, yet, Yi Mo had so many and casually gave them all to Mu Xiaoyun. No one there no longer thought Yi Mo wasn't a match for Mu Xiaoyun. Mu Xiaoyun's eyes turned red. She had thought her husband's business money was all gone, yet he had brought back so much money. Mu Xiaoyun soon repaid her debt with this money. However, the money in the bag was almost untouched. Looking at the eyes of admiration from the villagers, for the first time in a long time Mu Xiaoyun felt happy and blissful. Chapter 703, same bed. While Mu Xiaoyun was organizing things, Yi Mo was looking at all the herbs Mu Xiaoyun had gathered. The more he looked, the more shocked he was. There were many precious herbs and even 3 spirit herbs: Mingjie grass, Mantian grass, and double leaf mushroom. Double leaf mushroom was the main ingredient for making the Great Essence Increasing Pill. The Great Essence Increasing Pill was the pill needed at the Qi Gathering tertiary stage, but it was even effective at the Foundation Establishment State's primary stage, yet he saw this spirit herb here. Yi Mo's heart was burning with fire. This small world was indeed worth the trip. But after Mu Xiaoyun gathered these herbs, only the medical properties remained and not the spiritual properties. Still, Mu Xiaoyun being able to ensure the herbs kept their medical properties already meant that she understood herbs. It seemed Yi Mo would have to ask where she got these from so that he could go scavenge a bit. In the meantime, Mu Xiaoyun had organized her things and came up to Yi Mo, saying, "Mo babe, I have prepared water. Will you be taking a shower?" Yi Mo pointed at the herbs. "Xiaoyun, did you collect these?" Mu Xiaoyun nodded, "Yes, but my dad just taught me some ordinary knowledge, so I didn't dare treat the sick. Hence, I gather the herbs and sell them, barely making ends meet with mother-in-law." "Your dad is a doctor?" Yi Mo subconsciously asked. "Yeah, didn't you know that?" Mu Xiaoyun asked Yi Mo strangely. Yi Mo laughed awkwardly. Although he wanted to tell her that he wasn't her husband already. His wounds hadn't healed yet, and it's not like he could kill her. "Then, I'll go take a shower now." Yi Mo changed the topic. Mu Xiaoyun didn't mind, and she immediately followed after him. When she saw Yi Mo look at her, her face blushed, and she said, "Mo babe, I will help you wash up, huh?" Yi Mo looked at Mu Xiaoyun and asked, Did you always help me wash in the past too?" Mu Xiaoyun shook her head. "I was very scared of you before, and we didn't get a proper wedding either, so I didn't."
But now that you're back, and I only have you, those ceremonies aren't important, Yi Mo finally understood. Mo Yusheng didn't even have a wedding with Mu Xiaoyun before he left the place.
It seemed that Mo Yusheng was also very strict, so Mu Xiaoyun was pretty scared of him. His character was different to Mo Yusheng's, which made Mu Xiaoyun feel closer to him.
Yi Mo rubbed his head and smiled. It's fine, I can wash myself. Wait for me outside, Mo babe, I'm yours both in life and death, do you not like me?
I don't care about your dash. Mu Xiaoyun almost cried. Yi Mo waved his hand. No, I'm really just used to washing myself. Although Yi Mo rejected her in a nice way, Mu Xiaoyun's mood was still down. It was much easier to wash himself with a few dirt removal and clear water spells, but Yi Mo didn't want to disappoint Mu Xiaoyun, so he took a bath now that she had prepared it. There was only one bed in the room, so Yi Mo was thinking about how to sleep at night. Mo dear, you can go to bed, I'll help you. Mu Xiaoyun quickly came over. When she saw Yi Mo look at the bed in difficulty, she immediately knew what Yi Mo was thinking and quickly said, Mo babe, I've been sleeping in the log room anyway, so you can sleep ahead, while I will go there. Yi Mo's spirit sense scanned the log room, and he became speechless.
The room was completely dark and wet.
How could someone sleep there? That place is too wet, you can't sleep there. Yi Mo shook his head. No, ever since mother-in-law passed, I haven't changed the grass on the roof yet, so that's why it's like that dash. Mu Xiaoyun suddenly stopped. She realized something. Her Mo dear had never thought about visiting his mother's grave after he came back yet. This wasn't too right. You're my wife, don't you want to sleep with me?
Yi Mo suddenly asked.
If she didn't want to, he wouldn't mind sleeping outside. No, I'm willing, of course I am.
Mu Xiaoyun's face was red with excitement.
She didn't think her husband would say this. Yi Mo breathed a sigh of relief. Then sleep with me. He could use the spirit stone even if he was on the bed anyway. Mu Xiaoyun waited for Yi Mo to take off his clothes before blowing out the candle and taking off her clothes as well. Yi Mo didn't dare scan her.
They were alone on the same bed. Mu Xiaoyun wasn't Yu Yuyan.
Even if Yu Yuyan slept next to him naked, he wouldn't think about anything with just a clear mind spirit spell, but Mu Xiaoyun was too lovable. Should he even think about using a clear mind spirit spell? Before Yi Mo could keep thinking, a warm, nice-smelling body squeezed into his arms.
Mu Xiaoyun's body was very soft, but Yi Mo could clearly feel her shaking. What are you scared of?
Yi Mo felt pity for her and held her coarse hands, but he didn't really know how to comfort her. When her hand was held, Mu Xiaoyun could no longer keep the softness and weakness in her heart. She hugged Yi Mo tightly and cried out as though trying to release all the hardship she had gone through these past years. Yi Mo subconsciously hugged Mu Xiaoyun too and cursed Mo Yusheng for being a bastard, but he immediately felt wrong. He couldn't do that to Mu Xiaoyun. There was a deep sense of guilt in his heart. He felt like he was betraying Luo Ying and Ning Qingxue. He subconsciously loosened his hands but didn't have the courage to push her away and make her cry by herself. Yi Mo was getting pretty scared that Mu Xiaoyun would ask him to take her right then and there or crawl over and do something herself. Meanwhile, his immunity to Mu Xiaoyun couldn't get any lower. Luckily, the thing Yi Mo worried about didn't happen.
Mu Xiaoyun didn't do anything.
It was as though to her, it was the happiest thing to be in her husband's arms.
Even though Yi Mo let go of her, she hugged Yi Mo. Yi Mo calmed down and didn't think about anything.
He started running his meridian cycles and found that even without spirit stones, his chi was recovering much faster than at the Yu estate. After some time, he fell asleep. When Yi Mo woke up again, it was already daytime. He looked down at Mu Xiaoyun. Her underclothes were a complete mess, revealing two cheeky white rabbits. A fire rose from Yi Mo's belly. He felt his throat dry, and he subconsciously grabbed those soft things. An indescribable feeling and aroma went into Yi Mo's nose.
He couldn't resist it anymore and squeezed them.
It felt very good and bouncy. Mu Xiaoyun moaned in her dreams and moved closer to Yi Mo.
What am I doing? Yi Mo woke up and was immediately going to pull his hands away, but he then saw Mu Xiaoyun open her eyes. She's awake? Yi Mo quickly pulled his hands away awkwardly.
Mu Xiaoyun subconsciously blinked her pretty eyes and immediately understood what was going on. Her face was red. She suddenly felt like she really liked how her husband was acting now. Mu Xiaoyun grabbed Yi Mo's hand and put it on her chest and said quietly, Mo babe, although we can't be like other couples, I like this too. Yi Mo grabbed the ball of snowy white but was confused. What did that mean? Mu Xiaoyun's face was getting more and more red, and even her neck was red. This was the first time Yi Mo saw a traditional woman like Mu Xiaoyun have that enticing look. Those watery eyes almost made Guillermo forget that Mu Xiaoyun had no relationship to him. This wasn't right. Guillermo stopped his hand. He had a wife. How could he do this? The reason why Mu Xiaoyun did this was because she thought he was her husband. Wasn't he taking advantage of her? Guillermo just thought about that when his lower body was accidentally touched by Mu Xiaoyun's hand, after which he clearly felt her shake, and she grabbed it. Soon though, she pulled her hand away and didn't move anymore, but Guillermo could see her ruddy face become pale. She started to shake, much more than before, and Guillermo also felt her body become stiff. Chapter 704, Mu Xiaoyun's husband, what's wrong? Guillermo grabbed her wrist again to see if she was sick. But Mu Xiaoyun suddenly quickly got off the bed and didn't even answer Guillermo's words. Guillermo frowned, something wasn't right. With her docile manner, she would never not reply to him. Guillermo immediately realized that she definitely was not sick. Mu Xiaoyun left really quickly and didn't say anything. She just took a pair of scissors from the stove and stabbed at her throat without hesitation. She was committing suicide? Guillermo immediately understood that Mu Xiaoyun must have realized that he was someone else than her husband. Of course Guillermo wasn't going to let her commit suicide. Guillermo stopped the scissors with his hands and took them away from her. Why are you committing suicide? Guillermo's tone was calm. Although he was pretending to be her husband, it was because she had wrongly recognized him in the first place. You're not my dear Mo, you're not Mo Yusheng, you. I she could only squat down and cry. The husband that she finally liked turned out to be fake. Guillermo shook his head, she had seen through him. Although he didn't know how she realized, he just wanted to take her to a safe place now and then leave. It didn't seem like that was going to work now, though. In her state, it wasn't suitable to leave her anywhere. Guillermo didn't regret anything, but he did use her and had even grabbed her chest in the morning. Thinking about what he did in the morning, Guillermo was very regretful. If he hadn't done that, he could leave just like that, yet now, it seemed like she would commit suicide if he left. The reason why she realized was probably because she grabbed his private part. While that Mo Yusheng might have been impotent, he needed to comfort her, but Guillermo didn't know how to. Guillermo suddenly thought of something when she met him at Cishi town. What he saw in her eyes was more fear than longing. Perhaps she was only trying to hide from that triangular-eyed man and it was just by chance that she met him. Then, after she ate with him, she became more and more dependent on him. So, are you Mo Yusheng's fiancé? Or have you guys had a wedding? Have you guys had intercourse? Guillermo asked a series of questions. Guillermo was sure they hadn't. Mu Xiaoyun subconsciously shook her head while she stopped sniffing. Guillermo thought this woman was really headstrong about her morals. So many women would sleep with other men even when they were married, and they still lived, didn't they? Okay, then at most there was an oral agreement between your parents and his parents. If there was no ceremony, then in reality, there's no connection between you and Mo Yusheng, so you're not his wife, right? What's there to be troubled about? Guillermo suddenly realized that he was being quite eloquent, so he continued without thinking. Mo Yusheng left you and his mom behind. He left for a few years and didn't even give you anything for your living expenses. Is someone like that really worth it? You said his auntie saved you, but you've sustained his mother for so many years all the way until you sent her off. Isn't this enough to repay that debt? This has nothing to do with him. You don't owe him anything. He owes you. Mu Xiaoyun looked up dazedly at Guillermo. She had never thought of these problems. When she met Guillermo, she really didn't think about that Mo Yusheng. Her recent feeling of dependence was towards Guillermo, not Mo Yusheng. Guillermo suddenly said coldly, if you want to stay loyal then, now that we've slept together, you're willing to abandon me for scum like him and commit suicide? If you still want to commit suicide then do as you please. I don't care. Mu Xiaoyun heard this and suddenly looked like she had given up hope. She got up quickly and was about to ram her head into a huge rock. If that hit, even Guillermo wouldn't be able to save her. Guillermo quickly went in front of her. Her head ran into Guillermo's stomach. Guillermo really didn't get why this woman was so stubborn. When Mu Xiaoyun realized that she had rammed into Guillermo's stomach, she was shook and quickly hugged Guillermo. Guillermo breathed easy. She seemed to finally have thought it through. He still needed to correct her views in case she thought too much after he left, though. Xiaoyun, I'm not actually your husband. I'm from outside the magical continent, from a place called China. In China, even real husbands and wives divorce. Men and women are equal. So you don't have to care about what happened between us, much less worry about that Mo Yusheng. Guillermo touched his nose and said embarrassedly, sorry about this morning. You are really pretty, so I couldn't control myself. Mu Xiaoyun shook her head and squeezed Yimo's waist as she pushed her head into Yimo's arms.
After a long while, she looked up at Yimo and said, "Husband, you're right. We've slept together already, yet I was going to commit suicide because of that. And then after I understood it, I was even more ashamed and didn't have the courage to face you anymore." Then, she buried her face into Yimo's arms. Yimo looked at her speechlessly. What logic was this? He didn't know what to say anymore. If Mu Xiaoyun went into the outside world, she would truly be easily tricked. This wouldn't work. Even if she lived by herself, she would still be tricked. Not every place was like Huangping Village, but at the same time, Yimo didn't feel like she was dumb. If she were dumb, she wouldn't have thought of covering her face with dirt. Xiaoyun, listen to me, you didn't understand what I meant. The outside dash. Before Yimo finished, for the first time, Mu Xiaoyun interrupted him. She calmed down and looked at Yimo, saying, "Husband, do you think I'm dumb and easily persuaded?" Chapter 705, He is Yi Kai. She shook her head and continued, "When I had nowhere to go but that guy, I met you. I thought you were Mo babe. I never imagined my husband could be this nice to me. I felt happy, I didn't want to leave you, so I came back to Huangping with you." Mu Xiaoyun suddenly stopped and grabbed Yimo's hand. Did the scissors hurt your hand?" "It's fine," Yimo smiled, but Mu Xiaoyun still grabbed Yimo's hand and looked at it carefully before putting it down. Then, she rubbed Yimo's stomach and said, "Sorry, husband, Xiaoyun, I already told you, I'm not your husband. You're a free person, only the person you marry will be your husband." Yimo quickly corrected her. Mu Xiaoyun started crying again. "No, you're my husband. You already said so. We've slept on the same bed and I really like you." "Husband, don't you like me?" "No, it's because Yimo knew that Mu Xiaoyun really liked him, but that might be because she hadn't met many people yet and he had helped at her most vulnerable time. Should he tell her he was married? It might be better. If he didn't have Luo Ying or Ning Qingxue, he would take her. No matter what, she was a very likable girl." "Husband, were the people searching for you yesterday at Cishi town?" Mu Xiaoyun wasn't dumb. She was only stubborn when it came to men and women relationships. Mu Xiaoyun calmed down. She had understood Yimo wasn't her husband and he had never wanted to trick her disguised as her husband. The only reason he hadn't told her the truth was because he didn't have an identity and she was the only person who could help him. But in this short time, Mu Xiaoyun had already developed some feelings for Yimo. Moreover, after all of that had happened on the bed, could she ever marry someone else? "Yes, sorry about yesterday. I also used you," Yimo said honestly. Then, he added after some hesitation, "I'm actually not from here. I told you before, I come from the outside world." Yimo thought she wouldn't understand, but she actually nodded. "Husband, I know about the outside world. There are many countries and many strange things. They can even fly in the sky with tools." Yimo was shook, so he asked her, "How do you know about the outside world?" Mu Xiaoyun looked down and said, "Because I heard mother-in-law talking to him once. Mother-in-law said that father-in-law came from the outside world." Yimo thought about her words. Was Mo Yoshing's father from the inner hidden sex? Mu Xiaoyun kept saying, "Our Mu family had been a herbal medical family for generations. My grandpa had a clinic and my dad learned from my grandpa. I also learned medicine from my dad. I remember when I was small, a Taoist monk came to my house and told me my fortune. He said my future husband would have the surname Yi." The Taoist monk was always very accurate, so when I was 16, his dad gave a marriage proposal to our family. My dad agreed, but not long after, a flood destroyed our home and then there was the plague. Everyone got separated and I was saved by his auntie. Mo was his mother's surname, his father's surname is Yi. I don't know why he goes by Mo, but in fact he's called Yi Yusheng. This was such a coincidence." Mo scratched his nose wondering about the fact that his surname was Yi. What was Mo Yoshing's father's name? His father is called Yi Kai. Mo was so shocked that he almost dropped the scissors. "Husband, you dash," she had thought it through. The Taoist might have not been right. Mo grabbed her shoulder and asked, "Mo Yoshing's father is Yi Kai?" "Yes." "What's wrong, husband?" Mu Xiaoyun said worriedly. Yimo's expression was very weird. Yimo calmed down and said slowly after a while, "Xiaoyun, my surname is Yi, I'm Yimo. Moing is my alias. And I heard my father is also called Yi Kai." "What?" Mu Xiaoyun finally spoke after her initial shock.
Yi Mo's surname was Yi, it was her greatest joy.
No wonder the Taoist monk had said her future husband's surname is Yi, Yi babe.
Mu Xiaoyun could no longer control herself, she squeezed herself into his arms. She was hugging her real husband now. She had tried to kill herself before for someone else without taking into consideration her real husband, however, Yi Mo's mind wasn't on her. He was wondering whether his father was the same person as Mo Yoshing's father. If he really was, many things could be explained. No wonder he looked so similar to Mo Yusheng, and it would also explain why Mo Yusheng is impotent. Suddenly Mo asked, Xiaoyun, you realized I wasn't your husband because Mo Yusheng is impotent, right?
How did you know? No, Yi babe, you're my husband.
Mu Xiaoyun became anxious. Mo saw that he had scared her, so he quickly hugged her and said, don't worry, tell me slowly.
I'm not blaming you, Mo sighed. Mu Xiaoyun seemed to be really worried that he might leave her behind.
She was like an injured bird that couldn't take any more blows.
Mo pitied Mu Xiaoyun, she was gentle and very likable. But if he was to take her, how would he tell Luo Ying and Ning Qingxue? Mo looked at his hand and suddenly regretted it.
He had done this, Mu Xiaoyun calmed a little and said, once, I came back early from collecting herbs and I saw him fighting with his mom.
I didn't dare to go in, I stayed in the log room for a while.
I heard mother-in-law say, your father said your impotence is hereditary. Not even the best doctor would be able to cure it. Mo was more and more certain that Mo Yusheng could be his brother from another mother. He was a cultivator, so he could clear the meridian. However, it was impossible for Mo Yusheng to do that.
Mo finally understood it.
He didn't have any feelings of attachment towards Yi Kai, and much less towards Mo Yusheng. Looking at the scared Mu Xiaoyun, he suddenly thought of what the fortune teller she had said.
Was that real?
If that was the case, he might really become her husband. Don't worry, I'll bring you with me when I leave this place for sure.
Then, Mo carried her and walked to the bed again. Chapter 706, Why did I have to touch her chest?
Seeing Mo carry her to the bedside, Mu Xiaoyun's heart started beating rapidly.
Her neck became red once again.
She didn't know what might happen the night before, but now she knew very well what Mo might do next. She was worried, joyful, and most of all full of anticipation. Meanwhile, even though it was already nearly dawn, Mo's spirit sense picked up on that triangular-eyed man again. He was carrying a small bag and was walking sneakily towards Mu Xiaoyun's home. Mo sneered, this guy's lustful heart sure didn't die. Xiaoyun, you sleep first, I have some things to do.
Mo put her on the bed and pulled the blanket for her. Yi babe, where are you going?
Mu Xiaoyun couldn't keep laying down after hearing that, and she quickly got up and grabbed Mo's hand. Mo quickly said, don't worry, I just heard some dogs making noise outside, so I want to check if maybe that Liao guy sent more people. Then what do we do? Mu Xiaoyun asked. Mo gave her a comforting smile and then walked out of the door. Mo scanned that the triangular-eyed man had some sleep-inducing incense with him. He didn't know when Mu Xiaoyun was discovered by this man, but he couldn't be bothered asking and just threw a fireball over. The man had been entranced the moment Mu Xiaoyun washed her face, and he didn't want to wait so much as a day. But Mu Xiaoyun was very smart and ran off to Xiaixi town very quickly. He even followed all the way there and back to Huangping village, but as soon as he came back, he couldn't even catch so much as a glimpse of her before turning into a pile of dust. Mo soon returned to the room to find Mu Xiaoyun already properly dressed. She was walking out with that pair of scissors, and when she saw Mo came back, she breathed easy. What are you doing with the scissors again? Mo looked strangely at her, but he soon realized that she wanted to help. Mu Xiaoyun blushed. I wanted to help you. Mo put the scissors away and petted her hair. It's not good to stay here, so I'll be leaving.
Will you be coming with me, Anne? Of course I'm going with you, husband.
In the morning, Mu Xiaoyun uttered. She felt bad for ruining the fun in the morning. Mo smiled and said, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future, one morning doesn't matter.
Let's go before the day is bright.
I'll pack our things. Then, Mo put all the things in his bag. He needed to leave quick. Although he wasn't afraid of the Yu and Liao families, he couldn't just massacre them every time they came. If he did, it would gain attention after some time. He was about to fully recover, but he needed to study those golden scripts and gather some herbs now. Hearing this, Mu Xiaoyun's eyes flashed with joy. She understood what Mo meant. Seeing Mo burn the straw house away, Mu Xiaoyun was dazed for a moment. This was the place she had been living for many years, but she knew that her husband was going to take her away forever, so the things here didn't need to be left behind. The fire woke up the villagers, but by the time they came, the house was already burned down. Mu Xiaoyun felt Emo carry her, and it was like they flew out of the village like the wind. "Show me where you gathered those herbs. We'll go there to collect some while hiding from them," Emo said. "Just continue down this road for about 20 kilometers, and then we'll see Beizi Mountain."
"Husband, you can let me down. I can walk.
I walk very fast, and I often come here to collect herbs myself." Mu Xiaoyun struggled in Yemo's arms. Yemo smiled. "I know, but it will be day soon. It'll be faster for me to carry you." Before Mu Xiaoyun could reply, she felt the wind rustle past her rapidly, and as she looked carefully to the side of the road, she saw the trees go by rapidly. She was so scared she quickly closed her eyes. When Mu Xiaoyun opened her eyes again, she found she was already at Beizi Mountain, but Yemo was still going forward fast. Before Mu Xiaoyun could think how Yemo was going so fast, she desperately said, "Yi babe, we can't go in deeper, there are many beasts there.
It'll be dangerous for the two of us to go in. Wait just a bit longer." Yemo continued for another 10 kilometers before stopping.
They had gone deep into the forest by then. As soon as they landed, Mu Xiaoyun quickly pulled Yemo and said, "Yi babe, we're in the depths of Beizi Mountain.
We should hurry and go out. We can hide from them in the outskirts too."
Yemo looked at her worried look and couldn't help but rub her hair. "Xiaoyun, I'm no ordinary person, otherwise I wouldn't have gotten here so fast, right? I came here not to hide from them but to collect herbs and cultivate." Mu Xiaoyun suddenly realized, yeah, if he were an ordinary person, how could he carry me and run this fast? Mu Xiaoyun suddenly asked, "Yi babe, are you from the hidden sects?" Yemo hesitated for a moment and said, "To be exact, I'm not from the hidden sections. I have many conflicts with them, and so they're actually chasing me.
For example, the Tai sect and this nun called Jiesun.
They are all my enemies, and because my power is still low right now, I can only hide for a while. Because I just arrived here, I don't even know where the hidden sects are. In the coming month, the hidden sects will be taking in disciples at Hangshui. That's why first of all, I want to go there and join the hidden sections, so now, I want to gather some herbs and get stronger.
Otherwise, I won't be able to get revenge and might even lose my life instead.
Before I go to Hangshui, I will find a safe city for you to stay in. No."
Mu Xiaoyun's eyes started to turn red.
Although she just wanted to stay there with Yemo forever, if Yemo would be going to Hangshui, she had to go too. She was scared of staying alone. "You're my husband, I'm going with you."
Mu Xiaoyun was getting teary.
She was scared Yemo would leave her behind and not come back. Yemo sighed and hesitated before saying, "The thing is, I'm actually already married. I have 2 wives who love me a lot, and I love them a lot too." "Xiaoyun, Mu Xiaoyun shook, and she felt like she lost all the power in her body in that instant. Yi babe wasn't hers. Seeing her stand there for a long time without talking, Yemo pulled her hand worriedly. This time, he really didn't know what to say. "Xiaoyun, if you don't mind, I'm willing to take you back to see Luoying and Qingxue. They are my wives, and they're very kind people. They will like you." Yemo felt how icy cold Mu Xiaoyun's hands were and spoke worriedly. Why did he have to touch her chest? Why did he have to like a girl like her all of a sudden? No matter what, he had to be responsible now. Mu Xiaoyun's face was full of joy and surprise. A tear fell down from her eyes, and she hugged Yemo tightly. She was afraid that the moment she let go, Yemo would disappear. "Yi babe, I don't mind, I'm willing to be a minor wife.
I'm your woman. I will listen to them."
"I thought you didn't want me." Mu Xiaoyun was all excited. Yemo said softly, "Xiaoyun, did you forget what I said before?
On the outside, men and women are equal.
If you're willing to marry me, you'll be my wife just like Luoying and Qingxue. There are no minor wives, and you don't need to make things tough on yourself. Yi babe, do you like me?" Mu Xiaoyun really liked Yemo, so she couldn't help asking. Yemo hugged her. "Xiaoyun, of course I like you.
If I didn't like you, I wouldn't be taking you back.
Don't think too much anymore, and now, I'm going to dig a cultivation home." Yemo's words finally made Mu Xiaoyun set aside her worries. Yi babe still liked her.
If he didn't, he wouldn't promise to bring her back with him. And if he didn't, why would he rub her chest?
Thinking about how they were going to live there for a month, Mu Xiaoyun's heart started to beat rapidly. Chapter 707, Golden. Xiaxi Town, Yu family. A middle-aged man and Yu Yuyan sat in the study room discussing something. He was Yu Yuyan's father, Yu Shang. I didn't think Liao Wei could be that cruel. He took the woman and burned her husband, he didn't even leave a body behind.
Yu Yuyan shook her head despite hating Emo too.
Although she had accomplished her goal, she had offended Martial Brother Guan, despite the fact that they didn't have much love for Martial Brother Guan. He was an inner sect member, and if she was connected to him, she would have someone to rely on. After regretting it, Yu Yuyan calmed down and thought about what to do next carefully. It was fine, she could just go explain it to him. After all, she was a virgin, it would be easy for him to verify it. The only pity was that she could cultivate a lot faster next to Moing. If he hadn't died, it would have been good to keep him by her side. The middle-aged man thought for a moment and said, I think that Imogai is no ordinary person. If you think carefully, you will realize that ever since he fell into your scheme and was taken out for interrogation, he's acted suspiciously. When he was about to die for sure. He was still very calm, he even said something that shocked everyone. Then, he took his wife and left. Liao Wei sent people after him, but they never got to him. Dad, are you saying that Moing might not be dead? Yu Yuyan asked in shock, should I send people to go there again and check? The middle-aged man shook his head, I'm not sure if he's dead or not, but one thing's for sure, he's not a simple man. I don't think he would die that easily. Yu Yuyan nodded dubiously. There was another thing that wasn't normal. When they were drinking in her bedroom, he was fine during the first bottle. However, as soon as he got to the second bottle, he was immediately drunk, seeing his daughter lost in contemplation. The middle-aged man said again, we shouldn't care about their business. The reason our family has been able to stay in this town for so long is because we have some power here. Your brothers are all useless and I have no hope of any of them joining the hidden sections. All our hopes are on you, you must grasp your opportunity at Shangchang Mountain. Yu Yuyan nodded. She knew what her father meant. She was pretty, and even if she couldn't become powerful herself, she could always bring a few supporting powers for her family. Mu Xiaoyun felt some strange was going on. She had come to the mountain with her husband. She had clearly seen him only carrying 2 bags and she knew what was inside. So she didn't know how her husband had taken out so many items from it. There were even solar-powered stoves. Husband said that he brought them from the outside world and that they no longer needed logs for fire. Other than this, there was also a huge tent. Husband was really capable. Not only had he digged a huge cave in the mountain, he had also put the tent inside the cave. What shocked her the most was that he made a bed appear out of nothing. She almost thought her husband was a god. Mu Xiaoyun believed it was going to be hard living in the mountains with Emo for a month, but it turned out to be much comfortable than at home. After Mu Xiaoyun saw Emo kill a wolf easily, she felt completely safe. It was the 3rd day already. Mu Xiaoyun laid on the bed by herself. She was lost in her thoughts. She had thought the first day together would be the day when it happened, but after her husband had arranged everything, he just sat on the side cultivating every night. This made her feel worried and lost. Then, today he dug a huge cave on the other side and said he needed to cultivate something really important, so she shouldn't disturb him. It was the 3rd day at Beizi Mountain and Emo had completely recovered. His power had also increased a little. He was sure that with a good opportunity, he could reach stage 6 immediately. The first thing Emo did after recovering was to take out the 3 golden pages. He wanted to see what they were. Emo took them out carefully and put them in front of him. Yemo's concern that they would shoot out golden light rays for miles didn't happen. They looked just like normal paper in front of Emo. Emo flipped the paper around and around, but he didn't find anything. Half an hour later, Emo was sure that other than being unable to rip apart, the scripts really weren't anything special. He tried looking with his spirit sense, but his spirit sense couldn't penetrate the paper. Emo shook his head disappointedly and scanned the 3 pages at the same time to see what minor differences they had. But what Emo didn't expect was that when he did that, he seemed to have built a bridge between the 3 golden scripts. At that moment, his head buzzed and his spirit sense spread out like water in a broken dam. The 3 golden pages floated in the air and it was like Emo's spirit sense was some kind of delicious food. They wouldn't leave before eating it all. Emo was shook. If this continued, he would lose his spirit sense again. Perhaps he might become an idiot afterwards. He quickly tried to take back his spirit sense, but he found that his spirit sense couldn't be controlled. Eventually, even his cultivation essence started to pour out. At the same time, Yemo spat a mouthful of blood onto the golden paper. The golden pages that seemed to be flying away immediately fused together and shone like the morning sun in front of Yemo.
Yemo was exhausted and fell unconscious.
The last thing he saw was a golden ray fly into him. When Yemo woke up, he found himself on the bed.
Mu Xiaoyun was like a cat, crawled up in his arms. Yemo tested his spirit sense and found it was fine.
Then, he used his cultivation essence, which was also full, but Yemo clearly remembered what happened when he fell unconscious.
Yemo scanned the cave next to theirs and found it to be empty. The golden pages were nowhere to be found. Where were they?
Yemo started checking his body and immediately found a golden spot on top of his dantian.
Was that the golden pages? Why had they become a golden dot?
When Yemo's spirit sense scanned the gold dot,
it couldn't go in.
He wanted to take it out, but the golden dot didn't move at all. Yemo gave up on studying the golden dot. Just when he was about to get up, he saw Mu Xiaoyun with tears on the corner of her eyes. Her hands grabbed Yemo's clothes tightly, as though she feared that he would suddenly disappear. Yemo sighed. He saw that his underwear had been changed and his body was cleaner than when he had used the dirt removal spell. Mu Xiaoyun had washed him. Yemo realized that as soon as he arrived there, he had gotten absorbed with cultivation and had neglected her. But she never said anything. It was as though she lived for Yemo. Looking at her, Yemo reached out his hands and enveloped her. He couldn't control that sweet love and gently kissed Mu Xiaoyun's lips. Mu Xiaoyun was startled at first. However, she immediately understood that her husband had woken up and was kissing her. She suppressed her excitement to shout and eagerly kissed Yemo's lips. Chapter 708, Her Everything. Looking at Mu Xiaoyun's tears of excitement, Yemo felt guilty. He felt that before this, his input and Mu Xiaoyun's input were rather unequal. Perhaps if he were to have lost Mu Xiaoyun, he would have felt sad, but time would calm everything for him. For Mu Xiaoyun, however, if she lost Yemo, it would be like losing the entire world. Since he had made her a promise, he would keep it. He didn't believe he wouldn't ascend into the immortal realm one day. If that day really came, so what if he brought a few beautiful wives along? A woman like Mu Xiaoyun was a blessing, not a liability. Yemo let go of the barrier in his heart and felt the barrier on his state itself loosen. He didn't think about other things and just pulled down Mu Xiaoyun's inner clothing. Husband Mu Xiaoyun looked up at Yemo in joy. She knew that her husband was finally going to take her. Mu Xiaoyun's body was more sensitive than Yemo thought. He merely hugged her, and she immediately became hot and soft. Yi babe, wait, Mu Xiaoyun uttered shakily. Yemo stopped in confusion only to see Mu Xiaoyun take out a small, white handkerchief from underneath her pillow. Yemo immediately understood what was going on, and he felt touched. She had been patiently waiting for this day for a while. Mom said that you need a handkerchief the first time. Mu Xiaoyun's voice was quiet like a mosquito, but Yemo could feel her desire. Okay, husband, you can come now, Mu Xiaoyun said. A white rose soon appeared on the white handkerchief, and Mu Xiaoyun hugged Yemo tightly. Her mom had told her that the first time hurt, but she didn't feel any pain. Her mind and body were all on her husband, and she could feel her husband's strength repeatedly as she was losing herself. Husband, you can have this face-preserving pill. I don't need it, I still have many. And even though my looks will recover as soon as I take one, it's better for them to not be able to recognize me. Although I'm not scared of anyone, they have numbers on their side, and if I learn this, will I really be able to fly, husband? Of course, I practice this stuff too. But only we can practice this, you mustn't tell anyone, husband. Yemo and Mu Xiaoyun had been living in the mountains for half a month. In this half a month, Yemo gathered large amounts of spirit herbs. There weren't many high-level ones, but the environment was much better than on Earth. After Mu Xiaoyun took the face-preserving pill and practiced cultivation, she became more vibrant and had a much more ethereal temperament to her compared to half a month earlier. What made Yemo happy was that Mu Xiaoyun also had a spirit root, but it wasn't much better than his. Comparatively, Luo Ying's spirit root was the best, then came Beiwei's, Xingshue's, then Mu Xiaoyun's and finally Yemo's spirit root. To Yemo's great disappointment, Yiling and Yi Zifeng didn't have spirit roots. On Earth, Yemo would have had to give up any hope of ascending to the immortal realm, but after he came to the small realm, his confidence grew. Beizi Mountain wasn't famous in the small world, yet Yemo had still already found 9 types of qi-gathering state herbs. And there were many forests like this in the small world, so Yemo believed that if he kept looking,
he would be able to find much more. Perhaps he would even find ruins. He already had 2 of the 3 spirit herbs needed for the foundation establishment pill. He just needed to find the Jialan flower, and he would surely be able to reach the foundation establishment state. Yemo used some spirit nourishing wood and some other materials to make a small necklace for Mu Xiaoyun and then another storage ring and flying sword for her. He also gave her 2 spirit stones. Mu Xiaoyun had never received such a pretty ring and necklace and couldn't control herself. But in order for her to cultivate faster, Yemo rarely slept with her, although Mu Xiaoyun wanted to sleep with Yemo every night. She wouldn't reject what Yemo told her. After she heard Yemo say that if she didn't cultivate fast, then many years later, they wouldn't be able to be together, she took cultivation seriously. A month passed quickly, and in this month, Yemo just went out looking for herbs and made pills, but he stored most of the herbs in his ring. These herbs could survive for half a month in his ring, and perhaps in half a month, he would be able to leave the small world. Once he returned to Luoyu, he would be able to plant them in his garden. Even with all the pills Yemo provided, Mu Xiaoyun only barely reached stage 1, Hangshui City. This was the biggest city on the magical continent as well as the most densely populated city. The recruitment of new disciples that took place once every 3 years was about to be held there. The hidden sects were the pinnacle of power in the magical continent. Anyone who joined the hidden sects would have a bright future along with their family. On a wide concrete road, carts came to and fro. Everyone on a cart was well dressed as only the rich could afford carts. The poor came by foot. A man and woman appeared on this road. The woman was like a goddess visiting the mortal world, while the man's face was ruined and looked very ordinary. Such a pretty woman should be coming over in the most luxurious cart with many servants and maids. Why was she walking with such an average guy? The surrounding people first thought that the woman was being forced by the man, but when they saw her eyes, it was clear that all her mind was focused on that man. Mu Xiaoyun's mind was all on Yemo, as she was still in disbelief about Yemo having flown her to Hangshui. She still remembered how stunned she had been in the air. Sight, a bright flower planted on cow dung. Yemo and Mu Xiaoyun didn't seem to hear comments like this at all. There were soldiers checking all the people who came into the city. Normal people needed to pay 5 silver coins each time. Yemo paid 10 silver coins and walked in, and then, Yemo actually saw electric lights there. There was actually electricity there. And the wires were spread like a web all over the place. Why did Hangshui have such advanced stuff when Ciaishi town didn't? Yemo soon understood what was going on. The power generating technology must have been brought in by the hidden sections. Since Hangshui was where all the hidden sects gathered, they developed the technology there. This was Mu Xiaoyun's first time coming to such a big city, so she grabbed Yemo's arm nervously and kept looking around. Chapter 709, Conflict. Mu Xiaoyun's beauty made almost every man turn around. Everyone felt that Yemo didn't deserve her, but no one dared to do anything because it was Hangshui City. It was where all the hidden sects were gathered at. Even if you were the city lord of another city, you wouldn't dare do anything there. Although the hidden sects only looked at talent and not character for disciple intake, if you harassed women as soon as you got there, you would still make a bad impression. However, although a lot of people didn't dare steal Mu Xiaoyun away, it didn't mean that people didn't dare to come up and talk. As soon as Yemo and Mu Xiaoyun came in, they were stopped by 3 people. "Hello, brother, I'm Ma Long. Are you also here for the disciple recruitment?" the leading young man asked Yemo, saluting with his fist. Yet, his eyes were on Mu Xiaoyun. Yemo sneered. He knew what the guy actually wanted. "So you're Ma Shi? TL note, Ma Shi is a homonym for horseshit. I'm Ma Long." Ma Long was unhappy that Yemo had gotten his name wrong. "Oh, okay, you're Ma Shi. What was the last word? I have such awful memory." I think the caramel plum there looks good, let's go have a look." Yemo took Mu Xiaoyun with him, but he just took a few steps before seemingly remembering something. He sighed, "Xiaoyun, let's just leave. Although the caramel plum looks good, someone has already ruined my appetite." Ma Long realized now that Yemo had intentionally mispronounced his name. His face burst red with anger as he yelled, "Stop right there!" As soon as he said this, his 2 men already stopped Yemo and Mu Xiaoyun's path. Yemo sneered. Although he wasn't stage 6 yet, that was just a matter of 1 pill. And it wasn't difficult for him to make a cauldron of essence-increasing pills now. Yemo was planning on finding where the Tai sect was before continuing his search for herbs until he reached stage 7. And then, he would attack the sect, but this didn't mean he needed to let minor characters like this guy have their way.
He would kill them, and if the hidden sects started looking for trouble, then even if he had to hide somewhere outside in the wilderness, he would still accomplish what he set out to do. Emo pulled out the sword from his waist. If Ma Long attacked, he would kill those three. At this moment, a young man walked out and saluted Emo with his fists. Friend, put your sword away, fighting on the streets is not allowed here. If you attack first, you will be the one suffering, which is just what they want. Then, the youth looked at Ma Long and sneered. So it's brother Ma. I've long since heard of the Mangjong cities, my family's brother Ma. I really did see horseshit today, just as the name goes, ha. Everyone around burst into laughter. Ma Long's face was green, and he suddenly started hating this name of his. This was the second time he was called horseshit today. This young man was dressed luxuriously and also had a few servants. So it was easy to tell that he was no ordinary person. Who are you? What's my business got to do with you? You're going to take me on for some hillbilly? Ma Long's face was sunken. The young man laughed. I'm Lu Lei of Lianhua City's Lu family. And yes, I want to mind this man's business. Do you have a problem with that, you? Ma Long's hands were shaking in anger. He had heard of the Lu family before. It was a family on par with his. Due to EMO, more and more onlookers were watching the situation, and soon, the street was almost blocked. Move over, move over. A horse cart appeared. Usually, chariots weren't allowed in the main streets of Hangshui City. Those who could ride them nonetheless were people of high status. It's Goddess Zihua's chariot. My god, Goddess Zihua is actually here. This is too shocking. To see her just once, I'm willing to live a few days less. Emo heard this and moved to the side. He wanted to keep a low profile after all. If Jiesin told the entire hidden sects that he had the golden pages of the Ni Luo Sutra, then it would be the entire hidden sect world chasing after him. Not only Lu Lei, but also Ma Long moved to the side. However, that chariot stopped in front of Emo. Soon, a woman in a green dress got off. She had a very exquisite face with thick black hair hanging loosely on her shoulders like a waterfall. It was like she didn't eat mortal food and was out of this world. The way she walked was very enticing too. This was that Goddess Zihua? Emo sent his spirit sense into the chariot, and there was another woman inside who was even prettier than the green-dressed woman outside. She was royal, cold, and it was as though she was covered by a screen of ice 3 inches in front of her. That woman was actually looking at Mu Xiaoyun while seeming shocked. Emo retrieved his spirit sense and lost interest. Though, sister, my young miss invites you to have a talk with you in the chariot. The green-dressed lady came up to Mu Xiaoyun and bowed. Sorry, but I'm with my husband, Mu Xiaoyun quickly replied and pulled Emo's hand. Husband, let's go. She didn't like this many people looking at her and her husband. She liked to be alone, huh? The green-dressed woman didn't expect to be rejected. She was dazed and said, my young miss is Goddess Zihua, you dash. Mu Xiaoyun frowned. She had already rejected, yet this green-dressed woman kept insisting. No way, she rejected Goddess Zihua's invitation. Yeah, even though it's such a stroke of good fortune. Although this woman is pretty, she's too shy, Emo sneered. My wife already said she doesn't want to. Please leave. Emo frowned, as in that moment he actually picked up on some telepathy. That Goddess Zihua used telepathy to tell the green-dressed lady to invite him in as well. And Emo caught onto it with his spirit sense. This Goddess Zihua was only at the black level tertiary stage. How was a woman at that level capable of using telepathy? Emo didn't believe it, as even he couldn't do that before reaching the foundation establishment state. This time, the green-dressed lady walked up to Emo. Our young miss invites you and your wife to have a talk inside the chariot together. Chapter 710, understand, Emo wasn't interested in the invitation at all. Although that woman could use telepathy, it was just a secret ancient martial arts technique that she was using in order to turn inner chi into sound. This was completely different to the telepathy he would use when he reached the foundation establishment state. He didn't want to risk exposing himself to this Goddess Zihua. Thinking like this, Emo smiled apologetically. Sorry miss, but my wife and I are busy. We're very sorry. Please send our greetings to Goddess Zihua and pass on our gratitude for her invitation. Then, Emo looked at Lu Lei and said, Brother Lu, thanks for just now. Do you have time to join me for a drink? Emo didn't know anyone there and didn't know a lot of information. This Lu Lei was a good person. He wanted to invite Lu Lei to a meal, on one hand to thank him but mainly to ask about Hangshui City. The woman dressed in green was dazed. What? Goddess Zihua was inviting him, yet he rejected it saying he was busy and then immediately went on to ask someone else to dinner? Everyone was stunned by this. when the woman dressed in green received orders again, the chariot left.
Everyone cursed Yemo for being an idiot.
If he were to get acquainted with Goddess Zihua, someone like Ma Shilong wouldn't dare do anything to him. Lu Lei also reacted and immediately said, "Of course I'm free, I've been here for half a month already."
You probably just got here.
It'll be on me today then, let's go to taste gathering. Lu Yunzi had never thought that with her status, 2 ordinary citizens would reject her invitation. This made her very embarrassed, but soon she forgot about it. "Miss, that ugly man really is blind," the green-dressed girl complained. Yunzi shook her head. "That was nothing, I felt like the woman was the truly shocking one."
There was such an outstanding woman amongst mortals?
"Compared to her, I feel like she's the one who was a goddess, and not me, miss, that woman was just an ordinary person. Although she looked a little pretty, she's with that ugly man, how could she compare to you?" the green-dressed girl commented. Yunzi said plainly, "When she was standing there, I don't know why, but I had the feeling as though she could drift away with the wind at any moment. She had somewhat of a spiritual temperament, and so did that man, but it wasn't apparent because of his looks. Anyway, never mind, taste gathering Lu was very pricey and was very full these days. But because Lu Lei had some connections, he could still get a small room. Lu Lei was a very good character. He liked to help out people that were oppressed, but when they introduced themselves to each other, he found out that Mo had also come to join the hidden sex selection. He said pitifully, "Brother Mo, you missed a good opportunity today." Mo knew that he was talking about that goddess Zihua. Lu Lei explained, "She's the daughter of the biggest merchant on our magical continent. Her father is Yun Dongxia, the leader of the Magical Merchant Association. The Magical Merchant Association is the biggest merchant association of the magical continent. There are countless masters associated with it. And it's said that Yun Dongxia himself is a great Heaven Peak master. Even among the hidden sects, the Magical Merchant Association has very great status. If you got to know her, then she would only have to say a word and you could join any sect, so that was it." Mo didn't care, though. He believed that with his power, it would be easy to join a sect. "I also heard that Goddess Zihua came from the All-Heaven sect, one of the 3 big sects of the inner hidden sections. Even though the All-Heaven sect has declined, but still." Lu Lei said. Mo interrupted, "Brother Lu, aren't the 3 big sects Tai, Kuan-Qian and Ci Hang Jing Mosque? Where did this All-Heaven come from?" Hearing this, Lu Lei looked at Mo for a long time in surprise. "Brother Mo, you don't even know this? Tai, Kuan-Qian and Ci Hang Jing Mosque might be the current 3 big sects, but 100 years ago, the big 3 were Ci Hang Jing Mosque, Ice Lake and All Heaven. The big 3 are chosen every century through a tournament. And at the last tournament, Ice Lake and All Heaven lost. Only Ci Hang Jing Mosque remained in the big 3, then," Lu Lei said, "although Ice Lake and All Heaven lost their top 3 spot, their power is still undoubtedly great. They're still first-class sects, although apparently Ice Lake is declining rapidly for some reason." Mo immediately asked, "Brother Lu, about the Tai sect, do you know where it is?" Lu Lei shook his head, "I've never been to the hidden sections. As for where they are, you just have to become a sect member and you'll know. No one other than the hidden sect members themselves know where the sects are." Then he reminded Mo that Ma Shilong is a very cruel and evil person. He's known to be quite vengeful. If you don't get recruited, you will need to be careful when you leave Hangshui City. Mo smiled. If that horse SHT dared come for him when he left, then it would be like he was committing suicide. Although he knew that Mo and Mu Xiaoyun came from a small village, Lu Lei didn't look down on them at all. He felt that even though Moing looked very ordinary, he had a certain indescribable temperament to him. If he were really ordinary, he wouldn't have a wife like this either. Mo also knew from Lu Lei that the talents the hidden sects identified were divided into 5 levels. The best were deemed level 1, the worst level 5. The hidden sects were also divided into 4 grades, the special, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grades. The 3 big sects were special grade, while the remaining sects were divided based on their power. Usually, no one would take level 5 or below talent, that was garbage talent. Meanwhile, the big sects only fought over level 1 and 2 talents. If a level 3 talent was lucky, he could join a 2nd grade sect. If he was unlucky, he would join a 3rd grade sect. Talking with Lu Lei, Mo learned a lot. When night came, Mo had to find a place to stay. "Brother Mo, I stay at Hangshui Hotel. You can come over and take a look with me." It's very hard to find a place to stay in Hang Shui right now. Hang Shui Hotel is the biggest hotel in Hang Shui, and the environment there is pretty good. Lu Lei suddenly stopped. He just remembered that the two were both ordinary people, so they wouldn't be able to afford a room there. Mo just wanted to ask where it was when Lu Lei changed the topic. Other than Hang Shui Hotel, there are also many places near Hang Shui Square. It's further away from the auction, so the housing shouldn't be so tight over there, Lu Lei quickly said. Auction? Mo felt curious and asked. He had gotten what he wanted from both of the auctions he had been to, so maybe he could get even better things at this one? Chapter 711, Earth Spirit Fruit. Yes, every time the hidden sects take in disciples, they hold a massive auction in the headquarters of the Magical Merchant Association. This time, it's tonight. Then, Lu Lei hesitated before saying, each person has to pay 100 gold coins to enter. 100 gold coins was 10,000 silver coins. A silver coin was enough for a normal family to live for a week. After Mo bid Lu Lei farewell, he took Mu Xiaoyun to look at a few hotels. They were all full indeed. If he wasn't planning on going to the auction, Mo would just stay at the Hang Shui Hotel. However, since he was going to the auction, if he caused any trouble, Lu Lei would know something about him. Although he was a good person, Mo didn't want him to know too much about him when they had just met. Thanks to Mo's large quantity of gold coin, he finally found a good place to stay a little further away from Hang Shui Square. It was the Blue Sea Hotel. It was very clean, but slightly more expensive. However, Mo didn't care about that. He took Mu Xiaoyun inside the room and immediately started changing his appearance. Half an hour later, Mo had turned into that big bearded man again, while Mu Xiaoyun had become an older female warrior. Are we going to the auction? Mu Xiaoyun asked. Mo nodded and smiled. I still have a few 100 tons of gold in my storage ring. I'll trade them for some gold coins here. I wonder how many gold coins my gold bricks can get. Mo's gold bricks were from the US. Each of them was almost 10 kilograms. Mo took Mu Xiaoyun and they jumped out off the window. They bought a chariot before heading towards the Magical Merchant Bank. Although it was already dark, the Magical Merchant Bank hadn't closed yet. Mo went there and took out 1,009 gold bricks. He stacked them on the ground and covered them. Then, he told Mu Xiaoyun to wait for him while he went inside. 1,000 gold bricks were about 10 tons. When Mo went inside, he found the inside a bit modernized. Although there weren't any computers, there were magnetic cards. Still, gold checks were the most frequently used. The moment Mo took out a gold brick at the guest room, the manager was immediately interested. He had seen pure gold before, but never one cut that cleanly and with such size. Because Mo's gold brick was much purer than gold coins, the bank gave the offer of one brick for 10,000 gold coins. Mo was very happy with this price. When the manager heard the big bearded man say there were 1,000 bricks left, he almost went crazy. This guy was too rich. The moment he saw the big pile of gold bricks, he was dazed. An hour later, Mo left the bank with Mu Xiaoyun. He had gotten 10 million gold coins with the bricks. Other than 10,000 gold coins, which he decided to keep in Mu Xiaoyun's ring, he changed the rest into 100,000 gold coins worth checks. Soon, the news startled the higher-ups of the Merchant Association. When Yunzi arrived to the bank, she was also shocked at the gold bricks. That customer was too wealthy. Had he really carried them over on a horse cart? Still, there weren't any marks on the gold bricks. Of course, Mo had wiped the English words off the gold bricks. When Mo arrived to the auction with Mu Xiaoyun, there were already a lot of people there. 100 coins was just the entrance fee. If you wanted a room, the price could go up to 1,000 coins. Of course, there were more expensive ones, but Mo only needed the 1,000 gold coins private room. After paying 1,000 coins, Mo and Mu Xiaoyun went into their room, number 392. There were fruits in it. They didn't have to wait long until the auction began. Mo scanned his spirit sense in and immediately became wary. There were more than 10 great heaven masters and 3 whose power he couldn't tell. This gave Mo a new perspective on the different power levels there. He had to be careful or he would sink into the abyss. What made Mo feel at ease was that Jiesun wasn't there. However, he did see the Ci Hang Jing Mosque's room. Luo Xian and her big martial sister weren't there. Mo also saw Taiyi's room. There was an old Taoist monk that he couldn't see through, another great heaven master and a young Taoist monk. However, next to the young Taoist monk there was a busty pretty woman, which didn't seem quite fitting. Yimo also saw the Shangcheng Mountain sect.
Yu Yuyan had joined them, but they seemed much poorer compared to Tai Yi. The auctioneer was a young woman. She was wearing a red tight dress that was quite revealing.
The young woman reminded Yimo of Yun Bing. Like Yun Bing, she had a very voluptuous body. The only difference was that her eyes were full of seduction, while Yun Bing's were very cold. Thinking about Yun Bing, Yimo sighed. He wondered how she and Ting Ting were doing. If he had time, when he got back, he could go visit them with Luo Ying and Ning Qingxue, welcome everyone to the triennial Hang Shui hidden sex auction.
I'm Meng Lan. I'll be holding the auction today. There will be many good things tonight and everyone will certainly find something they like. Okay, the auction begins now. The first item is called a solar-powered camera. We can't produce this item here and it can clearly record your image. Yimo was speechless. If the entire auction was full of this kind of things, then he would really regret attending. What Yimo didn't expect was that it was sold for 10,000 gold coins. That was as valuable as a gold brick, which was worth about a few $100,000 USD. But the gold coins had the buying power of a few million USD. They were doing very good business there. Yimo scanned his spirit sense out and saw the contemptuous look on the faces of many hidden sex members. Clearly, they knew the real value of the camera. Luckily, real good items started appearing: magical artifacts, ores, pills, and cultivation methods. But Yimo didn't want any of them yet. The next item is an earth spirit fruit.
Everyone knows what it is for, but I'll still explain it again. It can give a black level 90% chance of reaching earth level. An earth level peak will also have 20% chance of reaching great heaven. It can improve smaller stages 100%. The starting price is 50,000 gold coins, and each bidding must be no lesser than 100 gold coin dash. Before she finished, the audience rumbled. When Yimo heard the words earth spirit fruit, he was also shook. He scanned his spirit sense in the wooden box. It was an earth spirit fruit indeed. The name was the same as the one used in Luoyu continent. It was strange. If Yimo had the earth spirit fruit, he could make a cauldron of essence increasing pills immediately. With that, he could reach tertiary stage of chi gathering. He had to get it. Chapter 712, F. King Hell, who's afraid of who? 52,000 gold coins. Someone bid immediately. 55,000, 57,000, 60,000. It was just a moment before the price rose up to 93,000 gold coins. There were many people who wanted it, and that price was obviously not their bottom line yet. Soon, it rose up to 150,000. At this price, however, there weren't a lot of people bidding anymore. It was mainly people from the wealthy families and sects fighting over it. 200,000, Yimo called his bid. With this, the scene fell silent. Not because the price was absurd, but because it came from a small room. It was clearly just an ordinary room. This wasn't an issue of money anymore. It was a normal person fighting over it with the sections. 210,000, someone called out from luxury room 009 with displeasure. It was a man in his 30s. How dare a nameless, sectless guy dare fight over the earth spirit fruit with him? Yimo could sense the anger in that voice. He scanned using his spirit sense, and it was the Gemini sword sect. Yimo knew from his talk with Lu Lei that they were a first-grade sect. No wonder they were this cocky. They probably looked down on him due to the room he was in. Now Yimo was the one who got angry. This was an auction. Why would he have to give something away? Even if it were a special grade sect, Yimo wouldn't give up on the fruit. 250,000, Yimo added. If this guy was going to add more, he would go straight to 300,000. At this moment, no one bid it anymore, and the young master of the Gemini sword sect was unhappy. Even the special grade sects wouldn't want to get into unnecessary conflict with the Gemini sword sect for an earth spirit fruit. After all, it could at most create an earth level warrior. 250,000 was really the highest price it could be said to be worth. Chi Chichong's eyes flashed with fury. How dare this ant dare take his fruit and act cocky in front of him? Although he wanted to keep bidding a higher price. He couldn't go too far even if he was the young master of the sect. Investigate who that cocky guy is. Even if he's willing to give me the fruit later, I will make him suffer no matter what, Chi Chichong said coldly. Yes. A middle-aged man in the room soon left. Yimo picked up on this with his spirit sense and sneered. If this guy dared to look for trouble afterwards, Yimo would just kill him. After paying 250,000 worth of gold checks, the earth spirit fruit was sent to Yemo's room. Yemo quickly moved it to a jade box as wooden boxes wouldn't be able to preserve its properties well, although Lan Meng knew that Yemo wouldn't have a good ending after offending Chi Chichong. She liked idiots like Yemo. Wow, the earth spirit fruit allowed us to see what true wealthy men look like. The master from room 392 is a young but wealthy hero indeed. Please continue to watch out for the following items, Yemo sneered. He knew what the woman was doing, she was using him. Her words not only agitated Chi Chichong, but those who had some pride wouldn't give up on the next items easily either. Soon, everyone looked at room 009 and Chi Chichong's face, which was green with anger. He understood what the woman was doing too, but couldn't help feeling angry. Young master, we'll let him act cocky for now. After the auction, we can make a move, the beautiful woman inside the room comforted. In a certain markless room, a woman in purple was shaking her head. She didn't think there would be such an idiot present. Without any power faction to back him up, he offended the young master of the Gemini sword sect. This was suicide, miss, that guy is just too dumb. He's asking to die, a pity for the friend next to him. The girl dressed in green sighed, investigate those two, the other woman said. Okay, everyone stay calm as the next item is a meteorite ore. It's a metal essence and can be used to make unparalleled weapons. The starting bid is 80,000. Each increment must be no less than 1,000. Lan Meng waved her hand and some staff immediately carried out a basket-sized ore. People who didn't know how to forge weapons lost interest immediately, so for a moment, no one made bid, but GMO was shook. This was no ordinary metal essence, this was gung metal essence. He got some fist-sized gung metal essence from Yu Miaodan and had already used it all. Gung metal essence was very precious in the cultivation realm, it was the best material for making magic artifacts. Magic artifact or spirit artifacts made with gung metal essence had extremely potent offensive power. Such a big piece of it was right there, yet no one knew what it was. If this appeared in the cultivation world, how many spirit stones would be needed to buy it? Yemo had long since thought of making a strong offensive magic artifact after he reached the foundation establishment state. So how could he let this gung metal essence go by him? 81,000, someone from room 011 made a bid. No one was surprised about this as room 011 was the forgery hall's room. Although they were just a second-grade sect, they were renowned on the continent for their forgery. Most of the weapons from the big sects came from the forgery hall, so their actual status was that of a first-grade sect, but no matter what, Yemo wasn't going to give up on the ore. 85,000, Yemo made a bid, and the venue fell silent. What did this idiot from room 392 want to do, really? He had just offended the Gemini sword sect, and now he was going to take on the forgery hall? How much money did he have? How many lives did he have? A bald man with a red face in room 011 was dazed. He was a master of forgery and was a half-step great heaven cultivator. He didn't expect someone would fight him. If he really wanted to take it, even Tai would give it up to him, yet this idiot dared fight over it with him. 100,000. The bald man was angry. He, Xia Chongyan, was one of the three vice sect leaders after all. Everyone could tell from Xia Chongyan's tone that he was angry, but GMO didn't seem to hear that. He called out 110,000 slowly. 200,000. Xia Chongyan's cold voice sounded. 210,000. Room 329's voice followed. 300,000. Xia Chongyan added. GMO was also getting furious. This baldy dared keep throwing money at him like that, trying to scare him even. F. King Hell, who's afraid of who? 1 million. Yemo no longer had the mood to be bidding merely 10,000 more each time. Chapter 713, asking to die, rumble the audience ignited. That guy was really wealthy. Moreover, it wasn't the main thing, that guy wasn't afraid to die either. He didn't even respect Xia Qinbei. Xia Chongyan had bid 100k and everyone couldn't help but admire his wealth. But that guy had just offered 1 million, even an idiot could tell that what Xia Chongyan had done had angered the big bearded man, so he practically gave Xia Chongyan a slap in the face. Very well, very well. Kids lately want to act like heroes indeed. I hope you don't disappoint me. Xia Chongyan slammed the table. A clear handprint was made into the tea table. Yemo didn't seem to know that he had offended a lot of people as he paid the money and happily took the ore. Mu Xiaoyun held Jimo's hands tightly. She could feel that a lot of people weren't happy with her husband, But she wasn't too worried, her husband was powerful, even Lan Meng didn't have the face to keep talking.
What a pity! She knew Emo was going to die for sure.
But she immediately forgot about it just by thinking about the prophet Emo had brought her. In that room, the purple-clothed woman frowned for a long time, as though she was trying to discern who Emo is. At this moment, a girl wearing a green outfit walked in and said, "Young miss, there is a big bearded man and a woman in room 392, it's him indeed," she nodded. He had gotten 10 million from the bank, and he still had a lot to spend. In the following biddings, Emo bought a few more spirit herbs and ores. When Emo bid to a certain extent, no one fought back because they all knew that guy was a madman and did whatever he wanted. Furthermore, he was about to die, so no one cared. Emo knew that he wasn't acting recklessly. If it wasn't very important, he didn't plan on fighting over it with the first grade sections. Moreover, he was confident he could run away. He had even changed his face. The last items are 5 sets of chi stones. Each set has 2 stones.
AMD, it's 500k a set.
Each bidding must be no less than 10k. Emo had already scanned it with his spirit sense. There were 5 sets of spirit stones. He rejoiced. He had really made the right decision coming to this auction, but from the price, it seemed that the hidden sects also knew of the importance of spirit stones. It was best for him if he got all 5 sets, but he knew that it was impossible because of both wealth and power.
He definitely wasn't a match for the special grade sections.
If he got everyone angry, he would have a really hard time. The first set was bought by Tai for 1.3 million, the second set was bought by Ci Hang Jing Mosque for 1.3 million, and the third was bought by Kuanqian sect also for 1.3 million. Although Emo wasn't comfortable, he could only endure it. Many people looked over at Emo, wondering if he had run out of money, why he hadn't made a bid yet. When the fourth set was taken out, Gemini Sword sect bid 1.3 million, and Emo added 100k without thinking. Since it was a sect he had already offended, he didn't mind offending them more. Chi Chichon was furious. This guy was clearly going against him. 1.8 million. Chi Chichon knew the importance of chi stones and he wouldn't give it away so easily. If he couldn't get the chi stone this time, he'd be in for a hard time when he went back. 2 million, Emo raised the bid. "Young master, we only have 2 million left. We can't raise it more," the woman beside Chi Chichong reminded. Chi Chichong's face turned green. "Okay, let him buy it. Let's see how long he can hold on to it." As though they knew that Madman would buy it no matter what, many people gave up bidding. The fifth set was taken out and the Shu Mountain Sword sect started with 1.5 million. But just when Emo hesitated if he should bid or not, Chi Chichong bid 2 million. Emo rejoiced. It was much better to take it away from Chi Chichong than from the Shu Mountain Sword sect. Before anyone else could make a bid, Emo raised the price up to 2.5 million. Gold coins were useless to him anyway. Eventually, Emo got the last set of chi stones too. Everyone knew that this guy would eventually lose everything. Chi stones were so precious that even the 3 big sects didn't want to take them all for themselves, much less someone like Emo. As soon as the auction ended, Emo left the place and headed outside the city with Mu Xiaoyun. More than 10 groups of people immediately wanted to chase after Emo, but they didn't dare to because Gemini Sword sect and Forgery Hall were already at it. These sects were all first-grade sects and they had a Great Heaven Master, a half-step Great Heaven Master, an Earth-level Peak Master and a Black-level Peak Master. Emo had offended these 2 sects, so his fortune would be split in 2. It was one of the tacit rules among sects. No one would say anything. Jun Zi looked at Emo and Mu Xiaoyun leave and shook her head. If they could escape, it would really be strange. That big bearded guy had done something like that and dared to leave the city at that time. Even she had to admire his courage. It was like suicide. Even if he didn't leave the city, it wouldn't end well. But at least in the city, the sects still had some concerns. "Yi babe, there seem to be a few people following us." Mu Xiaoyun saw that someone was following them. It was clear they didn't even bother hiding. Emo smiled. "So we'll have to go out of the city to get rich, and then we'll come back." Seeing Emo and Mu Xiaoyun go faster and faster on their chariot and head to a barren place, Chi Chichong sneered and looked at Xia Chongyan. "Xiaqianbei, I didn't think this guy liked death so much. Not only does he dare leave the city, but he's also going to a deserted place. He really knows how to find a burial ground for himself." Xia Chongyan sneered. Although he was the weakest of the 4 sect leaders in his sect, his forgery skills were the best. Even the sect leaders of the big 3 would call him Dao friend when they saw him. Yet, he had been humiliated by this idiot. Chapter 7:14, Defeat but not kill. Xia Qianbei will split his gold checks evenly, his metal essence will be yours, while we'll have one set of chi stones each. If Qianbei doesn't need anything else that man might have, then I'll take the leftovers. Of course, I'll leave the big bearded man himself to Qianbei. Shi Qichong knew that Xia Chongyan probably hated Yimo to the bones, so he was already arranging how to split things. Xia Chongyan sneered, "Fine, as long as I can personally kill that idiot, of course, even if that woman is ugly, he." Shi Qichong laughed. No matter how ugly the woman, she would suffer if she offended Shi Qichong. Meanwhile, Yimo knew that out of the four, there was only the Great Heaven Master whom he had to have some concerns about. The other four were really no threat to him. He only needed to ambush that Great Heaven Master, while the other men there today would just be easy money. Xiaoyun, continue on the chariot for a while and then wait for me. Yimo looked at the approaching dawn of the day and knew that they must be about to attack. Mu Xiaoyun trusted Yimo greatly. Yimo jumped off the chariot while invisible and hid by the side of the road. He didn't move at all, because he knew that if he did, the Great Heaven Master would notice his chi signals. Elder Ming, Xia Qianbei, let's attack. Shi Qichong looked at the middle-aged man beside him and at Xia Chongyan. Okay, let's attack. The others nodded and sped up to the chariot. The middle-aged man following Shi Qichong was at Great Heaven, so he was the fastest. He passed by Yimo first, and the moment he did, Yimo jumped out of his spot while his flying sword turned into a white ray and pierced the Great Heaven's Master's heart from his back. As soon as Yimo moved, the Great Heaven Master felt the chi wave and had the feeling of impending death creep over him. He immediately knew things were bad and that someone was trying to ambush him. He instantaneously tried to dodge the sword, but Yimo was already capable of killing a Great Heaven Master by himself under normal circumstances, while this was a sneak attack, so with Yimo's flying sword's speed, even the Great Heaven Master couldn't dodge it. As the sword chi exploded in the Great Heaven Master's heart, the middle-aged man couldn't even resist. Seeing that the strongest guy was dead, Yimo rejoiced. He was hoping for this man to be heavily wounded first and then he would try to kill him, but this fellow was truly careless as he just chased after the chariot without being on guard. He was asking to die. This also gave Yimo a reminder to never underestimate his opponent himself and to always be on guard. The middle-aged man's back spewed blood, and he crashed a few meters away. This immediately shook the other three, and they all stopped as they at the big bearded man in shock. You're asking to die? Xia Chongyan was the first to react and charged over at Yimo. He simply thought that the middle-aged man had been killed due to being ambushed and seemingly forgot that the man was a Great Heaven Master. Even a Great Heaven Master was ambushed. How well could he do? Yimo put his flying sword away in contempt, as he really didn't feel any pressure facing a half-step Great Heaven opponent. Yimo kicked up the curved sword the middle-aged man had used. Clash clash soon, Xia Chongyan's metal whip was cut into many segments, and Xia Chongyan was scared as less. If he still didn't know that he was no match for the big bearded man, then he would be too much of an idiot. The enemy was countless times stronger than him. He couldn't resist at all during that clash. No wonder he killed a Great Heaven Master. Xia Chongyan could no longer care about his face and anger. All he wanted to do was run. But as soon as this thought came up, he felt his left shoulder go cold. His entire left arm was cleanly sliced off from the shoulder. Xia Chongyan was devastated and turned to run without thinking. Yimo actually didn't chase him. Instead, he jumped up and kicked the earth-level man who had come with Xia Chongyan in the chest. The man had wanted to run too, but he was immediately knocked out. In this short while, though, Xia Chongyan was nowhere to be seen. Shi Qichong's face went pale. In just a few breaths, his Great Heaven Master was killed, and that Xia Chongyan had lost an arm and run. Never before had the young master of the first grade sect felt so close to death. As he looked at Yimo walk over slowly, his face went pale. He wanted to beg for mercy, but his teeth were chattering. Although he was a black-level peak martial artist, his power had been built up using pills, and he had no fighting experience. He didn't even know what to do now. You can't kill me, I'm the young master of the Gemini Sword sect. Please forgive dash. Before he could finish, Yimo knocked him out with a kick. Yimo took all of his attacker's gold checks and then picked up the curved sword from that earth-level cultivator and pierced it into the Great Heaven Master's wound before nailing Shi Qichong into the ground with the sword. Then, Yimo went up to the Great Heaven Master's side and carved forgery onto the ground. Before leaving. By the time Yimo finished doing this, Mu Xiaoyun came over. Xiaoyun, these people wanted to kill us, so I killed them, Yimo explained. Fearing that Mu Xiaoyun would be scared, Mu Xiaoyun grabbed Jimo's arm as she shook her head. "Yi babe, I'm not scared." Yi Mo approved of Mu Xiaoyun's guts. Most girls would be afraid of such events. Yi Mo picked up the Earth-level man and took Mu Xiaoyun on his flying sword all the way to Hangshui City. Before landing, Yi Mo woke the Earth-level man up and pointed at the stalls outside the city. "I have sealed your meridians, and unless I open them for you, you will die for sure. I need you to do something for me now. Go to that stall and buy a set of fighter clothes for me. Do it quick, and if you play any tricks, you won't be seeing today's sun." "Yes, Xianbei, I understand." "Will you be able to dash? Hurry up, you have no right to be asking me questions. If you want to keep talking, you don't need to go anymore," Yi Mo threatened as he was about to attack. That Earth-level man no longer dared to hesitate and quickly ran to the stall and bought the clothes before running back hurriedly. Yi Mo nodded with satisfaction before turning the Earth-level man and the clothes he had bought into ash. Then, he took Mu Xiaoyun into the Blue Sea Hotel while invisible. Although she didn't know why her husband did all this, Mu Xiaoyun never asked. When it was day, Yi Mo and Mu Xiaoyun returned to their normal appearance and walked out of the hotel. Yi Mo didn't eat anything with Mu Xiaoyun at the hotel but went outside searching for news instead. The reason why Yi Mo did what he did was because Yi Mo knew that if he really killed all four, then even if it didn't have anything to do with the pair, they would still be suspected. So he defeated all of them, but he didn't kill that Xia Chongyan, instead letting him go to play a dirty trick. Just when Yi Mo and Mu Xiaoyun walked out of the hotel and came to the Hangshui Square, they saw many people gathered there in groups discussing something. "Brother Mo, over here," Lu Lei called from a breakfast shop. Yi Mo quickly went in there with Mu Xiaoyun. "It seems Brother Mo has found a place to stay." Lu Lei was happy to see Yi Mo. Yi Mo nodded. "Yes, we're staying at the Blue Sea Hotel. There are no more options any closer." "Not bad, Blue Sea is a good place." Yi Mo immediately asked, "Brother Lu, what are these people gathered here talking about?" Chapter 7:15, Effective. Lu Lei looked around and then whispered, "It's said that Forgery Hall and Gemini Sword Sect will be fighting in Hangshui City. They're about to have a full-on battle." Yi Mo heard this and rejoiced. Everything had gone according to his plan. If he could drag this on for a little longer, even if people found out he did it, it wouldn't matter. Yi Mo pretended to be shocked. "Aren't those two both first-grade sects? How come are they fighting?" Lu Lei shook his head and drank some soy milk before saying, "I just heard about this too. They say that at the auction last night, there was this really rich big-bearded man. He took both Gemini Sword Sect and Forgery Hall's items and of course, they wouldn't let him go, but theoretically, they both hate the big-bearded man. They should be working together. Why are they fighting each other?" someone from the other table asked. Lu Lei didn't answer but someone replied for him. A black-faced man from another table answered, "It's like this, after the auction. Both sects chased after that big-bearded man." Seeing more and more people listening, the black man said satisfyingly, "This was no big deal. But the problem is that 4 people went, 2 from Forgery Hall and 2 from Gemini Sword Sect. However, only 1 came back, Forgery Hall's vice-sect leader Xia Qianbei." "What? That big-bearded guy is that strong?" the man asked. Yi Mo was shook. That man had said this unintentionally, but if everyone thought that, it would be dangerous. The black man said in contempt, "Use your brain before speaking. That big-bearded man looks like he's in his 30s at most. Do you think he can beat 4 masters with a woman?" One of them was a great heaven master from the Gemini Sword Sect. "Some things are obvious, if you just used your brain." Seeing that everyone was captivated by words, the black man said with more satisfaction, "This morning, Xia Chongyan Xinbei came back with a lost arm. He said that the big-bearded man had done it and that he was very strong. He killed a great heaven master and made him heavily injured, but no one believed this." "Then what?" someone else asked. Yi Mo noticed that there was a crowd around him too, so this was how the discussion groups were formed. "Then what?" "Of course, go investigate the scene," the black man said, looking happily as more and more people gathered. "And what happened next?" the black man replied. "A few neutral sect masters went and saw the bodies of Gemini Sword Sect's elder Ming Jifeng and the young master Qi Chichong. He was nailed to the ground with a curved sword. That curved sword belonged to the missing Earth-level master of the Forgery Hall, Wei Wu. Ming Jifeng's wound had also been caused by this sword." "Who?" everyone yelled out in shock. The black man said again, "This wasn't the most important thing. Most importantly, someone said that under Ming Jifeng's hand there was the word forgery. It might be because Elder Ming Jifeng was very powerful and didn't die immediately, so he carved that word to leave behind a clue.
Do you know which sword cut Xia Chongyan Xianbei's arm?
It was Elder Ming Jifeng's sword. No wonder, someone exclaimed. But why would Forgery Hall do that?
And where's that Wei Wu? Someone thought and asked.
At this moment, a fat warrior intervened. I heard that big bearded man is very rich.
He probably had a lot of good stuff on him, and wealth always triggers greed. I heard people say that they saw Wei Wu outside the Hangshui city buying some daily items, as though he was leaving. Yi Mo heard this and felt he had overdone it. It looked too suspicious, someone definitely doubted it already. But even so, he only needed to get by for the next days. The biggest meeting room in Hangshui city was filled with the masters of many sections. Xia Chongyan's face was green. He only had one arm, but he still had to attend. I already said that guy framed me. Wei Wu and I are just at half-step great heaven and earth level. How could we have killed Elder Ming Jifeng? If I had really killed him, how could Wei Ya have left behind that curved sword? Why would he leave the evidence behind?
Xia Chongyan was angry, but he still had to explain. A white middle-aged man from the Gemini sword sect sneered. Xia Chongyan, you did it, but you don't dare admit it.
Do you think the Gemini sword sect fears you guys? You didn't kill my son, Chi Chong? Would he kill himself? Would a great heaven master kill himself too? Of course you can't kill our elder with your pitiful power.
But if you suddenly attacked from the back, who would be on guard? Xia Chongyan was angry, but he knew it wasn't the time to rage.
He could only suppress his anger and say,
to all the sect leaders here and sect leader Chi, that big bearded man is really a master stronger than great heaven.
I admit I'm not match for him.
When he killed Elder Ming Jifeng with a long sword, I couldn't even see it clearly. The sect leader Chi was so angry he laughed instead.
Xia Chongyan, you old fart. You're saying a person in his 30s is stronger than a great heaven master? Everyone, Chi Yoshin, want to ask you, have any of you seen a 30-year-old great heaven master?
Has the continent even had a great heaven master younger than 45? Xia Chongyan, you also said that big bearded used a long sword.
Then, how come your wound was caused by a curved sword? Why?
Why is your metal whip also damaged by Elder Ming's curved sword?
Old fart.
Even if our sect dies, I will kill you. Then, Chi Yoshin pulled out his long sword. Seeing this, the Gemini sword sect masters also stood up and pulled out their weapons. This also caused Forgery Hall's side to stand up and pull out their weapons. Everyone, please, listen to us, Kuan Xian sect. Although Vice sect leader Xia has great suspicions about this case, we haven't found Wei Wu yet.
I think we should find Wei Wu first. He was just seen outside the city this morning.
Although his appearance is very suspicious, I think we should investigate it first.
An old man from the Kuan Xian sect stood up. I agree to Ling Xianbei's proposal. Wei Wu's actions were very strange. Also, how did that big bearded man disappear?
Neither him nor his partner have been seen. This is very strange. A Tai sect elder got up and said, everyone knew that old man from the Kuan Xian sect. He was Ling Wushui, a great heaven peak master. He was a master amongst masters in the magical continent. He also had Xin Kuan sect as his backup, although Chi Yoshin didn't want to give up, since Ling Wushui had said that, he could only wait.
Chapter 716. When I was young, I was also a mother's baby. No matter what, Yi Mo knew that he wouldn't need to worry about it for at least a couple of days. He took Mu Xiaoyun around shopping in Hangshui City. These days were the absolute happiest for Mu Xiaoyun. Not only could she stay with her husband, they even had fun walking around the city. She liked looking at jewelry, for example, and she didn't have to buy any, but she would be content looking around. She couldn't remember how long it had been since she could walk around freely on the streets like that. When she was young, her mother also held her hand walking in the busy streets while looking around, but that disaster took everything away. That disaster separated her and her family, making her struggle alone in Huangping. For those thousands of days and nights, she suffered and never had a full meal, and still she had to take care of the mother-in-law who always cursed at her. If she hadn't met Yi Mo, she would still be suffering somewhere. Mu Xiaoyun wiped the tears from her eyes as she thought in self-mockery, when I was young I was also a mother's baby. Yi Mo felt Mu Xiaoyun's sadness and pulled her hand and asked, Xiaoyun, what's wrong? Mu Xiaoyun clasped Yi Mo's hand tightly and thought, I'm in my husband's care now. Mother should feel assured in the heavens. Young miss, look, it's those two we saw yesterday.
That girl is really like a flower planted in cow dung, that girl dressed in green said when she saw Yemo and Mu Xiaoyun walk into a jewelry shop. Junzi smiled. She no longer had the intentions of inviting them again after yesterday, but when she saw them, she frowned. She felt like she had seen their figures somewhere else as well, but she couldn't remember where. What's wrong, young miss? The green-dressed girl immediately asked. Yunzi said in confusion, I feel as though I've seen them recently. The green-dressed girl laughed. Young miss, of course you have. You saw them on the streets yesterday. Yunzi laughed at herself. That's probably a dash, just when she wanted to leave. She suddenly stopped. Wait, I didn't see their backs yesterday. I just saw the woman and felt like she was extraordinary. But just now I felt their backs specifically to be very familiar. Their backs? Yunzi suddenly murmured, and her face changed drastically. She said, Xiaoling, check if they left the city in the morning and came back afterwards. Or no, never mind, Yunzi thought, it shouldn't be them. If those people left in the morning, they wouldn't be walking around freely here, they would have long since have been caught. But from the back they really seem like that big bearded man and his woman. The day went by very fast for Mu Xiaoyun, and when she came back to the hotel with Yemo, she was still relishing the day. Although Yemo really wanted to make the essence-increasing pill right away, he was scared that the Earth Spirit Fruit's chi would catch the attention of some masters, so he didn't dare to. Mu Xiaoyun squirmed into Yemo's arms and suddenly said, Yi babe, are those chi stones very precious? Yemo nodded, yes, I call them spirit stones. They're very useful to our cultivation. Since they're so rare, they're precious, then Yi babe, I don't need it. You can have them. Mu Xiaoyun wanted to take out her spirit stone but was stopped by Yemo. No need, keep it for yourself. You cultivate the slowest right now, so I want you to hurry up, otherwise you won't be able to keep up. Hearing this, Mu Xiaoyun quickly put her hand down. If she couldn't keep up, then what if Yi babe, sister Luoying and sister Qingxua ascended into the immortal realm without her? She would be left alone again, and she would have nothing again. Yi babe, I think I should get up and cultivate. Mu Xiaoyun felt the pressure and wanted to cultivate immediately. Yemo pulled her hand and said, it's important to cultivate, but you don't need to buy this desperate. It's a slow-paced thing, and the more you're worried, the more you can't keep it up. Mu Xiaoyun felt her mouth blocked by her husband and immediately softened up. On their second day in Hangshui, it was the first day of the hidden sex recruitment. Hangshui Square was the biggest square in Hangshui and was tens of thousands of square meters big, yet because there were a lot of people, it was still very busy. When Yemo and Mu Xiaoyun arrived at the square, Yemo found that the sects were divided based on their grade. The special grade sects were in the most obvious place. Yemo scanned around and found that each of the big three had a great heaven master present. He saw that Tai sect also had a master. When Yemo's spirit sense scanned to the Tai sect, he felt the Tai sect master subconsciously look over at him. Yemo immediately reined in his spirit sense. This guy was an extremely dangerous person. Yemo had planned to join Tai and reach stage 7 before then getting revenge. But now it seemed that plan wouldn't work. He decided that before reaching stage 7, he wouldn't have any contact with Tai or the other big sections. Yemo carefully avoided the 3 big sects and moved his spirit sense elsewhere. There were 12 first grade, 36 second grade, and 120 or so third grade hidden sections. There were also many other ungraded small sections. Yemo eventually decided to join a second grade sect. The special grade sects had long lines that would take a day to be checked. Even though the second grade sects had much less people queuing up than the special grade sects, there were still a lot. Let's go to a third grade sect, Yemo said helplessly and went to a sect called the Flash Fist sect. Joining the line, Yemo found that the testing speed was surprisingly fast. The first stage of testing entailed putting your hand on a device and using inner chi to activate it. Those without inner chi would just put their hand on the device and the interviewer would activate it. There were 5 crystal balls on the device, and when the interviewer activated their chi, the balls would either light up or have no reaction. The brighter the balls, the higher the talent. The balls had different colors too. Yemo was suddenly shook. Wasn't this the device used to test spirit roots? How could the small realm have such a thing? Yemo sent his spirit sense out and found that almost all the sects had it. He didn't even know how to make it, yet there were so many in the small realm. Although these things were daily street items in the cultivation realm, this was the small realm. He had to get one no matter what, or at least find out how they were made. As Yemo scanned the device with his spirit sense, he found it worked based on a simple 5-element formation, but soon Yimo realized that this was the most simple way of testing for spirit roots.
It could only test whether one had any 5-element spirit root. It wouldn't be able to identify mutated spirit roots.
Indeed, the devices used in the cultivation realm had 8 crystal rods, no talent. Next.
The interviewer was very fast.
Most people here were unsatisfactory, but master, I can cultivate, I'm already a yellow level. One man who was denied looked at the device in disbelief. He could clearly cultivate and cultivated very quickly. How could he have no talent? The interviewer's face sunk. I already said you're unsatisfactory, what are you saying? If you don't believe me, test somewhere else. The man left with a sullen face. He had already just come over from another sect.
Yimo knew that this guy might have a mutated spirit root. Level 5 talent, unsatisfactory. Next, no talent, unsatisfactory. Level 4 talent, stand behind me. Soon, it was Yimo's turn. Chapter 717, shock the scene.
Yimo placed his hand on the device and sent in some chi, but there was no reaction at all, no talent.
Unsatisfactory. Next, the interviewer's cold voice sounded. Before Yimo could say anything, he was squeezed away. Mu Xiaoyun quickly came over to him and grabbed his hand. Yimo looked at the device in confusion. How could he not have spiritual root? He could cultivate.
Those without spirit root couldn't cultivate, and Yimo didn't think he had a mutated spirit root because there was no way he would cultivate this slow. In that case, husband, let's go to another place.
Their device must be faulty. Mu Xiaoyun's words caused some laughter. Yimo smiled and didn't mind.
It was normal that these simple devices were faulty.
He pulled Mu Xiaoyun's hand and went to the farthest sect.
He might as well go to an ungraded sect, since he couldn't enter a third-grade sect. In the end, they went to a few sects, but all the tests indicated that he had no talent.
This made Yimo speechless.
If that was the case, then he couldn't join the hidden sects at all.
If he didn't join them, he wouldn't be able to get news of Tai's sect. Wasn't Ice Lake a special grade sect before? Why was it just a third-grade sect now?
Yimo stared at the small sect with the name Ice Lake. Husband, why don't we try this sect? Mu Xiaoyun also saw Ice Lake. Okay, let's go have a look at Ice Lake. Yimo nodded and agreed. The man next to Yimo heard this and said in goodwill, Brother, I suggest you not to go there. They're just a third-grade sect, but do you know what kind of talent they require? Level 3 or above. If I had level 3 talent, I would go to a second-grade sect. Why would I bother going to a sect that can barely stay as third grade? Yimo finally understood why there were few people there. Yimo scanned the place. There were 5 people. A black-level middle-stage man in his 50s, a middle-aged woman who was black-level, and a young girl with her face covered who was also black-level. It seemed the 2 women were responsible for recruiting disciples. Their power was indeed worse than a regular third-grade sect. Other than them, there was also a young teenager. He looked very skinny. Yimo believed that these were the new disciples they had gotten. The last person was an old woman in her 60s. Just when Yimo was about to take back his spirit sense, he was shook. He couldn't see the old woman's power. Before the old woman frowned, Yimo took back his spirit sense. He knew that such a powerful master could sense his every move. One of the 3 people he hadn't been able to see through the previous night was at Ice Lake. Why was Ice Lake a third-grade sect when they had such a master? Yimo didn't want to join such a sect. It was too strange. The old woman looked around as though she had sensed Yimo's spirit sense. He didn't dare to keep looking around. Just when he wanted to leave with Mu Xiaoyun, the middle-aged woman suddenly said to Mu Xiaoyun, "Do you want to get tested? Put your hand on the device and insert Yu Qi, N." Mu Xiaoyun found herself walking up to the device. The middle-aged woman's words were very amicable. "Husband, can I take the test?" Mu Xiaoyun looked back at Yimo. Yimo smiled. "Sure, try it. We'll come back tomorrow." The reason he had said this was because he knew Mu Xiaoyun's spirit root wasn't much higher than his. Hearing this, Mu Xiaoyun joyfully placed her hand on the device. She had long wanted to test her talent. The middle-aged woman really liked Mu Xiaoyun when she saw her. She was pretty and had this ethereal temperament to her. That's why she had offered to test her. Mu Xiaoyun placed her hand on the device and inserted her chi. There was a bright green light. What? Almost everyone's attention was caught by this bright green light. Even Yimo dazed. He didn't think Mu Xiaoyun was a level 1 talent. The old woman in Ice Lake stood up in shock and looked at Mu Xiaoyun with disbelief and joy. The best talent of the level 1. Good, 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 the old woman said in excitement. The middle-aged woman grabbed Mu Xiaoyun's hand and said, "What's your name?" "You passed. You are now Ice Lake's core disciple." The middle-aged woman's hands were shaking. The news of the best talent in level 1 had been found soon spread through the entire square. Almost all first grade and special grade sects knew about these news. All of Tai, Kunshan and Ci Hangjing's mosque people came over. It was already very hard to discover a level 1 talent, much less a very good one amongst them. Grandma. The middle-aged woman saw that more and more people coming and looked worriedly at the old woman. "Ah, Grandma phone, Ice Lake is really lucky. You found a level 1 talent on the first day." Kunshan's Ling Wushui is very envious. An old man came over, but his voice sounded first. Yimo stood on the side, staring at the old man. Just from his temperament, he knew that he was no weaker than the old woman. "Thank you, Brother Ling, for your kind words. Niao Lian, record this disciple. She'll be Ice Lake's core disciple from now on," the old man said plainly. The middle-aged woman heard this and replied, "Yes, Grandma, wait." Ling Wushui suddenly waved his hand and said, "Kunshan is willing to give you more than 10 cities and 5 spots for herb collection at 5-1 Mountain as long as Ice Lake can hand over this disciple." Tai and Ci Hangjing Mosque, who had come later, didn't say anything after seeing Ling Wushui had given such an offer. This was the best they could do too. If Ice Lake agreed, they could reach 2nd grade sect in the next sect and resource division. The old woman sneered, "Sorry, Brother Ling, our Ice Lakes has had a broken generation. It's time for us to get disciples. With this, are you trying to ruin our foundation? Although Ice Lake has declined, we can't destroy our own foundation. Brother Ling, please leave." Ling Wushui sneered and looked at Mu Xiaoyun saying kindly, "Girl, Kunshan is one of the big 3. If you join us, not only will you have far more resources and higher status than Ice Lake, your family will also be honored." "Ling Wushui, what are you doing?" The old woman suddenly appeared in front of Ling Wushui. Tai sect and Ci Hangjing sect's people knew that although Ice Lake had declined, Grandma Feng's power was indeed very strong. It wasn't worth to start conflict over a disciple. How about this? Let's see what this girl wants to do herself. If she wants to join Kunshan sect, then she does. If she wants to stay at Ice Lake, she can. If she wants to join Tai, then I will also let her become a core disciple," an old man from Tai quickly said. Chapter 718, Yunzi's suspicion. Yimo was very calm. He knew there were at least 3 great heaven-level masters. If he exposed himself there, he wouldn't be able to escape, and much less take Mu Xiaoyun with him. Of course, Yimo knew why she had such talent but cultivated so slow. He had given her a water element cultivation method when she was a pure wood element spirit root. Ice Lake's old grandma sneered, but she didn't say anything. She knew that Ice Lake relied purely on her and she was sick. She couldn't act tough in front of the big 3 sections. Mu Xiaoyun also seemed to understand that her talent was very rare, but she just stood by Yimo's side closely and said, "I'm only going to stay with me husband." Ling Wushui smiled. That man didn't deserve Mu Xiaoyun. He glanced at Yimo with killing intent flashing across his eyes. He said calmly, "Of course, your husband can also join Kunshan sect. If Mu Xiaoyun joined Kunshan, he could kill Yimo at any time. He would just have to find an excuse, perhaps say that his cultivation went wrong." "Xiaoyun, if you join Ice Lake, your husband can come too," the woman with her face covered suddenly said. Mu Xiaoyun didn't talk and looked at Yimo. Everyone at the scene realized that the deciding power was in the hands of that garbage of a man. So everyone looked at Yimo. Although the masters there wanted to kill Yimo, they still had to play nice, hoping that Yimo would choose to join their sect. Yimo sneered. He had already seen Ling Wushui's killing intent. He wasn't afraid, but he didn't want Mu Xiaoyun to join a sect full of killing intent. Tai was no better. Although Yimo didn't know Ci Hangjing Mosque, since Jie Sun was in it, they wouldn't be much better either. Yimo saluted with his fist calmly, "Thanks for all your interest in me, but I have decided to join Ice Lake." Hearing this, Ice Lake's people rejoiced and the old grandma's bleak face was full of bliss. Ling Wushui and the few other great heaven masters immediately looked at Yimo with ice-cold expression. "Interest in you? Stop taking all the glory for yourself. If it wasn't for Mu Xiaoyun, who would you be, HMPF blind idiot?" Ling Wushui left and then all the other onlookers left too. Seeing this, Yunzi frowned. After a while, the green-dressed girl ran over to her. "Young miss, I've found out that the guy is called Imoing and the girl is called Mu Xiaoyun. They come from Lianhua City, Xiaxi Town, Huangping Village. Yunzi nodded. Xiaoling, investigate what they did at Huangping Village. After Yimo and Mu Xiaoyun joined Ice Lake, Grandma Feng really liked Mu Xiaoyun. Although Yimo was tested again and told to have no talent, it didn't cause any dissatisfaction because everyone could tell Mu Xiaoyun's heart was tied to her husband. Everyone thought that guy, Moing, was too lucky to be loved that much by such a genius. After the middle-aged woman's introduction, Yimo found out that she was called Miao Yan, and that the young girl with her face covered was called Jilan. The 50-year-old man was called Fu Guanshi. The oldest woman was called Grandma Feng.
Everyone in Ice Lake called her Grandma.
The yellow-haired young man was called Fei Qing. He was a level 2 talent, Yimo, and Mu Xiaoyun had to move to Ice Lake's place to stay. This was expected because anything could happen if they stayed at the old hotel.
Perhaps due to Mu Xiaoyun joining, Ice Lake got 2 other level 3 talents. A guy and a girl.
The guy was called Zhang Yin and the girl was called Qi Shuya. On the third day, the last day of the hidden sex recruitment, Yunzi sat in the biggest room of the Magical Merchant Association, looking at the intelligence Xiaoling had gathered. Yunzi put down the intel and said after a long while, Xiaoling, invite Yu Yuyan to come. Yunzi was very suspicious of Moing and Mu Xiaoyun now.
They didn't care about the Liao family's hunt and came to hang Shui City. Why was that Moing so special that Mu Xiaoyun loved him that much? Was that big bearded man related to Moing? If he was, did Moing really have no talent? Yu Yuyan had never imagined that Goddess Zihua would invite her to the Magical Merchant Association. It was like the heavens were favoring her. Shangcheng Mountain Yu Yuan greets Goddess Zihua. Yu Yuyan greeted. Yunzi studied Yu Yuyan and suddenly smiled. Miss you, I'm really sorry for suddenly inviting you here. Please have a seat. What are you talking about, Goddess?
It's my honor to be invited by you, Yu Yuyan quickly replied. Yunzi was straightforward. Yuyan, I heard you know Moing of Huangping Village, is that true? Yu Yuan was shook. She wouldn't have thought that Goddess Zihua knew Moing, a nobody, but she didn't dare not to reply to her. Yes, I found Moing heavily injured on the way to Xiaxi Town and I pitied him, so I took him back to the Yu estate. I heard you were seen on the same bed with Moing, is that true? Yunzi smiled and asked. Yu Yuyan knew that if Goddess Zihua really wanted to find out about this, it would be quite easy, so she just said, yes, I felt he was a good person and he knew quite a lot, so I had a good impression of him.
That night I drank with him and then we slept with each other.
I gave him my first time, but I didn't know him well. He put all the blame on me in front of everyone, saying that I'm dash. Yu Yuyan sniffed, as though she was too sad to keep talking. So that's the case.
It must have been really hard on you.
Xiaoling, send Miss Yuyan out and give her a bottle of qi-improving pills. Yes, Mississippi.
The green-dressed girl took Yu Yuyan out while she rejoiced.
She didn't think she would get a bottle of qi-improving pills that easily. That pill was an important pill for yellow-level warriors. In a while, Xiaoling came back and said unhappily, young miss, Moing really is a bad person.
Mu Xiaoyun is really dumb.
Why does she follow that sort of guy so loyally? Yunzi smiled. I don't know if Moing is a bad person, but he's definitely no simple person. Why is that?
Xiaoling asked strangely. Yunzi sneered, because Yu Yuyan lied.
She said she gave her first time to Moing. But she's clearly a virgin, huh? Xiaoling was dazed and continued, but why would she frame herself like that? Yunzi shook her head. Moing clearly didn't touch her, but he still admitted it and even exaggerated, saying that she had had an abortion.
Hence, Moing is not ordinary at all.
Chapter 719, Return to Hidden Sex. 3 days went by rapidly, and Yimo was really excited as the sects were finally going back to their hidden bases. The sects didn't leave individually. They gathered together and only after traveling by chariots for a few days did they stop by a seemingly endless sea. Yimo finally knew why the hidden sects were so hard to reach, not mentioning the harsh wind. The waves were really tall. Some tall building-like ships were docked by a dull port. Other than these big ships, Yimo also saw some small wooden boats that were fishing boats. When Yimo scanned the tall ships, he noticed that they were metal ships and some even had steam engines. They also had sails, but those weren't up, so the hidden sects were gathered on the other side of the sea? No wonder it was so hard for normal people to go to the hidden sections. Only the hidden sects had the power and money to build such tall ships. Perhaps they had even captured some engineers from the outside world to build them. Ice Lake's status was low, so they stayed near the back, but Yimo still found out some things from other people's conversations. Apparently the hidden sects always came over by boat, usually 4 times a year. It was very hard for anyone to reach and enter the hidden sects, and all sorts of verifications were needed, but to come out from the hidden sects was easy. The ships were very big, and each sect had their own area on a ship. Although Ice Lake was a third-grade sect, they still had their own area with a kitchen and tens of rooms. This was enough for a small sect like Ice Lake. Some other sects which had a lot of disciples, however, oftenly had multiple recruits sleep in one room. Although most of the ship was filled with hidden sect members, some non-member people from the outside also came along. They did so to do business. And merchants like them usually made the trip just 2 or 3 times a year. EMO noticed that the special grade and first grade sects lived in the best areas. They had a proper sea view and much more space. Those ungraded and normal merchants lived in the worst areas, but even the worst areas weren't really bad. Martial sister Xiaoyun, sleep with me tonight, we'll have a talk, Jilan, the sect leader, said with a crisp voice. Mu Xiaoyun blushed and replied softly, sorry martial sister Ilan, but I'd like to stay with my husband. Jilan and the people around were speechless, these two were too clingy. Xiaoyun, when we go to the sect you will need to stay in the core disciple area, while your husband will have to stay outside. You need to learn to live apart from your husband. This isn't just a matter of a day or two. Miao Lian saw this and said. Mu Xiaoyun shook her head, I will live where husband lives. I won't separate from husband. Miao Lian looked speechlessly at Mu Xiaoyun. This girl was so pretty, yet why was she so stubborn? What was so good about that ugly man anyway? Your husband will also live in the sect, but he can't cultivate, so you can't worry about him. You need to cultivate as fast as you can to be able to be of help to him. Miao Lian thought hard to find something to comfort her, but Mu Xiaoyun just said, I'm staying with husband, brother Mo, martial sister Xiaoyun will cultivate faster with us. If you stay with her every day it will affect her progress, so you should try to convince her, Jilan said. Mo smiled, Xiaoyun is my wife, and she needs to stay with me, you. Jilan was so angry she couldn't say anything. She had never seen someone this selfish. Not only could he not cultivate himself, yet for his selfish purposes, he was hindering his wife's cultivation progress too. Mo couldn't be bothered to explain. Knowing that Mu Xiaoyun had a pure wood spirit root, he had been trying to find her a suitable cultivation method. He wouldn't let her learn the garbage ancient martial arts. Looking at Mu Xiaoyun's adamant expression, she knew it would be impossible to persuade her. If she said anything more, Mu Xiaoyun might dislike her instead. It seemed that the most important thing in the world to her was her husband. Okay then, Jilan sighed and left with Miao Lian. Mo closed the door and said to Mu Xiaoyun, Xiaoyun, I know now that you have a pure wood spirit root, and the reason why your cultivation went slow was not because your talent was bad, but because I gave you an unsuitable cultivation method. I don't have a wood element cultivation method yet, but don't cultivate anything for now. When I find a fitting cultivation method, then you can cultivate, okay? I'll listen to you. Mu Xiaoyun didn't have any objections. Also, I'll need to go out and have a look around later. I'm worried that an enemy might also be on this ship, and if that is the case, we'll need to be careful. Mo didn't know if Jiesun wasn't somewhere close by. Husband, I'll go with you, Mu Xiaoyun immediately said. Mo shook his head. Your test revealed you to be a level 1 talent, so many people would recognize you. It's better for you to stay here. Auntie Miao, do women have to cling to their husband like that after getting one? Jilan really didn't understand why Mu Xiaoyun wouldn't want to leave Mo at all. Miao Lian shook her head. No, but if they're newlywed they don't want to separate. After some time, the feelings calmed down. I've researched this Mu Xiaoyun, and she's just a normal woman from Huangping, so frankly put, she hasn't seen much in life. When she sees more young, talented people, perhaps her views will change. Don't be in a rush about it. Mo left the Ice Lake area and used his spirit sense very carefully. When he scanned Ci Hang Jing Mosque's area carefully and didn't find Jiesen, he relaxed. Suddenly Mo felt someone watching his every move. He didn't turn back but carefully released his spirit sense. Soon, he found it to be that goddess Zihua. Mo didn't think she would also be there and frowned. He believed he didn't act out of the ordinary, so why did this woman keep watching him? No matter what, Mo didn't want to have too much contact with this woman. He started walking faster. Brother Mo, you're also here, a surprised voice stopped Mo. He immediately knew it was Lu Lei. This meant that Lu Lei had also been chosen. I become Shu Mountain Sword Sect's outer sect member, but when I arrive, I hope to do well and rise to an inner sect member. Which sect are you in? Lu Lei's face was full of excitement. Although Shu Mountain was only a second-grade sect, it was a peak second-grade sect, the Ice Lake sect for me, Brother Lu. I didn't think I would meet you here, though. Yemo really wanted to go visit the Shu Mountain Sword sect. He wanted to know if the legend of the Shu Mountain in the outside world was related to the sect here. It's you, a cold voice suddenly sounded. Yemo turned back to see Yu Yuyen, and her expression was a little weird. Chapter 720, Conflict with Yu Yuyen. From the bottom of her heart, Yu Yuyen was surprised that Yemo had managed to get on the ship. She had thought Emoing might be related to goddess Zihua, but later she decided it was impossible. If he was, he wouldn't have allowed to be harassed by Liao Wei like that. But still, Yu Yuyen didn't dare do anything to Yemo in case she was wrong. You got here, I really didn't expect it. It seems like Liao Wei is really kind-hearted. He took your wife and simply let you go. Yu Yuyen didn't want to talk to Yemo anymore. Martial's sister Yu Yen. Who is that ugly guy? A few guys immediately came up surprising her. Yu Yuyen sneered, a cocky guy. His woman was taken away, but he's still acting cocky here. If I was him, I would have jumped in the sea. His mere existence is an embarrassment. She didn't want to talk much to Yemo, but his sardonic eyes made her very unhappy. With her martial brothers helping her out, she had started to talk shit. Yemo sneered, people say that one night is husband and wife, 100 days of feelings. Even if it was just one night, I still slept you and helped you get an abortion. How can you talk like that? Yemo knew what Yu Yuyen wanted. It was to control all the men there so she could have them at her mercy. But he wasn't going to let her get away so easily. You shameless. When did I dash you? Yu Yuyen was shaking with anger again. Yemo was more and more happy. She said slowly, how could Liao Wei know us then? He was your fiancé, but he caught us on the same bed. Sigh, it's embarrassing to bring this up. Why do you force me to tell? Yu Yuyen's face was purple with anger. You're asking to die. Martial sitter Yu Yuyen is clearly a virgin, but you dare insult her like this? Pan Shang will teach you a lesson today. A white man took out a long sword and was about to attack Yemo. Yemo looked strangely at this guy and said, Pan Shang, I didn't think you had so much experience with women. You really go from flower to flower, don't you? I think you two might have a brawl. Pan Shang could see Yu Yuyen's situation. He wanted to get her, but now that he had been exposed as an experienced F-boy, he was unsatisfied. He lifted his long sword and tried to stab Yemo. Lu Lei was standing on the side. Yemo had the upper hand in the dissing battle, so he didn't say anything. But when Pan Shang attacked, he pulled out his curved sword without thinking. The sword almost got to Yemo, so when the swords clashed, sparks were scattered on him. Watching from afar there was Yun Zifi. She was frowning. Emoing didn't look like he had any power, but when Pan Shang's sword almost pierced his skin, his eyes didn't even blink. If it wasn't for the man behind him, Emoing would have been heavily injured already. Had he not had time to react, or was he not scared at all? Shu Mountain friend, this is Shangchang Mountain's business. Why are you intervening? Pan Shang's face wasn't good. Although he was at yellow level, he could tell Lu Lei was no weaker than him. The main thing was that Shu Mountain Sword Sect had ranked higher than Shangchang Mountain. Lu Lei felt very happy. If he hadn't been a Shu Mountain disciple, he wouldn't have dared to fight the guy. Fighting is not allowed on the ship. If anyone fights again, they will be kicked out. Before Lu Lei could reply, a law enforcer arrived and said seriously, everyone moved away from the law enforcer. They were no joke. Getting kicked out of the ship meant getting thrown into the sea. The sea was endless. No matter how much power you had, it was a certain death. Brother Mo, why don't you come to my place and have a chat? Lu Lei pulled Yemo. He wanted to bring him to his place. Yemo saluted with his fist. We are all now in the hidden sects, so we'll have plenty of time to see each other. We still have a month left on this ship. I have some things to do today, but once I'm done, I will come over. Yemo really was busy. He had found out that Jiesun wasn't there, so although he didn't dare to make an essence-increasing pill, he wanted to try to reach stage 6. When he got to his room, he found that Jielan was also at the door. He was about to ask what she was doing there when Mu Xiaoyun opened the door. Seeing Yemo come back, Mu Xiaoyun hugged him with joy. Husband, you're back. The joy in Mu Xiaoyun's eyes was real, yet Jielan frowned when she saw it, but soon, she got back to normal and said politely to Yemo, Brother Mo, I would like to have a chat with Martial's sister Xiaoyun. Would that be convenient? Yemo smiled plainly.
He looked at Jilan and said to Mu Xiaoyun, go. I'll wait for you in the room. Moreover, you've been with me all day, you must be bored, but I would never get bored of husband. She knew that if husband were to stay at Ice Lake, they mustn't offend Jilan. After Mu Xiaoyun and Jilan left, Yimo closed the door and sat down. He sunk his mind into the golden. But no matter what Yimo did, his mind was blocked out. Perhaps I'm too weak, Yimo murmured and took out a spirit stone to cultivate. What's wrong, Marshal Sister Ilan? Mu Xiaoyun sat down and asked politely. Jilan hesitated before saying, Marshal Sister Xiaoyun, although Ice Lake is just a third-grade hidden sect, our reserves are copious. A few decades ago, we were also one of the big three. The reason we're declining is not because our cultivation method isn't good, it's just that we haven't found suitable people. Marshal Sister Xiaoyun, your talent is top-notch. I think our Ice Lake can rise again. Thank you, Marshal Sister Ilan, Mu Xiaoyun said calmly. Jilan was speechless at how calm Mu Xiaoyun was. Xiaoyun, do you know about what's beyond Great Heaven? After reaching Great Heaven, ancient martial art cultivators have 200 years of life and can even glide in the air for a while. It's said that there are states higher than Great Heaven, but no one in the magical continent has reached it yet. It is already very powerful to be at Great Heaven peak. It's said that those above Great Heaven can use a feather to float for many miles. Jilan was trying to get Mu Xiaoyun interested in cultivation. Mu Xiaoyun's thought about her words. So only those who reached above Great Heaven could glide in the air for a while, but there were none in the magical continent. Still, her husband could carry her and fly for thousands of kilometers. Thinking about that moment, there was a spark in Mu Xiaoyun's eyes. Seeing this, Jilan breathed at ease. She finally had gotten Mu Xiaoyun interested in ancient martial arts. Chapter 721, Life or Death Battle. Jilan quickly said, with your talent and grandma's teaching, you can reach Great Heaven for sure and even succeed your predecessors. Thank you, Marshal Sister Ilan. Mu Xiaoyun wasn't dumb. She knew this was going to be something related to her husband. Jilan nodded. Xiaoyun, I know your relationship with your husband is very nice and I don't want to say much. However, today I heard something that I want to tell you about. Your husband seems to have some kind of relation with an outer sect member from Shangqing Mountain, Yu Yuyan. They were together before and in dash. Mu Xiaoyun looked calmly at Jilan. She knew what she was doing. Jilan was too embarrassed to talk about abortion, but Mu Xiaoyun knew what she meant. She got up and said to Jilan, thank you for your concern, Marshal Sister Ilan. A wife does not speak about her husband's wrongdoings. I know his character. Even if what you said is true, it's the other woman being a SLT. It has nothing to do with my husband. I come from a medical family, I know about my own husband, Mu Xiaoyun then said. Marshal Sister Ilan, to me it's my greatest fortune that I was able to meet my husband. As long as he's fine, I will be happy. Marshal Sister Ilan, I'm leaving. Jilan couldn't believe she had failed before she had even started. Auntie Lian, did I say something wrong? I feel like I put it very euphemistically. Jilan said with a frown. The middle-aged woman came out from behind the curtain and sighed. Mu Xiaoyun is a really good woman. She's loyal and very smart. Her husband is very fortunate to have her. Auntie Lian, what do you mean? Jilan said. Ilan, you didn't understand what she meant. She said she came from a medical background, meaning that from the beginning she could tell that her husband hadn't done anything with Yu Yuyan. Yu Yuyan is still a virgin and she knows, so she doesn't care. Miaolian shook her head. Jilan said in surprise, so if that was true, wouldn't what I said today work? Miaolian shook her head still. You don't understand her. She was trying to say that she never doubted her husband. So, that's the case? Jilan was dazed and then said, but if that's fake, then why did Moing admit to it? Miaolian fell silent and said after a while, I don't know why, but that Moing is no simple man. Today I saw a sword almost pierce his neck, yet he didn't seem startled at all. This isn't the courage a normal person has, but Auntie Lian, Moing has no talent at all. Without talent, you can't cultivate. How can an ordinary person be that complex? Jilan was still confused. Miaolian smiled, although I know it's impossible for Moing, not all non-talented people can't cultivate. The founder of the All Heavens sect, Du Tian, was said to have no talent at all. But he almost broke through the boundaries of Great Heaven. Mu Xiaoyun is very talented and she cares about her husband a lot.
You should try not to talk about her husband to her anymore. Yes, I understand, Ji-Elan nodded. In the following days, Yi-Mo felt that Miao-Lian and Ji-Elan seemed to be treating him much better than before. Yi-Mo noticed this, but he didn't bother thinking why. He asked them some more things. The first question was where the herbs were found. It was either in places with a lot of spirit herbs or Xingjia Mountain. Ji-Elan didn't think much about it, but Miao-Lian noticed that Yi-Mo was asking those things with a purpose. Other than this, Miao-Lian felt it was strange that Yi-Mo asked where Tai and Ci Hangjing Mosque were but didn't ask about Kuan Xian sect. After asking all of this, Yi-Mo found out that the hidden sect's land was very big and there were countless mountains with rich spirit herb harvests. The most famous was Wuwen Mountain. It had the best herbs and the highest quality. However, throughout the year, it was often covered by a poisonous mist and there were poisonous and ferocious beasts inside. It was not easy to gather herbs from there, but every 5 years the poison would retreat a little for about a month. That was the best time to pick herbs, so every 5 years, the hidden sects would go in and collect herbs together. However, even though the mist retreated a little, it was still very poisonous inside. Hence, people needed all sorts of things to go in, such as anti-venom pills or venom prevention pills. Masks were useless, poison would eventually creep into their bodies no matter what, there was a limited amount of spots every time. Special graded sects had 20 or so, while third grade sects only had 3 spots. Hearing that the next opening would be in half a year, Yi-Mo rejoiced. He wasn't going to do nothing for half a year, and since he had many herbs on him, he could make a few anti-venom pills and go inside earlier. Yi-Mo tried for a few days, but he just couldn't break through to stage 6. He was just missing that little bit, but Yi-Mo knew it was due to his subconscious thinking of not wanting to cause a big commotion. The slightest commotion could alert the masters there. With that concern, Yi-Mo couldn't break through, so he didn't bother cultivating anymore. He went to the Shu Mountain Sword Sects area. "You're Moing, Lu Lei's friend." Someone recognized him immediately. Yi-Mo scratched his nose. Lu Lei was just an outer sect disciple. He couldn't be that famous. Yeah, where is Lu Lei? Yi-Mo still asked, despite having already found Lu Lei, who had a bitter face. With his spirit sense, the man pointed at Lu Lei's room. He couldn't bother talking to Yi-Mo anymore. Lu Lei didn't make a good friend, that's his fault. Yi-Mo heard this and frowned, but he didn't say anything. "Brother Mo, what brought you here?" Lu Lei saw Yi-Mo and asked. Yi-Mo smiled. "Brother Lu, didn't you tell me to come and join you when I had time?" "You don't seem too happy. What happened?" Lu Lei sighed. "Brother Mo, since you're here, I won't hide it from you. I probably only have 1 day left to live. Those bastards. What happened?" Yi-Mo asked. Lu Lei said, "That day after you left, Shangchang Mountain's people blamed me for not minding my own business. Then, a guy called Si Maping challenged me. I agreed impulsively, but later on I found out that this battle is to the death. One of us must die on the stage." Yi-Mo frowned, and Lu Lei said with his head down, "My family paid a huge price for me to get into Shu Mountain Sword Sect. If I die, my family won't be able to manage that well. Then why did you accept the challenge?" Yi-Mo asked. Even if Lu Lei hadn't known it was a battle to the death, he wouldn't have accepted such a challenge that easily when he had just joined the hidden sections. Lu Lei sat down and said, "I was tricked." Chapter 722. Tested. Lu Lei explained, "They came at me pretty ferociously, and because that Si Maping knew an inner sect martial brother from my sect, no one was willing to help me. Even then, I wasn't going to agree at first, but then I heard someone whisper that Si Maping had just reached the yellow level middle stage." Yi-Mo looked at Lu Lei, who was at the peak of the yellow level middle stage, and asked speechlessly, "So you thought you would be able to beat him?" and agreed. Lu Lei fell silent and nodded. "The Chu Yuyan and Pan Chang also said some ugly words about me having no balls, so since I thought I should be fine being at the peak of the yellow level middle stage, I agreed. However, right after I agreed, they somehow made it a life or death battle. It then turned out that Si Maping didn't just reach the yellow level middle stage at all, he's at the utter peak of the yellow level, a half-step black level cultivator. I have no chances of winning." Yi-Mo understood and asked, "Do you know who that guy who said that Si Maping just reached the yellow level middle stage was?" Lu Lei shook his head. "I was excited and angry at the time, so all I know is that it was someone from the Shu Mountain. I don't understand why, when we're in the same sect, they actually mislead me instead." Yi-Mo sighed. "What can I say? You have probably been cultivating at your family house and rarely came out, right?" Lu Lei nodded. "Yes, I've been cultivating in Lianhua City all my life, and because my family rarely had people with talent, I wasn't allowed to go out as someone with talent." Yi-Mo thought, it's because of that Lu Lei has such an impulsive character. A careful person wouldn't have helped Yimo like Lu Lei did at Hangshui City. Thinking about this, Yimo said, I think that since Shu Mountain took in so many outer sect disciples, there will be a second test when you go back to choose some inner sect disciples out of the outer sect members. Yes, there will be a very harsh selection process with tests and battles.
Other than that, if you can reach the black level before 30, you can go straight into the inner sect, Lu Lei said. Then, Lu Lei realized something and said after a while, Brother Mo, are you saying that someone thinks that if I die, they will have one less competitor? That dash, Lu Lei thought that was a bullshit reason to harm someone, but GMO had seen similar things happen too much and wasn't surprised. Without explaining anymore, GMO took out a curved sword and gave it to Lu Lei. Test this sword out. Lu Lei took it and couldn't help but praise it. Good sword. It's much better than my essence steel sword. Then, Lu Lei inserted some inner chi into the sword, and suddenly, it made an almost indiscernible hum. Lu Lei felt like the sword in his hand was even a little bit alive. Is this a magic artifact from the forgery hall? Lu Lei said in shock. Yimo smiled. Strictly speaking, it isn't a magic artifact, but it's close to one. It's not from the forgery hall, but from now on, it'll be yours. Ha! Lu Lei was dazed and quickly gave the sword back to Yimo. Brother Mo. This is too precious, I can't take it. Yimo pushed it back and smiled. I have a lot, so you can take this one, no worries. If you cut that sea Maping's head off tomorrow, then I'll be satisfied. Lu Lei really liked the sword, so he listened to Yimo and studied the sword carefully before saying, Brother Mo, if I had no chance before then with this sword now, I have at least a 30% chance. I won't say any words of gratitude, and I'll accept it. When I met you and your wife in Hangshui City that day, I knew you were no ordinary person. It seems like I was right. Ha! Yimo smiled and shook his head. I don't think you should fight with only a 30% chance. Seeing Lu Lei look at him in confusion, Yimo asked again, how many people are staying in this room? There were 3 of us, but after I agreed to fight sea Maping, one moved away while the other rarely comes back as he's gambling all day. Lu Lei answered, okay, then take this pill, it has the same effect as the Black Rising pill. Yimo handed Lu Lei a chi increasing pill. Lu Lei took the pill subconsciously but replied, Brother Mo, I've taken countless pills similar to the Black Rising pill. Usually, only the first one is useful, so it'll be useless for me to take it. Although the Black Rising pill was expensive, it wasn't much for members of the big families. Yimo smiled. This is called a chi increasing pill. And it's much stronger than that Black Rising pill. Just take it and cultivate. I will guard you in the meantime. It should take about an hour or 2. Although Yimo spoke with certainty, Lu Lei was still a little dubious. However, he ate it anyways. As soon as the pill went into his stomach, Lu Lei felt a strong heat charge into his dantian and meridians. Lu Lei's face started bursting red, and he quickly sat down to control his chi, but the potency of the pill shocked Lu Lei. He kept controlling the power, but more and more power kept welling up within him. He soon reached the yellow level tertiary stage without any hindrance. Moreover, his chi kept increasing and not long after, he reached the peak of the yellow level tertiary stage. Although the potency was still there, Yimo felt that Lu Lei's talent was far lesser than Luo Xian's, and Lu Lei couldn't reach the black level with only that one chi increasing pill. These pills had become useless to Yimo by now, so he gave another one to Lu Lei. Lu Lei was already very happy having reached the yellow tertiary stage, but when Yimo took another one out, he immediately knew that Yimo wanted him to reach the black level. In his excitement, he quickly started digesting the power of the second pill. After 3 hours, Lu Lei felt his body rumble as a strong inner chi rose from his dantian, and he stood up in excitement. 3 hours, just 3 hours, and he reached the black stage. Yimo looked at the excited Lu Lei and smiled. How much chance do you have against that sea Maping now? Lu Lei laughed. Sea Maping was merely at the yellow level. He had a new weapon and reached the black level. If he still didn't have a 100% chance of winning, he might as well kill himself. Brother Mo, thank you. Lu Lei knew that Yimo had saved his life and even made it so that he wouldn't need to do any tests to become an inner sect member, because he had reached the black level before the age of 30. He would be an inner sect member as soon as he arrived. Okay, consolidate your power now, I need to go back. I'll be there to cheer you on tomorrow, Yimo said. Just when Yimo walked out of Lu Lei's room, he was stopped by a green-dressed girl. What do you want? Yimo's voice was cold. He didn't want any connections with that Yunzi, because he felt she was hiding something, and she seemed too cunning. He didn't like it, and he knew that she had been watching his every move the day before. Young Master Mo,
our young miss wants to invite you over for a talk, Xiaoling said. Yemo said plainly, sorry, but I'm busy, move aside. The green-dressed girl smiled, our young miss could help you to a herb that could recover your looks dash. Yemo interrupted, I don't care about my looks. No need, goodbye, the herb is called the Jelon flower. The moment she said this, Yemo shook, he immediately knew that things weren't good. Chapter 723, See Yunzi, Yemo caught things quickly. The moment he heard about the Jelon flower and his expression had slightly changed, he realized that Yunzi was watching him. Thinking about this, Yemo scanned his spirit sense out. He saw that 150 m away in a room Yunzi was holding a telescope. Yemo sneered. She had gotten quite some advanced products from the outside world. The reason he felt something was off when she mentioned the Jelon flower was because he knew Yunzi was testing him. If he was the big bearded man from the auction, he would care about the Jelon flower. Although Yemo didn't know what use it had in the ancient martial arts world, he knew it was very important there too. Otherwise, Yunzi wouldn't be testing him with it. Yemo knew after this series of events Yunzi had started suspecting him of being the big bearded man from the auction, so she decided to test him with that precious herb. But when Yemo went over everything that had happened, he didn't believe he had made any mistakes. He should be the least suspected person. Why did Yunzi suspect him, going so far as to test him? The Jelon flower was one of the 3 main ingredients for the Foundation establishment pill, but how did she know he was desperate for it? Seeing Yemo stop and frown, the green-clothed girl said, Young Master Mo lead the way. Yemo said plainly, since Yunzi was already suspecting him, he might as well face her and choose where to expose himself. Also, there was another important reason for him to go. Yemo really wanted the Jelon flower. For their future cultivation path, he had to get the Jelon flower. Without it, he wouldn't be able to get the Foundation establishment pill. He didn't know any other recipe, and his required the Jelon flower. Seeing Yemo come over with Xiaoling, Yunzi had a smile on her face and was determined, if I'm not wrong, it should be him. I'm sure he has a lot of secrets. Yunzi murmured to herself and put the telescope away. Young Master Mo is here. The girl dressed in green called out from the door. Yunzi pushed open the door and showed a sweet smile as she said using a very polite and soft voice, Young Master Mo, it's an honor to be able to see you. Please come in. Xiaoling, pour a cup of tea for young Master Mo. Yes, miss, the girl quickly left. Young Master Mo, it was rude of me to invite you over like this. Please have a seat. Yunzi treated Yemo as though he was a very strong chinbei. Yemo studied the room. The layout was high-class yet simplistic. He stared at Yunzi. He had to admit she was a beauty no lesser than Mu Xiaoyun. She was tall and her beautiful hair hung on her shoulders. He could barely see any makeup on her face, but Yemo knew she had put on very light makeup. Looking at her protruding chest, Yemo could tell that she didn't restrain it at all, making it seem natural and elegant. She also had a smile on her face all the time, which made her seem amicable, but Yemo had a strange feeling about her. She looked amicable, but it wasn't that natural. Xiaoling brought over 2 cups of green tea and left the room. Yundu Mountain, Mist Peaks Mist Tea. Young Master Mo, please have a taste. Yunzi's face blushed a little after being stared at by Yemo for so long. However, she couldn't get angry. So she raised her cup and said this to Yemo. Then, she said, Jundu Mountain belongs to Duyun sect. Mist Peak is the highest peak. Although I've been managing business for the Magical Merchant Association, I'm actually a member of the Duyun sect. Yemo already knew that Yunzi was from the Du Tian sect. That was no secret. Yemo nodded and drank from the cup. He said, it certainly quenches one's thirst. Although it wasn't spirit chi, the tea had a special flavor to it. In the cultivation realm, a good cup of spirit chi could cost a few hundred spirit stones. Even Yemo hadn't been able to afford it before. Hearing this, Yunzi opened her mouth speechless, but she soon smiled sweetly. Mr. Mo's critique is quite unique. Then, Yunzi said again, Mr. Mo's wife is really a beauty out of this world. You are so fortunate. Yemo had decided to keep acting dumb. Seeing that Yunzi wasn't saying anything meaningful, Yemo smiled. You're not bad either. Yunzi heard this and her eyes sparkled with anger, but she quickly calmed down. She smiled sweetly again. I heard that Mr. Mo was told to have no talent after being tested, but I feel your temperament isn't ordinary. How can you have no talent? Seeing that Yemo didn't say anything, Yunzi suddenly added, Mr. Mo, I have a testing device here. If you're willing, I can test you again. Mine is more accurate than the ones out there. Yemo heard this and thought. He really wanted to know what his talent was and why he was cultivating so slow. Seeing that Yemo was interested, Yunzi took out a device from the closet. Yemo was shocked when she placed it on the table. It wasn't much different from the device used in the cultivation realm. It had 8 balls. In the past, the founder of Du Tian's test results said he had no talent, but he reached the highest state in the magical continent. Hence, he believed that the device wasn't reliable and went around looking for new ones. He found this in an ancient cultivation realm. Our founder used this and found out that not only did he have talent, it was also level 1 talent. Yunzi explained. Yemo thought about it. If Du Tian sect could have such a special device, why didn't the other sects have it? Yunzi explained. This isn't much more useful than the devices outside because people with talent like our founder are quite rare, almost non-existent. Yemo nodded. If mutant spirit roots were everywhere, it would be strange. If you have inner chi, you can try putting your hand on this device and insert it, Yunzi said. She didn't doubt whether Yemo had inner chi. It was as though she knew Yemo had it. Chapter 724, 8-element mixed spirit root. Yemo knew that since Yunzi was suspecting him, she had to have some kind of evidence. But if she was intent on blowing his cover, she wouldn't be calling him there. Instead, she would just go tell the Gemini Sword sect in Forgery Hall, so Yemo straightforwardly put his hand on the device and inserted some chi into it. The device buzzed, and all 8 balls lit up. They wasn't as bright as when Mu Xiaoyun did it, but it was still shocking. He had an 8-element spirit root? Yemo had never heard of such a spirit root. He had only heard of a 5-element mixed spirit root, but never of an 8-element mixed spirit root. That was simply unheard of. Yemo quickly took his hand back and didn't know what was going on. In the cultivation realm, spirit roots were divided into metal, wood, water, fire, earth, ice, lightning, and wind. There was also a spirit root called the dark spirit root, but that was usually born from a specific cultivation method. So it shouldn't be counted as a spirit root technically speaking. Usually, one only had one mutated spirit root at most. And normally none of the 5-element spirit roots would coexist with a mutated spirit root, yet on him, all 8 existed. It would be weird if he could cultivate fast like that. To have a 5-element mixed spirit root was already trash talent, but 8-element mixed was trash amongst trash. Yemo didn't understand it, and Yunzi didn't understand even more. His talent was absurdly bad, no wonder other places tested that he had no talent. It was almost impossible to cultivate with such talent. Yunzi started doubting her guess now. If someone told her that a person with that kind of talent could kill a great heaven and injure a half-step great heaven, even she wouldn't believe it. Had she guessed wrongly? She believed that if Yemo was the person she had suspected him to be, then his talent should be the same as that of the founder of the Du Tian sect. What confused her, though, was that if this Emoing wasn't the big bearded man, why was his back so similar to that man's? And when he heard the Jialan flower, why did he act strangely? Were those just coincidences? As Yemo saw her face now, he immediately knew that although she still suspected him. But she wasn't too sure anymore. Thinking about this, he laughed at himself. It's the worst talent indeed. I knew it. Perhaps because Yemo turned out not to be the person she was looking for. Yunzi didn't want to keep talking to him, and she was about to send Yemo away. But since Yemo came he had to ask about the Jialan flower. Goddess Ziwa, why did you call for me? Was it just to test my talent for me? I already knew my talent, though. Yemo saw her disinterest and felt contempt. This woman was really practical, calling him over when she suspected him and kicking him away when she didn't need him anymore. Yunzi smiled. Mr. Mo, I am sorry, but to be honest I thought you were someone I knew. But now it has been proven that you're not. However, I wonder, why did you seem shocked when you heard about the Jialan flower? Yemo sneered and said, it's because the flower can indeed recover my face. A Chenbei once told me so, but he said that the flower was very precious. When your maid told me I can recover my face, I didn't believe it at first, but after hearing it was the Jialan flower, I believed her. Yunzi realized that she had indeed mistaken Emoing for the wrong person. Yunzi smiled and said slowly, I'm sorry, Mr. Mo, I admit that I used that as a reason for you to come, but the Jialan flower isn't something normal people can get. It's said that those who get it can reach great heaven with a 100% certainty. It's even a spiritual item used to reach above greater heaven, so I don't have this flower. Yemo knew she didn't have the flower, of course. If she did, he would have sensed it with his spirit sense immediately.
Yemo wasn't going to be happy about having been tricked over by her, though, so his face sunk. Junzi noticed it and said plainly, "Although I understand the flower is really important for you, my advice is that even if you got it, you wouldn't be able to keep it. Instead, you might only lose out. Also, although I'm not super pretty, I'm not ugly, so I don't think you lost out much coming here, right?" Yemo sneered. "Goddess Iwa, you're very pretty, but in my eyes my wife is the prettiest. To be honest, I would rather choose to stay at home with my wife." Seeing that GMO had no intentions of leaving and his words were contemptuous, Yunzi spoke with annoyance. "Jialan flower is said to be in the depth of Wuwen Mountain. I have a map of the mountain here, it's yours, good luck." Then she just dumped the map in front of Yemo. Yemo picked it up and saw that it was marked clearly where each herb was found. But this was just the outskirts, it had no information on the inner mountain, but this was already enough for Yemo. Yemo put the map away and said, "Thank you, how much for the map?" Yunzi's mouth curled up, and she said with a sliver of contempt, "I don't need money. It's for free. And although you have some inner chi, I suggest you don't go there." Never mind, goodbye then." "Okay, I owe you one, goodbye." Yemo didn't want to talk anymore and just left. "Young miss," the green-dressed girl walked in and looked at Yunzi in wonder. Yunzi rubbed her head and said strangely, "He is strange, but he's probably not that guy." Meanwhile, Yemo felt very good. Not only did he find out where the Jialan flower was, he also managed to erase that crazy BTCH's suspicions of him. Yemo pushed open the door, and Mu Xiaoyun, who was talking to Jilan, got up and sweetly called out, "Husband, brother Mo is back, I see." Jilan turned to leave. Yemo felt great, his wife was still the best. "Someone from Shangqing Mountain came over and told us that someone from their sect would be fighting with Lu Lei from Shu Mountain. Martial's sister Ilan saw a stranger come, so she came too," Mu Xiaoyun immediately explained. Yemo smiled. "Very well, we will go watch it together tomorrow and see how Lu Lei kills his opponent." The ship would be traveling for a month at sea. For most people a month was boring and long, so there were many entertainment businesses on board. But most ancient martial arts practitioners rarely spent their time there, so it was more for the ordinary people on board. The death battle was the most eye-catching event for them. Even ancient martial artists liked this sort of fights, and there would be bets placed too. This was not only a battle between those two yellow levels, but the honor of their respective sects was at stake. Yemo took Mu Xiaoyun to the busy crowd at the fighting scene. Chapter 725, 3 Mistakes and 1 Move. "I know that woman, she is the genius disciple that Ice Lake just recruited. She's said to be the best level 1 talent, so it's her. I remember that day. All of the big 3 sects wanted to take her, but that guy didn't want to, so they joined a 3rd grade sect in the end. Yes, it's like seeing a flower planted on dash, be careful. Although Ice Lake is a 3rd grade sect, their power is still very strong." When Yemo and Mu Xiaoyun came in, people immediately started talking about them. Yemo didn't mind, but Mu Xiaoyun was angry about other people saying that about her husband. Yu Yuyan, who was about to go up to Yemo and scorn him, stopped. She finally understood how Yemo had managed to get there. He was relying on that woman of his. Yu Yuyan sneered. She was about to leave with Shangqing sect members when she suddenly thought of something, and her expression didn't look good. Mu Xiaoyun had gotten here and was Ice Lake's level 1 talent disciple. Then, what about the people Liao Wei had sent? Did he give up after not managing to catch Mu Xiaoyun? Liao Wei wouldn't dare do anything to her due to Shangqing Mountain. But what reason did he have to fear Yemo and Mu Xiaoyun? Now that she thought about it, things didn't seem to be that simple. "Martial sister Yuyan, let's go a bit forward. Let's look at how martial brother Sima dominates the stage." A newcomer dared challenge our martial brother Sima. "He's asking to die." Someone from Shangqing was sucking up to Yu Yuyan. "Martial sister Mu, you're also here?" The new disciple Fei Qing and the other few disciples had also come to watch the show. Mu Xiaoyun smiled and nodded. "Huh? Big brother Mo, I didn't see you before, but you're already here." Lu Lei saw Yemo and immediately approached him happily. He was younger than Yemo and admired him. So he had changed his way of addressing Yemo. Before Yemo could reply, someone sneered on the side, "You're about to die yet you're still this happy." "I admire your audacity." Lu Lei looked at the person speaking. It was that Pan Chang from Shangqing. He sneered at once. "Okay, then let's fight to death after I fight Sima Ping. Do you have the balls? If you don't have the balls, then don't talk SHT in front of me." "Ha! You want to fight to death with me? I want to kill you personally, but you won't have the chance to face me." Pan Chang laughed. Lu Lei looked coldly at him.
I just asked if you have the balls to accept the challenge.
If you don't, PSS off to the side. Pan Chang suddenly started laughing out loud. He saluted with his fist to the people around and said, "Everyone, this guy thinks he will be able to fight to death with me after fighting martial brother Sima. Okay, I, Pan Chang, agree. But I don't think martial brother Sima will give me the pleasure." Ha ha ha, Lu Lei ignored him and said to Emo, "Big brother Mo, I heard that everyone is betting that I will lose. Do you want to earn a little fortune?" Emo smiled. He really wasn't interested in such small amounts. What he needed wasn't gold coins, but spirit herbs and spirit stones. Suddenly, there was a loud wave of claps. Emo looked up. A man flew onto the stage. His movements were very sleek, he even flipped in midair and landed firmly on the stage. Although he looked very ugly, you could feel his power and control. He was at yellow level peak indeed, and he seemed to be less than 30 years old. "I'll go up first." "This kid is already too bored of living," Lu Lei said and walked onto the stage slowly. However, his momentum was much worse than Sima Ping's. Although the scene was very boisterous, the real high-level martial artists rarely came to these events. It was more for lower-level disciples and merchants. "I heard that Emoing is friends with Lu Lei," Junzi said. "Yes, young Mississippi. I saw Emoing at Lu Lei's door. They met in Hangshui City. Should we go have a look?" Xiao Ling asked. Yunzi shook her head. "There's nothing to see. It's a battle of two mere yellow-level disciples." "Let's go back, then." Yunzi glanced at Mu Xiaoyun and shook her head again. "What a pity, the battle begins now." A black level guard was the judge. It was a very simple job. All he really had to say was begin. He didn't have to care about what went on in the fight. Regardless of the means used to kill the other person, it didn't matter. Sima Ping laughed and pulled out his long sword. With his current power, he could reach black level any time. He didn't need to worry about a yellow level middle stage disciple. "If you call me grandpa 3 times now and crawl under me, I'll only cut an arm and a leg." Sima Ping mocked him. "Of course, I'll have to take your life too, dumb CNT. Let's see if you talk SHT when I take your life." Lu Lei was already holding his sword Ray, and he charged at Sima Ping's forehead. He dared to attack frontally? Sima Ping sneered, but his sneer quickly froze. Lu Lei's attack was too fast. It wasn't something that a yellow-level martial artist could do. Sima Ping was sure that without black-level inner chi, one couldn't attack that fast. Not even he could handle a sword that fast. Sima Ping was immediately scared to death. Instantly Sima Ping felt cold sweat. He only had the time to raise his sword to block it. Crank Lu Lei's curved sword didn't stop at all and hacked straight down. It was no fancy move or technique, it was a simple hack, but Sima Ping's sword couldn't even block it a little bit. When he felt the long sword in his hand lose strength, Sima Ping immediately knew he was over. In a life-and-death battle, any error could be fatal, and he had made 3. First, he didn't know his opponent's power. Second, he hadn't taken his enemy seriously, as if these two weren't fatal enough. The third one was that he hadn't known that his opponent's weapon was an extreme weapon. His sword hadn't even been able to block it a little. Sima Ping felt his eyebrows go cold and horror rose from the bottom of his heart. He had lost in one move. Boundless darkness swept over him. Sima Ping eventually felt his chest being kicked by a huge force as he flew away from the deck and landed in the sea. This happened in a brief moment. Most people hadn't even adjusted their expressions yet, but the battle was already over. It had been nothing like everyone had expected, so the whole scene was silent. The heavily promoted battle had ended in just a moment. How is this possible? Pan Chang murmured. Lu Lei's roar made him shiver. "Pan Chang, it's your turn now. You said in front of everyone that you will fight me to death. I'm waiting for you here. You're a sect member of Shangqing Mountain, don't let everyone think that you're a pussy." Chapter 726, Many Suspicious Points. Due to Lu Lei's words, the scene was in an uproar once again. That Sima Ping from Shangqing Mountain had been all talk. Even the Shu Mountain disciples themselves had to view Lu Lei in a different light. Although Lu Lei used one quick move to kill Sima Ping and it was sort of a sneak attack, he did kill Sima Ping in one go and then kicked him into the sea. Now that Lu Lei challenged Pan Chang, everyone looked at Pan Chang. The cheers were always for the victor. No one remembered that Sima Ping anymore. Pan Chang looked at Lu Lei with a pale face. He felt his legs shake.
he saw everyone look at him, and he suddenly yelled, "Lu Lei, you sneak attacked him.
What are you feeling heroic about?
If you hadn't sneak attacked him, how could you have beaten Marshal Brother Sima?" Lu Lei laughed. "That's right, I made a surprise attack, so what will you do about it?
Sue me for going against the rules? Bite me? Anyway, isn't it time for our death match already?"
"I'll give you a chance to sneak attack me, so come on and stop clenching your balls." Lu Lei's words immediately caused a wave of laughter and scorn. On the stage, no matter what means you used, as long as you could kill your opponent, you won. There was no such thing as sneak attacking being wrong. This Pan Chang was clearly scared. No balls.
PSS off, trash, scorn and curses came rolling.
While Pan Chang's face was very pale as he knew that even if he sneak attacked Lu Lei, he would be dead for sure. Lu Lei definitely wasn't merely at the yellow level middle stage. "Pan Chang, if you don't dare come up, then don't blame me for coming down and killing you." Lu Lei sneered, scaring Pan Chang less. "If you agreed to a life and death battle, then you had to fight unless the other side let you go." He just told everyone that he would have a life and death battle with Lu Lei, and everyone knew by now. Even if he didn't dare to go up, Lu Lei could come down and kill him and no one would be allowed to intervene. Even the Shangchang Mountain members felt embarrassed at Pan Chang's actions and moved away from him. Pan Chang, who could no longer take it, hence charged on the stage like a madman, but his attack was truly messy. Lu Lei shook his head as he moved aside easily and swung his sword in return.
Pan Chang collapsed on the stage in relief.
Lu Lei felt like both battles had really not been challenging. If he had known it would be like that, he wouldn't have sneak attacked Sima Ping. At least he would have tried to see what power he now had. No one would have thought the battle would end that quickly, and even Yemo didn't think that Sima Ping would be that useless. In one corner, a middle-aged man murmured to himself, "When I brought Lu Lei in, he was clearly at the yellow level middle stage.
How can he suddenly have black level inner chi?
Did he hide his power before, or did he gain some special stroke of fortune on the ship?" Lu Lei won the match and secretly also won a huge sum of gold coins, so he felt very satisfied. Just when he wanted to find Yemo, he was stopped by a martial brother from Shu Mountain who said an elder wanted to see him. Yemo saw this and knew that Lu Lei would surely become an inner sect member now.
That was quite a high status to have. What? Lu Lei won? Sima Ping at the Yellow Peak lost to that yellow level middle stage Lu Lei? How did he win?
Yun Zi stood up in shock. Not only did Lu Lei win, he killed Sima Ping with one move.
Sima Ping couldn't even resist, the green-dressed girl said. Yun Zi frowned. Was our intel wrong? Was Lu Lei not yellow level but black level, but how was that possible? Yun Zi had a record of all black level warriors under 30.
If Lu Lei was such a person, she would have long since tried to get in touch with him. Wait, that Moing went to Lu Lei's room yesterday before coming to her.
Was this related to that Moing?
There was no way he could make Lu Lei that strong in a few hours, right? Yun Zi shook her head and said, "Go find out more about Lu Lei, see what his situation is like." Lu Lei soon announced that he had gotten a blue carrot which had 2 flowers on it. He said he had been planning on using one flower at Yellow Peak to reach the black level and one at black level peak to reach the earth level, but due to the challenge he was forced to eat both at the same time. Due to him reaching black level before 30, he became an inner sect member of the Shu Mountain Sword sect. It was the blue carrot. No wonder he could reach black level. That's a herb useful even for reaching the earth level. What a pity. But he sure is lucky, Yun Zi murmured to herself. Meanwhile, the heads of the big hidden sects had gathered. They weren't discussing Lu Lei, but the clash between the Gemini Sword sect and the Forgery Hall. Both sects had many other allies after all. Gemini Sword sect had many pretty female members, and since they knew some dual cultivation techniques that would boost the cultivation speed of both sides when the members of other sects married the Gemini Sword sect female members, the sect had many allies. Forgery Hall had the support of even more sects because they forged the best weapons on the continent, and most sects would buy their weapons from them. Due to this, many sects were trying to work out a peaceful solution, and so the sect leaders of both parties were still able to control themselves and didn't have any big fights after so many days. Of course, that was mainly due to them having found many points worthy of suspicion. However, thinking about his son's pitiful death, Chiyoshin almost couldn't control himself as he looked at the vice-sect leaders of Forgery Hall, Xiao Chongyan and Wan Haod, in anger. Before they could fight, though, a skinny old man from Tai stood up and said, "Sect leader Chi, please calm down. Brother Ling and I analyzed this over and over again, and even Martial Sister Jiesian from Ci Hang Jing Mosque believes this incident is suspicious. It is due to this that we called everyone together again. this old man was Zhang Changwen, a great heaven elder of Tai. Everyone paid him respect when he spoke. The old man continued, there are 5 major points of suspicion. Firstly, that big bearded man knew that people would be after him after he bought all those things, yet he still waltzed out for the world to see, taking his cart and everything. This was clearly him leading people on a chase. Secondly, that man and his companion somehow disappeared afterwards. Thirdly, Wei Wu should have run away without delay. Why would he go buy a set of clothes outside Hangshui City first? This was intentionally leaving behind a trail. Fourthly, if vice sect leader Xia really was behind it and got all that precious loot, then he wouldn't have come back to Hangshui when he was injured, letting Wei Wu do as he pleases in the meantime. The most suspicious point is the last point, although Elder Ming Jifeng's wound was inflicted by that curved sword. He died to a wound inflicted by a long sword first, and only then was the curved sword pierced into the original wound. I think that unless Wei Wu was an idiot, he wouldn't intentionally fake the scene to make it seem like he killed Ming Jifeng, right? Chapter 727, seemed to have known each other. After hearing his words, everyone was shocked. If what Elder Zhang said was true, then someone was definitely setting them up. No wonder Qi Yoxin could resist the pain of losing his son and not fight Xia Chongyan to death. He managed to injure vice sect leader Xia, kill Elder Ming and frame the wrong person. Then, he took Wei Wu to Hangshui City and left casually. This person, an elder said in shock. Everyone knew what he meant. He was saying that this guy was absurdly strong. Only masters above Great Heaven middle stage could do that. Moreover, this person had officially left all these tricks and misleading clues, which meant that he hadn't gotten heavily injured in the end. And, Ling Wushui said slowly, I found another suspicious point that helped me confirm that he was the one who harmed Elder Ming. Also, this clue leads to thinking that this person might have come from the outside world. What? Everyone almost stood up in shock. They knew what the outside meant. The magical continent was said to be a world separated from the main earth by ancient beings with unimaginable power. But that was just a legend. Due to countless years having passed, the cultivation world could only cultivate ancient martial arts. But even so, it was still shocking what one could do when having reached the extreme of ancient martial arts. Only people from the smaller world could go out, and those from the outside couldn't come in. Ling Wushui's words meant that now that people from the outside world could come in and even kill Great Heaven Masters, Elder Ling, it's not that we don't believe you, but this is too shocking. Another middle-aged man stood up. To them, it was a rather big thing because it was said that the technology from outside was advanced. One bomb could blow up an entire city. No matter how strong their ancient martial arts were, they couldn't beat that sort of bomb. Ling Wushui waved his hand. That is just my guess. Because when Elder Ming died and left the message forgery behind, that man left it to draw suspicion on Forgery Hall. However, he didn't know that in the magical continent the word forgery has 2 extra dots, so he didn't add them. According to what we know, in China, in the outside world, they don't write the 2 dots when they write the character forgery. Thus, I suspect he's from the outside. Of course, there's also the possibility that someone in here is accustomed to the writing style from outside, but that's not very likely. No matter what, Elder Ming wouldn't have written that. Qi Yoxin saw everyone look at him and he nodded. That's right, I just found out about that a few days ago. The word was very blurry. I told Elder Ling yesterday, but even so, Xia Chongyan is still suspicious. He could have done this on purpose. Everyone could tell that Qi Yoxin was a lot more reasonable. At least he knew that this probably didn't have anything to do with Forgery Hall. Yet, he couldn't find a target for revenge, so that's why he's clinging onto Xia Chongyan. That big bearded man's gold checks all came from the Magical Merchant Association, so he asked Zihua Goddess. Apparently, he brought a large stack of gold bricks to trade for those gold checks. But where did he get that many gold bricks from? How did he bring them inside Hangshui City? Zhang Changwen asked, did the Magical Merchant Association not investigate this? The Magical Merchant Association only does business with people. They never investigate the customer. I've already asked Zihua Goddess about this, Zhang Changwen immediately said. Xia Chongyan was still silent, but Wan Hao said, this person injured our vice sect leader and killed Wei Wu. No matter who he is or where he comes from, we won't let him go. A middle-aged woman from Du Tian sect sneered. So what if you won't let him go? Do you know who he is? Furthermore, he can kill a Great Heaven Master. Which means that he's at Great Heaven too. Even if you meet him, what will you do about it? And he's a great heaven master at a very young age. That's quite formidable. Seeing that Wan Hao was about to rage, Ling Wushui waved his hand. Other than all heaven sex Du Qianbei, who reached great heaven at the age of 45, there has been no other person in the magical continent who could reach great heaven before that age. I'm not sure if that person is great heaven for sure. Elder Ming died from a sneak attack. From this we can confirm that if he is at great heaven, he's at most as strong as Elder Ming. TL note, Du Tian, all heaven. Ling Wushui was implying that if the culprit was only at Elder Ming's level, he had no concerns. Elder Jiexian, has your Elder Jiesun come back yet? Ling Wushui suddenly asked something irrelevant. Jiexian shook her head. Not only did Jiesun not come back yet, but a core disciple also didn't come back. Martial sister Jiexian, I got news that in the mortal land someone from your sect used your sect's hidden sex order to capture a young man called Yimo. First, she searched by identity, which wasn't effective, then she drew an image. I have an image of Yimo here, everyone can take one, Zhang Changwen said. Then, he said, perhaps when martial sister Jiexian goes back to your sect, Taoist Jiesun will be back too. Maybe Jiesun knows about why the core disciple of Kuan Qian sect, Qi Yulin, disappeared. So if Jiesun comes back, please inform me. What? Jiexian was clearly shocked by this news. She didn't even know the missing elder from her sect had came back, and someone else knew. If Jiesun had returned, why didn't she go back to her sect as soon as possible? Why use a hidden sex order in a mortal city? Taoist Jiexian, did your other two disciples come back? Another elder from Kuan Qian sect asked. Jiexian's face looked unhappy. They hadn't even told her Jiesun had appeared yesterday and now they were questioning her. She said coldly, your Kuan Qian sect's elders don't need to care about our disciples. Zhang Changwen knew that if this continued, they might start fighting. He wanted to use this meeting to pressure Jiexian into saying why Jiesun had used the hidden sex order and how had she come back. However, from her expression, it seemed she really didn't know Jiesun was back. The meeting dispersed with general unhappiness. After Lu Lei won the fight, an elder immediately took him in as a disciple. The pressure on cultivation of inner sect members was very high. They had to use most of their time on board to cultivate, so he didn't have time to find Yimo and he didn't go look for him either. Even though Yimo knew that Jiesun wasn't on the ship, he didn't go out much. He knew that he should keep a low profile. A few days passed quickly. Yimo didn't know that because he had stayed in his room all day, he had saved himself a lot of trouble. When the ship reached the shore, all the disciples rejoiced. No one liked living on the sea all the time. Under the leadership of the sect elders, the disciples got off the ship quickly. Yimo and Mu Xiaoyun also left the dock with Ice Lake's people. Yunzi bid farewell to the sect elders. She had her own business, so she didn't have to go back. Wait, an elder stopped Yunzi. He gave an image to her. This person is very important. Your merchant association is all over the place, try to find him. Oh. Yunzi took the painting and looked at it. Immediately, she realized something looked familiar. Chapter 728, Entering Ice Lake. What's wrong, Z? The elder asked when he saw Yunzi in a daze. Oh, nothing, I just feel that the person on the painting is young, has a nice temperament, and he is quite handsome too. The elder was surprised and laughed. Goddess Zihua actually called this man handsome. He would be overjoyed if he knew. But really, this man is very important, and he might be related to something significant, so report back to the sect as soon as you get news of him. Well then, we'll be going now. Yes, Elder Ko, Junzi answered. Miss? Xiaoling said something, but Junzi waved her hand. Let's go back to the association. We've been out for too long this time. Although her tone was calm, Yunzi wasn't calm on the inside at all. She finally remembered this man reminded her a lot of Moing. She looked at Jimo's face for a long time, and if his face weren't ruined, was it really him? If it was, why would the elder be looking for someone like him? Although Yunzi couldn't ask the elder directly why they were looking for this person, she could find out through other means. The first impression Yimo had after stepping foot onto the hidden sex land was that the mountains were all joined together and that the spirit chi there was much denser than in other places. Although it wasn't at an extremely superb level, it was much better than in the cities outside. Yimo and Mu Xiaoyun followed after a chariot for almost 4 days before entering a mountain range. They rarely met any people on the way, but Yimo still found a few places where a pretty big number of people lived. Jilan said that these small towns were mostly there to serve the hidden sections. Although many people were taken in as outer sect members, they were rarely ever able to reach a high level and so could only eventually fade out of the hidden sects to become people who work for the hidden sections. Some left the hidden sects and gradually formed small settlements like that. This is Ice Lake. Ji-Elan pointed at the mountain range ahead. Yi-Mo was surprised. He thought that since the sect was called Ice Lake, there should be a lake, but there wasn't even a small ravine to be seen. Ji-Elan smiled as though knowing what Yi-Mo was thinking and said, "You must be wondering why there isn't a lake here when we're called Ice Lake?" Guessing from the name, one would be only half correct. Ji-Elan seemed a lot happier after coming back to Ice Lake, even though Ji-Elan always covered her face. Yi-Mo knew why she did that, because when he looked at her with his spirit sense, he could see that she was very pretty, but there was a flaw to her looks. Without it, she would be on par with Mu Xiaoyun, but this flaw extended from her face to her chin and ruined her entire face. There is indeed a lake in Ice Lake, but it's inside our sect. We got our name from that lake. The lake water is very cold, it's even colder than ice, but it actually never forms ice, Ji-Elan explained with pride. Yi-Mo could feel there was much more spirit chi being emitted there than on the outside and started to like the place. After another 2 hours of traveling, a large green meadow appeared before their eyes. In the center of the grassland was a big lake. This lake was too pretty. Even though there was no wind, there were slight ripples on the lake's surface, and it was much bigger than, for example, the Luoyu Lake. Yi-Mo scanned his spirit sense in and found that his spirit sense couldn't even reach the bottom. After Yi-Mo and company went further in, the inner and outer sect members were separated. Ice Lake wasn't small, having a couple hundred disciples, but most were outer sect disciples. There didn't seem to be a lot of inner sect disciples, much less core disciples. Mu Xiaoyun was a core disciple, so she could enter the core sector to cultivate if she wanted, but she just didn't want to leave Yi-Mo. There was nothing Ji-Elan could do about it. No matter how talented Mu Xiaoyun was, she couldn't take irrelevant people into the core sector, and so, the two would be living at the outer sect area. Mu Xiaoyun chose a quiet and far-off place. Although Mu Xiaoyun was talented, she couldn't take on Ice Lake's cultivation method before they dealt with her and Yi-Mo's relationship. Ice Lake didn't have any way to deal with Mu Xiaoyun's stubbornness. They were waiting for Mu Xiaoyun to change her mind while also desperately thinking of other ways. A few days later, Ice Lake even had a meeting about it, and all the core members came. Other than the Super Master Grandma Feng, there were also still a few Earth-level masters in the sect. A middle-aged woman who was of similar age to Miao Lian said, "Grandma, I think Mu Xiaoyun is simply a kind soul. I've seen that emoing too, so why don't we dash?" She then made a slicing motion with her hand. She was one of Ice Lake's Earth-level elders. "Definitely not, Elder Luo, you don't understand Mu Xiaoyun's character. If we do that, the only thing left for us to do will be to kill her too. She is extremely loyal to her husband, and there's no way to change that. I'm thinking we might as well accept that Emoing as a core member as we dash." She was interrupted by Grandma, who waved her hand. Miao Lian stood up and said slowly, "Elan is right, Mu Xiaoyun's character is like that indeed. Mu Xiaoyun will be very useful to us during the sect tournament in a few years. As Elan needs to fully take over Ice Lake, she needs someone like Xiaoyun to help her. Elder, why don't we go talk to that Emoing? I don't think he's an unreasonable person." "I'm sure he will understand," Ji-Elan said. Elder Feng nodded inside. "Let's do that. I heard that Emoing is in solitary training right now, so you can have a talk with him afterwards. I feel myself getting more and more sick. If we can't quickly gain some backup power, our third-grade status will be in danger." Dash, a talentless person is in solitary training? What a joke! Elder Luo sneered. Meanwhile, Yi-Mo wasn't in solitary training for cultivation but for making pills. He only had one earth spirit fruit, so in order to prevent himself from failing, he made many other pills before making the essence-increasing pill with the earth spirit fruit. After 10 days of warming up, he felt ready to make the essence-increasing pill, so he took out the earth spirit fruit. Ming Jiagrass, Mantian Star, and Double Leaf Mushroom. Although the essence-increasing pill was 2 levels higher than the chi-increasing pill, Yi-Mo still managed to make it successfully after all of his preparation. He acquired 12 pills in the end. The maximum yield of a concoction was supposed to be 24, but Yi-Mo was very happy to have made 12. Yi-Mo told Mu Xiaoyun about it and started to break through to stage 6. When he reached stage 6, he would go out to find some ancient ruins and get a cultivation method for Mu Xiaoyun. The essence-increasing pill turned into spirit chi as soon as it entered his mouth and started charging at his meridians. Yi-Mo had been at stage 5 for a long time.
so he easily reached stage 6 soon after. Emo felt his power had increased quite a bit, and if he met that nun, Jesen, again, she wouldn't be able to get away from him. Emo felt his spirit sense had also gotten a lot stronger, so he once again sent his spirit sense into the golden. Chapter 729, Can't Let Go. Emo was just testing his luck, but this time, his spirit sense wasn't pushed back by the golden knot. It was indeed because his spirit sense had been too weak that he hadn't been able to go in before, but after Emo's spirit sense went in, it took just an instant before all of his chi and spirit sense got sucked up by the golden dot like the last time. Emo cursed. He tried to take back his spirit sense, but it disappeared into nothing like last time. When Emo thought he was going to faint again, he saw a gray world. A strong gust of information was implanted into his head. Emo heard a light sound in his brain. However then, his consciousness was pushed out of the golden. Even though, Emo rejoiced, he had guessed right. It really was a world. Emo now knew that a gray world was inside the golden. He only needed to recover the lost essence, chi and spirit sense. It was all because he was too weak. If his power reached a certain extent, this wouldn't happen. Emo took out the spirit chi to recover, but he suddenly dazed. The information that entered his brain had gathered now. The world was formed from chaos, matter exists forever. Strengthen life and nourish the spirit, so mind and spirit reach the truth. Contemplate the spirit, harness the liquid, the gate of fortune. The opening stanza had been clearly imprinted in Emo's head. As that finished, the words primordial fortune chant got stuck into Emo's brain. Emo stood up in shock. Was it a cultivation method chant? He understood those words. It was an extremely high-level cultivation method. He had never even heard of it. Although he was a cultivator, he was just a very low-level cultivator on Luoyu continent. His cultivation method was also average. Emo looked at the cultivation chant and knew it was countless times stronger than before. Even without foundation establishment state, he could condense his spirit chi into spirit essence. What shook Emo was that it was a no-element cultivation method. Emo had never seen one before, but he had heard these ones were extremely precious. Long time ago on Luoyu continent, a no-element cultivation method appeared. Due to that cultivation method, countless sects were annihilated and countless masters were gone. Eventually, the cultivation method disappeared and things finally calmed down. He actually had gotten something like this. If people on Luoyu continent found out, he would be dead for sure. However, the only pity was that the information stopped at foundation establishment state. Perhaps because my power is too low, I can't access the rest of the information. Emo sat down slowly again. It all had happened too suddenly. He had to think about his future path of cultivation. When Emo read the entire cultivation method again, he calmed down. It could be said that it was the most suitable cultivation method for him because he had an 8-element mixed spirit root. But there were also some disadvantages. The resources the cultivation method required were absurd. It was almost impossible to reach a certain level with the resources on that realm's earth. Secondly, he would have to give up his current power. This was very hard for Emo, at least for now. He didn't want to do it. He had finally reached stage 6. If he abandoned all his power, then even with the cultivation method, he might never have the resources to get back to stage 6. Thirdly, this cultivation method stopped at foundation establishment state. Emo didn't know if he could accomplish the latter parts. Even if he could, he would have to reach a certain level to be able to get it. What if he could reach it? Eventually, Emo decided not to cultivate the primordial fortune chant. He needed the power to protect himself. If he couldn't find large amounts of resources, he would rather never cultivate primordial fortune chant, but Emo knew that he could teach it to Mu Xiaoyun. She didn't have a cultivation method and this one suited her too. Although it was a resource-wasting cultivation method, Emo was simply happy to find a cultivation method for Mu Xiaoyun. Seeing him come out, Mu Xiaoyun greeted him joyfully. She was a bit worried since Emo had been in there for long. Xiaoyun, did Jilan come to talk to you again? Emo scanned with his spirit sense and knew that Jilan had just left. Mu Xiaoyun nodded. Yes, she has came to see me a few times, but I haven't agreed with her. I told her I want to stay with my husband. However, today she came to find you. I told her you were in solitary training, so she said she would come again tomorrow. Xiaoyun, I found a cultivation method for you. I will teach you and you can cultivate first. I'm going out, you can wait for me to come back.
Mu Xiaoyun immediately began to worry.
She grabbed Yi Mo's hand and said, "Yi babe, are you leaving?"
"I'm going with you." Yi Mo hugged her and said softly, "You're very safe here.
We need resources for cultivation. Without them, we can only stay like this for the rest of our lives. Your power is still weak and I'm going to a dangerous place. I told you, the main reason I came here was to find cultivation resources. Yi babe, doesn't it feel good living like this together and getting old together? Why do we cultivate? I am very happy now."
Mu Xiaoyun really didn't want to leave Yi Mo. Yi Mo rubbed her hair caringly and said after a long while, "Xiaoyun, I also want to grow old with you, that's also a kind of happiness.
But I love you guys too much, a few decades of life isn't enough.
I want to stay with you guys forever. And, even if we want to live a peaceful life, others won't let us.
Without cultivation, I would have been killed long ago. Yi babe, sorry, but I really don't want to leave your side." Mu Xiaoyun knew that Yi Mo was adamant on leaving.
Her husband was right, without power they would have been dead long ago. She could only look down and slowly sob, "Xiaoyun, I'll teach you the cultivation method. It's called primordial fortune." Yi Mo hadn't even finished when his mouth was blocked by Mu Xiaoyun's. Her husband was going to leave her, she felt she couldn't let go. This was the first time she took the initiative to do it, it was the first time Yi Mo saw Mu Xiaoyun act like this. No matter what he had to tell her, it could wait at a moment like this. The clothes were gradually taken off. When Mu Xiaoyun hugged Yi Mo's sturdy body, she then realized what she was doing.
It was daylight.
She completely blushed, she couldn't control the impulses in her heart when facing with her husband's departure. It was terror of losing everything again. Before being with Yi Mo, Mu Xiaoyun had never been this happy.
Yi Mo wiped her tears.
He was even considering taking her with him, but he couldn't assure his own safety in the Wuwen mountain, much less Mu Xiaoyun's. "Xiaoyun, trust me, I'm just going to find herbs.
Wait for me here. I will take you with me when I come back."
When the storm settled, it was already the afternoon. Yet, Yi Mo still had to comfort Mu Xiaoyun in his arms. Chapter 730, Entering Wuwen City, N.
Mu Xiaoyun was squirmed into Yi Mo's arms like a cat. Yi Mo knew that the primordial fortune chant needed large amounts of resources.
After he taught this cultivation method to Mu Xiaoyun, he gave most of his pills and spirit stone to Mu Xiaoyun as well as the gold checks. He just left a few essence-increasing pills and some other ordinary pills for himself. "Yi babe, what if they ask me to study the ice lake cultivation method?" Mu Xiaoyun thought that after Yi Mo left, she would enter the core sector. Yi Mo smiled, "Just cultivate the primordial fortune chant, you don't need to cultivate the ice lake cultivation method. It's enough if you just have a look and use your chi to imitate the moves when necessary." And, soon, the day became night, and because Mu Xiaoyun worked too hard during the day, she fell asleep as soon as she went to bed after dinner. Yi Mo didn't sleep. He added some gunmetal essence to Mu Xiaoyun's flying sword and made a few more bottles of pills and left that in Mu Xiaoyun's ring before going to sleep.
He didn't know how long he would be gone this time. He didn't want Mu Xiaoyun's cultivation to stop because she didn't have enough pills. When it was the next day, Yi Mo made breakfast and came to the bedside, kissed Mu Xiaoyun who was sound asleep, and said softly, "Xiaoyun, I'm going. Cultivate hard, remember to eat well, and sleep well. Wait for me to come back." Then, Yi Mo left. His spirit sense had already picked up on Ji Yilan who was coming over. Yi Mo didn't have anything to say to her, so he just climbed onto his flying sword and shot up into the sky. Yi Mo knew that Mu Xiaoyun had just woken up, but he didn't call out to her anymore. Mu Xiaoyun ran to the door barefoot and looked at the sword as it disappeared. She couldn't control her tears. She had woken up once in the middle of the night, really wanting Yi Mo to just hug her and sleep, but she knew Yi Mo had things to do then, and she knew it now too. "Martial sister Xiaoyun, what are you?" Ji Yilan had come again wanting to persuade Yi Mo into letting Mu Xiaoyun go, but she saw Mu Xiaoyun standing at the door barefoot and crying. Mu Xiaoyun wiped her endless tears and sniffed, "Husband has left, huh?" Ji Yilan was shook but immediately understood how good this was, that Moing probably realized that it wasn't good to keep Mu Xiaoyun here, so he left Ice Lake. Thinking about this, Ji Yilan had a much better impression of him, but Ji Yilan immediately thought, Moing is just an ordinary person, it's practically suicide for him to leave this mountain range. But as Ji Yilan looked at the still deeply sad Mu Xiaoyun, she didn't dare to say that. What if she chased Moing like crazy? Besides, Mo Ying's death would be good for Mu Xiaoyun. After some time and after meeting more people, she would forget about her husband. Xiaoyun, what is this food on the table? Ji Yilan saw the fully prepared breakfast on the table and asked. It was exquisitely laid out and had everything you could want.
Even Ji Yilan couldn't help but gulp once. Your husband made it and Ji Yilan asked in shock. Mu Xiaoyun nodded. Yes, husband made it for me.
Ji Yilan suddenly felt some enlightenment. She didn't think that coarse-looking man would be this meticulous. Was this the reason why Mu Xiaoyun couldn't leave him?
Ji Yilan quickly shook her head. That was impossible. Mu Xiaoyun calmed her mood and let Ji Yilan sit down while she cleaned herself and changed. Martial sister Yilan, if you haven't had breakfast then eat some, then I won't say no. Ji Yilan had long since wanted to eat the food on the table, but she had been embarrassed to ask. When Ji Yilan bit the lotus leaf egg, she immediately knew that this wasn't something ordinary people could make.
She subconsciously asked Mu Xiaoyun, Xiaoyun, is your husband a chef? No, he isn't.
Mu Xiaoyun shook her head. Soon, Ji Yilan finished and looked at Mu Xiaoyun in embarrassment. Sorry, Xiaoyun, your husband's cooking is too good. I ate a little much. It's fine. When my husband comes back he will cook me more. Mu Xiaoyun shook her head. Ji Yilan just wanted to talk when she felt a heat rise up in her body, and her energy seemed more condensed. Mu Xiaoyun explained, that's normal, martial sister Yilan, don't worry, husband likes to put some herbs in his cooking.
It's good for cultivation, eh? Ji Yilan looked at Mu Xiaoyun in shock.
That was easy to say, but it was very hard to mix herbs into cooking.
Was her husband a herbal master? Should she tell grandma?
Ji Yilan thought and shook her head. It would be best not to. It wouldn't be good if that caused more trouble. Xiaoyun, now that your husband left Ice Lake, why don't you come live with me? Ji Yilan remembered her main purpose. Mu Xiaoyun nodded. Wuhan City, it was a not too small city in the hidden sections. It was 150 kilometers from Wuhan Mountain, and there were always people there. Some were merchants, but most people there were ancient martial artists who came to gather herbs in the surroundings. Some sects also looked for disciples there, although Wuhan Mountain itself, which had an abundance of herbs, was only accessible once every 5 years with limited spots. The countless mountain ranges near it also had many herbs. Sometimes, pretty rare herbs were found. Hence, many people picked herbs there. As soon as those who gathered herbs left the mountain, there would be people ready to buy them. After some time, this cycle of supply and demand formed Wuhan City. Emo headed straight to Wuhan City after leaving Ice Lake. Others would need a week to get to Wuhan Mountain from Ice Lake, but GMO took less than an hour. There were still 5 months left before the mist would dissipate, but GMO wouldn't wait that long to go in with others. After half an hour, GMO saw Wuhan City. He came down from his flying sword and entered it. GMO wanted to buy some daily items and then find out more about Wuhan Mountain. But as soon as he entered the city, he noticed a huge uproar. Chapter 731, I like to kill Tai sex people. You people are so unreasonable. A coarse female voice sounded. After that, someone immediately sneered, unreasonable? Our Tai sect is a special grade sect. How could we be unreasonable to people like you? Many people here saw it. Who didn't follow the rules first? You took back your words and you're saying that I, Jin Sangliang, am being unreasonable. Yemo shook his head. He was about to walk away, but his spirit sense scanned what the man next to the woman held in his hand and immediately stopped. He covered his face with a black cloth and squeezed into the crowd. He didn't want what he did there to affect Mu Xiaoyun. Luckily, most of people's attention was caught by the ruckus and no one noticed Yemo. On one side, there were 2 Tai sect members and a servant next to them. In front of 3 members, there were a man and a woman. They seemed to be a couple. The woman was good-looking and the man looked very sturdy. Yemo had squeezed into the crowd because he had seen a handful of blood cherries in the man's hand. Blood cherries were one of the main ingredients for making the Great Qi increasing pill. In the cultivation realm, a blood cherry could be sold for 30 spirit stones. What's wrong? Yemo intervened. Yemo was dressed very ordinarily and had a strange smell. Everyone just glanced at Yemo and didn't reply to him. They were very confused as to why someone with his face covered would do this. He was covering his face to avoid trouble, wasn't he? You have no business here. If you don't want trouble, PSS off, a Tai sect member sneered. The woman wouldn't let it go, of course. She said, my husband and I have been gathering herbs near the Wuhan city and we were lucky to find 12 blood cherries. However, these 2 people here are using their sex name as a mean to buy our herbs for a low price.
We don't want to sell it, but they're trying to force us, yen xin, just give them what they want. We can't mess with them, but we can avoid it, the man said. Emo laughed. So, you're forcing them to sell the cherries? How can there be such shameless people in the world? Who are you calling shameless? We're from the Tai sect, choose your words carefully. That sect member didn't seem scared at all, he was instead threatening Emo. The other sect member stepped forward and said, Friend, we never tried to force them. These two found the blood cherries and were selling them here. Two people wanted to buy them and I said the highest bidder should get it. They agreed, but after I made a bid, no one did anymore. How is this forcing someone? Friend, reason with us, are they taking their word back or are we forcing them to sell it? Oh, how much did you offer? Emo suddenly asked. 50 gold coins, the man hesitated and said. Emo sneered. Here. Just a blood cherry was worth 600 gold coins, yet he wanted to buy 12 for 50. Moreover, he had said it in such a self-righteous way. Emo looked around and immediately realized that simply no one dared to bid, not because they didn't want to bid. Thinking about this, Emo smiled to the couple, two friends. These two men are right. You're selling stuff. The highest bidder should get it, or is it that the lowest bidder get it? The woman was at a loss for words. She had been hoping for Emo to help them out, but that random guy who had stood up for them was actually sucking up to the two people from Tai sect. Ha ha. Friend, you have wits. Of course, the highest bidder gets it. The one who had told Emo to piss off laughed. He had just realized that this man was also sucking up to them. The people around shook their heads, but they were used to it. But before the Tai sect member finished laughing, Emo took out a 10k gold check and gave it to the man. I'll pay 10k gold coins. My offer is higher than theirs, right? If you're satisfied with it, then these blood cherries belong to me. The man was dazed. The woman saw this and immediately reacted. She handed out the blood cherries and took the gold check, very satisfied. Then, she looked at him gratefully and said, Thank you, you're king asking to die. One of Tai's sect member had reacted and was about to attack. Yemo's expression sunk, a curved sword suddenly appeared in his hand. A ray flashed in front of his eyes and the sect member was cut in half, blood was splurged onto the streets and the crowd turned silent. In Wuhan City, there were frequent fights, but even if these were to death, they weren't resolved in the city. However, this man was so brutal that he had killed someone inside the city, and what's more, it was someone from the Tai sect. It was absurd. You dare to kill one of our Tai sect disciples? The other member pointed at Emo in fury and shock. But before he could finish, Yemo's sword flashed again and he was also cut in half. The remaining servant was scared and pale. Yet he knew that if he said any kind of bullshit, he would be killed immediately. The couple also hadn't expected Emo to kill inside the city, and especially not someone from the Tai sect, but the woman reacted fast. She knew that if they didn't leave quickly, they would be dead for sure too. She took out a booklet and gave it to Emo. Big brother, this is yours. You should leave quickly. We'll be leaving too. Then she dragged the man out and quickly left. Emo smiled. He had killed them intentionally, of course. He had come seeking revenge against the Tai sect and it was just the beginning. He didn't believe that anyone in the city could do anything to him. By the time the masters came, he would be in the Wuhan mountain. Emo opened the booklet. It was a map of where the popular herbs were. It was very detailed. Emo put the booklet away and felt grateful to that woman. As soon as Emo did this, at least 6 ancient martial artists landed next to him. There was one at half-step Great Heaven, 3 at Earth Primary Stage, 1 at Earth Middle and 1 at Earth Tertiary Stage. Friend, you dare to kill inside the Wuhan city? Put down your weapon and come with us, the Earth-level Tertiary Stage martial artist said. Emo suddenly sneered. Is there anyone from the Tai sect here? I'm from the Tai sect. What are you going to do? You're a mere black level. Yet you dare to kill someone from Tai in this city, the Earth-level man said with a cold voice. If it wasn't that he didn't know who Emo was yet, he would have killed him already. Great, I like to kill Tai sect people. Then, Emo moved. The Earth-level Tertiary Stage man seemed to see a sword ray come down from his forehead. He was scared to death and wanted to dodge without thinking, but as soon as he tried to move, an invisible force pushed him back to where he was. Then, he felt his head was cold. Inner Chi Wall Great Heaven dash. Then, his mind sunk into darkness. The 5 people were shocked. An Earth-level Tertiary Stage martial artist couldn't even last a single attack? Chapter 732, Who is it?
A great heaven master could do whatever he wanted in Wuhan City, while someone who could instantly kill an Earth-level tertiary stage cultivator was no ordinary great heaven master. So you wanted to capture me? Yemo suddenly looked at that half-step great heaven and asked, No, Shenbei, it's because the half-step great heaven shivered. He knew that one wrong word and he would be killed too. Yemos continued in his plain tone, because I killed someone from the Tai sect? Well, you see, I like killing Tai sect members. So which of you are from Tai? Tell me your names. No, none of us are from Tai, other than the half-step great heaven said shakily. Then why are you still standing here? PSS off. I need to buy something in Wuhan City, and if I see you blind idiots again, I won't be repeating myself. Yemo turned and left. Seeing Yemo leave, the five heaved a sigh of relief. City Lord, ignore him. We need to go back and report this to Tai immediately. Yemo gave almost all his gold checks to Mu Xiaoyun. Even with the loose change on him, he only had about 70k gold coins left, but that was enough to buy a lot of things. Not every herb was as expensive as blood cherries. News of what Yemo did spread quickly, and so everywhere he went, no one dared look at him for long. Even glances were done in secret when Yemo bought herbs at shops. The shop owners even sold it to him cheaper than the import price in fear of offending this killing god. Yemo was speechless. He was only targeting the Tai sect. But since they reduced the price, he wouldn't be kind enough to give them more than they asked. Yemo bought a lot of things in Wuhan City, and most of the herbs were fresh. Half a month later, Yemo finally left Wuhan City, leaving under everyone's worried eyes. Actually though, many people stood on Yemo's side for killing the Tai sect members who were usually so oppressive. Tai sect members had been targeted and killed in Wuhan City. This alerted Tai sect's great heaven master, and even other sects hurried to Wuhan City at first notice. Who could be this bold? Not too long before, someone had dared to set up and kill Gemini Sword Sect and Forgery Hall members, and now someone dared to kill Tai sect members overtly in Wuhan City. There sure were a lot of bold people nowadays. Hearing this news, Junzi stood in front of a balcony for a long time before saying to the green-dressed girl next to her, Xiaoling, pack our things, I'm going to Ice Lake to see Elder Feng. She didn't want to see Elder Feng but wanted to see that Moing. She immediately thought of Moing upon hearing the news of what happened in Wuhan City, because she knew Moing had been interested in Wuhan Mountain. A few days later, in a secret room in Ice Lake, Elder Feng, who was getting older and older, sat on a soft mattress. Ji Yilan and Miao Lian were both there too. Moing left? Elder Feng's tone was very calm. Ji Yilan stood up and said, Yes, Grandma, I persuaded him to go. He said that he knew he would be hindering Xiaoyun by staying, so he left. Why do I feel like you're hiding something? Are you hiding something from me? Grandma's tone was very calm, but there was a clear feeling of authority. Sorry, Grandma. That Moing might be a herbal doctor. Ji Yilan was reminded that she couldn't hide anything from Grandma Feng. What? Elder Feng's eyes suddenly shot out rays, and she got up, but a moment later, she sat back down with her hands still shaking. After a long time she said, Why didn't you tell me? Were you scared that I would coerce him? Ji Yilan looked down. Grandma knew her well, but she also knew Grandma well. She was a very cutthroat person. If she knew that Moing was a herbal doctor, Moing would never be able to see the living daylight again. Not only would he have to spill all his techniques, he would be made to stay at Ice Lake to make pills and medicine for the rest of his life. Her grandma would rather imprison a herbal doctor or kill him than let him serve another sect. Elder Feng's face was green, and her eyes were dodgy. Ji Yilan suddenly knelt down. Grandma, please don't do anything to Xiaoyun. She didn't know this at all. She doesn't even know her husband. She only met her husband 2 months ago. You were scared that I would trouble that Moing and end up making Mu Xiaoyun want to leave. That's why you hid it from me, right? Grandma had regained her composure. Yes, and I'm actually only guessing that Moing might not be a herbal doctor. I just heard Xiaoyun say that he likes to put herbs into food and that it had a lot of benefits when he does. Ji Yilan said carefully. Elder Feng sighed. Yilan, get up, you're too soft-hearted. I really don't know if it's the right decision to let you manage Ice Lake. Elder Feng paused for a moment and said, Do you know what a herbal doctor means for a sect? If that Moing can mix herbs into food, he's a herbal doctor for sure, and a rather capable one at that. Yet you let him go, Elder. That Moing is just an ordinary person. However, Elder Feng waved her hand. She said plainly, Yilan, do you think a herbal doctor would be a normal person? She then said, I just got news that 5 days ago,
someone killed Tai sect members in Wuhan City, and he proclaimed that he was targeting the Tai sect. He killed them for a herb called the blood cherry, and that Moing is a herbal doctor. So, Jilan said in shock, Elder, how is that possible? Moing left in the morning only 5 days ago. Even if he can fly, he can't have appeared in Wuhan City 5 days ago and killed those people. Hearing this, Elder Feng frowned and murmured to herself, that is impossible indeed. Not to mention, he's at most in his 20s. No matter what, he can't have the strength to instantly kill an Earth-level tertiary stage cultivator. I was thinking too much. Then Elder Feng asked, how is Mu Xiaoyun's progress? Jilan said happily, she's very talented, it's only been 5 days and she reached level 2 of the Star Rain cultivation method and has reached the yellow level middle stage. That fast, she's a level 1 talent indeed. Even Elder Feng was completely shocked. At this moment, someone said at the door, Grandma, Sect Leader Ilan, Magic Merchant Association's goddess Zihua is here. Elder Feng and Ji Ilan were both dazed. Why would the acting leader of such a big power come visit Ice Lake? Goddess Zihua, please come in, Elder Feng said. Zihua walked in with a smile. Ji Ilan quickly got up. It's an honor to see Goddess Zihua in Ice Lake. Please have a seat. Thank you. Amalian quickly poured a cup of tea. Jilan smiled. Sister Zihua is very busy with the Merchant Association. How did you find the time to come to Ice Lake? Zihua smiled. I've met Mu Xiaoyun and her husband in Hangshui before and I happened to be nearby, so I came to see them. Jilan didn't believe that Zihua came to see Moing, she probably came for Mu Xiaoyun. This immediately made Jilan vigilant. Xiaoyun is working hard cultivating Ice Lake's cultivation method, and Moing has left Ice Lake. What? Yunzi was so shook that she spilled her cup of tea. Was it really him? Chapter 733, Wuhan Mountain. Although he had left Wuhan City 5 days before already, Yemo hadn't gone into Wuhan Mountain yet. He was searching the outskirts according to the map the woman gave him and also testing his anti-poison pills. After the testing, Yemo felt they weren't bad, but the corrosive power of the poison at the entrance to the mountain was too strong, and it would only get stronger when he properly went into the mountain. So to be safe, Yemo used some materials to make an armor that covered him from head to toe. This armor was just a low-grade magic artifact, yet it wasted half of Yemo's gung metal essence and some of his 5-element rock and other ores. On the morning of the next day, Yemo was standing at the entrance to Wuhan Mountain. The mist with a putrid stench seeped out from it, and even though Yemo had taken an anti-poison pill, he still felt dizzy. Yemo slowly walked in nonetheless. Even if the poison was fatal, he would still give it a try. As soon as Yemo stepped in, the poison mist seemed to be alive as it rushed over and surrounded him. Crack crack, there was the sound of corrosion, and Yemo saw the clothes outside his armor soon dissipate into nothing. So powerful. Yemo was shook. Since the poison in here was so strong, how could there be herbs? Yemo sent his spirit sense out and saw there were trees resistant to the corrosion, but there were no spirit herbs. Yemo frowned. He got up on his flying sword and wanted to fly into the sky, but soon, he was disappointed. There were anti-air restrictions on the mountain. Even if he somehow managed to fly, it would have to be near the ground. This restriction signified the presence of cultivators. Yemo decided to just start running, but even then he still felt a strong opposition force. An hour later, Yemo ran out of the poison mist and finally understood why there were herbs there. This place was a haven of spirit chi. It was boundless, and there was no poison mist past that point. As long as you got through the poison mist layer, you could harvest herbs as you pleased. Yemo noticed one more thing. The putrid kind of poison mist layer was only in the outer 10 kilometers. Between that and the spirit herbs was a layer of normal poison mist. There was already some vegetation in this layer and even some animals, but Yemo also saw that although there were spirit herbs there, they were very young. The old ones had all been picked already. There were also ferocious beasts everywhere. Perhaps due to the spirit chi, they had gotten much stronger than the beasts outside. As for why there was no poison mist there, Yemo knew that there was a huge formation in this mountain range, but he couldn't really see it. Yemo knew that it would be impossible to break this formation with his current power, but he also knew that it must have been left there by someone a long time ago. He didn't need to break it. After a while, Yemo still found some old spirit herbs. After all, this place was too broad. Even with the great picking every 5 years, it was impossible to pick everything. Yemo didn't have a place to store these herbs, so he decided he would go back and start making pills as soon as he'd collected enough. Yemo sunk into the endless herbs and lost track of time. He didn't know how many herbs he had collected,
this should be enough, I should get back quickly and make some pills. Emo looked at the fully stacked herbs and said to himself. After this time, Emo also knew that there was another layer of poison mist deeper into the mountain after all. After passing through that, he would probably reach the core part of Wuwen Mountain. That was where had Yunzi said the Jialan flower could exist, but after taking a look there, Emo saw that this layer of poison mist was much stronger and would never weaken. No wonder no one could go in there. How could Junzi even know that there might be a Jialan flower in there? Perhaps she had been lying. Emo estimated that he had been there for 2 or 3 months already, so in order for Mu Xiaoyun not to worry, he decided to only go in quickly and immediately come out. Emo dashed in as quickly as he could, but he felt a strong resistance again, this one much stronger than outside. Hence, Emo was as slow as a snail. 1 hour later, Emo was sweating. He had been walking for an hour, but all he saw ahead of him was still that endless poison mist. What worried him the most was that his armor started to corrode. Emo had put a lot of good materials into his armor, yet the more he walked, the faster the armor was being corroded. Should he leave? Emo thought about it but immediately rejected the idea. He didn't even know if he would be able to still leave that easily, but even if he would, when would he be able to get the Jialan flower if not now? If he left now, his effort to beat that last poison mist layer would have all been for nothing. An hour later, when Emo felt that his armor was about to be completely dissolved, a large patch of green appeared before his eyes. Finally, Emo breathed a sigh of relief, and his attention was immediately caught by what was in front of him. This was an ancient spirit herb garden. The herbs in there were all very old. Some had even died naturally. Perhaps the ones alive weren't even the originally planted ones. Emo noticed the spirit herbs and was completely stunned. 9-leaf lotus, Zhouhuan flower, double-leaf luolan, purple black blue carrot. Emo was absolutely breathless. What was this? Although he had never seen these in real life, he had seen them in books. Emo never had thought he would be able to see the real deal one day. Emo's hands were shaking. These were herbs used by high-level cultivators, by old monsters at the Golden Core and Nascent Soul stage. Emo scanned the outside of the garden and finally saw some Jialan flowers too. They were very precious to him, but they were just a random unimportant grass on the outskirts here. It didn't even have the right to be in the actual herb garden. Emo carefully approached the entrance of the garden and stood still for a long while. After making sure there was no problem, he bent down and picked up 3 Jialan flowers. But as soon as he did, he felt a certain strong pressure appear. Emo wanted to retreat, but that strong suction force rendered him unable to move. A black mist then encroached him, and Emo immediately disappeared from the spot. Chapter 734, Longing for Someone. Ice Lake had fallen from the special grade sect status after the last sect tournament. They had internal conflicts, which rendered them a bordering 3rd grade sect, but recently, it had become famous again due to the recruitment of a genius disciple, Mu Xiaoyun. The most important reason for their fame was that the responsible person for the Magical Merchant Association, Yunzi, often went to Ice Lake. She had become a friend of Jilan and Mu Xiaoyun. People were envious that Ice Lake and the Magical Merchant Association were on good terms. Many important resources couldn't be bought with money. Most people believed that the reason Yunzi was getting closer to Ice Lake was due to Mu Xiaoyun. Because of Mu Xiaoyun, Ice Lake was very lucky. Mu Xiaoyun was a level 1 talent and an extremely beautiful woman. As for Mo Ling, who had been with her at Hang Shui, people had long forgotten about him. How could someone like him deserve a goddess-like genius? The Ice Lake was the symbol of the sect. At the highest rock next to it, a blue-dressed lady stood looking out into the distance. Husband had said he would come back and take her in at most half a year. However, he had been gone for 3 years already. Why was he not back yet? 3 years ago, she would go there to seek for her husband every day, but she never found him. If it hadn't been that he had told her to wait for him at Ice Lake and not to leave, she would have left Ice Lake to find him. Husband, I'm already at Qi Gathering Stage 3, why are you still not back? Mu Xiaoyun murmured, Martial Sister Xiaoyun, let's go back. Ziyi Sitter brought a few invitations for the Hidden Sex Martial Arts Tournament. Let's go together. Jilan saw Mu Xiaoyun inside. She really couldn't do anything about this. She had tried persuading her many times, but she never listened to her. She would spend a large amount of time each day waiting for her husband there, regardless of the weather. There were even 2 footprints on the rock. If she had used all that time to cultivate instead, she would be at Earth level already. Even so, she was at Black level peak now. She had reached stage 6 in Star Rain cultivation method, and even she was only at stage 5. Mu Xiaoyun returned to her senses and looked blankly at Ji Yilan. She said slowly to Ji Yilan, "Martial sister Yilan, I don't want to go to that tournament." "You guys can go, then." She turned back and headed to her place. Ever since 2 years ago, she had gone back to the place she had lived with Yemo. Although Ji Yilan and Grandma were helpless, Mu Xiaoyun's talent was absolutely perfect. She barely cultivated, yet she had reached Black Stage peak, hence, they could only let her do as she wished. Hearing this, Ji Yilan said worriedly, "Martial sister Xiaoyun, you must go. Do you know how hard it is to get an invitation? Our sect only has one, but Sister Z helped us get a few." Hearing this, Mu Xiaoyun looked back at Ji Yilan in confusion. "Sister Yilan, husband just told me to wait for him at Ice Lake. What if he can't find me after I leave? And I don't like that sort of events, why would I have to go?" Ji Yilan said. "Martial sister Xiaoyun, there's 1 year left until the sect ascending tournament from grade 3 to grade 2. Those who participate must be under 30. You're our main power, you must go." Mu Xiaoyun nodded. "I know, I will go to the tournament. However, I don't want to go to the hidden sect's martial arts tournament. I want to wait for my husband here." Ji Yilan could only say, "The main purpose of the hidden sect's martial arts tournament is for the 3rd grade sects to rise to 2nd grade sect. It's for the contestants to understand each other and learn about your opponents. People also discuss their cultivation experiences there too. Sometimes, you can't just cultivate alone." Ji Yilan paused for a moment and then said, "Of course, the most important thing is that you have to go to Chan City to sign up for next year's tournament. Even if you don't go to this tournament, you have to go to sign up personally." "Okay then." "But my husband dash." Mu Xiaoyun knew she couldn't reject it. Before she finished, Ji Yilan said, "Don't worry about your husband. I told Grandma that if your husband comes back while you're not at Ice Lake, she will immediately notify you through messenger hawks. You can come back to Ice Lake at any time. That's not necessary. You just have to tell me husband where I am. He will come to pick me up." Mu Xiaoyun quickly said. She was sure that her husband was caught up on something. He wouldn't forget about her. Chan City was the biggest city in the hidden sections. It was like the Hang Shui city of the outside. This city was in the center of the hidden sections. This martial arts tournament was for the younger generations, so the city had become very busy. Unlike other cities, Chan City had more than a few great heaven masters guarding it, so no one dared to cause trouble there. No matter who you are or where you came from, Chan City was not a place for you to mess around in. When Mu Xiaoyun and the rest arrived, it was already full. It was impossible to find a place to stay and the prices were rather high. However, Ice Lake disciples already had a place arranged for them. The headquarters of the Magical Merchant Association were in Chan City. After settling down, Ji Yilan went to Mu Xiaoyun's room. She saw that Mu Xiaoyun was just contemplating inside. "Xiaoyun, let's go take a walk. It's better than staying at home all day." Hearing this, Mu Xiaoyun remembered when she had been to Hang Shui City. Her husband had taken her out to fly at night and bought stuff together. If only her husband was here, she could go out with him. However, Mu Xiaoyun had no interest in going out with Martial sister Yilan. "Sorry, Martial sister Yilan, I don't want to go out. I'll stay here." Mu Xiaoyun shook her head. In the next few days, Mu Xiaoyun didn't leave her place other than when she went to sign up. On the 3rd day, when the Hidden Sects martial arts tournament was about to start, Yunzi suddenly ran to Mu Xiaoyun and said, "Martial sister Xiaoyun, I think I saw your husband." Chapter 735, "It isn't, huh?" Hearing this, Mu Xiaoyun stood up abruptly with her eyes wide open. Ji Yilan could feel Mu Xiaoyun wobble and quickly supported her. "Don't worry, Martial sister Xiaoyun, let Sister Z finish first." Yunzi was also excited. The reason why she had made friends with Mu Xiaoyun was to get to know more about GMO. She might have had ulterior motives at the start, but later on she became real friends with her. Junzi comforted, "Xiaoyun, stay calm. I'm not sure whether that person was your husband. I just heard someone call out to a martial brother Mo at the door and subconsciously looked back. Then, I saw someone that looked very similar to your husband. I didn't see clearly, but Mu Xiaoyun grabbed Yunzi's hand in excitement. "Sister Z, but what?" Yunzi calmed down and said, "But his face didn't seem scarred, so I'm not sure that he was your husband." The reason why Yunzi had still mentioned it was because she was sure that Yemo had the capability to go to Wuwen Mountain. So maybe he'd found the Jialan flower and recovered his face. The only thing she wasn't too sure about was that the day the Tai sect members were killed was only the day Emo left Ice Lake. Even if Emo could fly, there was no way he could get to Wuwen Mountain that fast, but Yunzi had reached out to some eyewitnesses from Wuwen City and had told them to describe the masked man, and their description reminded her a lot of Emoing. Mu Xiaoyun shook in excitement and said subconsciously, "My husband can recover his looks. I want to go see for myself." "What?" Yunzi and Ji Yilan screamed at the same time. They couldn't believe it. Mu Xiaoyun knew she had spilled some words in her excitement, but she didn't mind much. As long as she could see her husband, everything else didn't matter. "Martial sister Xiaoyun, can brother Emo really recover his face?" Ji Yilan was shaking and grabbed Mu Xiaoyun's hand. She didn't doubt Mu Xiaoyun's words. Junzi also looked at Mu Xiaoyun in excitement, as she didn't doubt Mu Xiaoyun either. If Emo was able to find the Jialan flower, he would really have such power. She had given Emo a map of Wuwen Mountain and found out that after the recent incident, almost 80% of the high-level herbs in the Wuwen Mountains had been picked away. This quite possibly might have been done by Emo. Yunzi had the feeling that Emo had the capability to go in early. The more she thought about it, the more she felt like her guess was right. A pity that she had missed the chance to get close to Emoing on the boat. To her, it didn't matter what people Emo had killed, she only cares about his abilities. Mu Xiaoyun was so excited that she immediately wanted to go to the hidden sex tournament and look for Emo, but Ji Yilan was holding her hand and asking her something, so she still had to reply, "Yes, martial sister Yilan, my husband could do that." Mu Xiaoyun nodded, "Right, your husband is a high-level herbal doctor, I should have long since realized this." Ji Yilan also said something she shouldn't in her excitement. "What? Martial sister Yilan, Xiaoyun's husband is a high-level herbal doctor?" Yunzi was completely shocked. High-level herbal doctors were supremely important to the hidden sections. If her association could have a connection to a high-level herbal doctor, then Yunzi didn't even dare keep thinking about it. No wonder that Emoing liked herbs and gathering herbs, so that was it. As long as Emoing came back and just helped the association a little, then in that moment, all three were very excited and couldn't control themselves. "Xiaoyun, Yilan, let's quickly go." Yunzi really wanted to see Emo as soon as possible. Goddess Z, Goddess Yun, countless people greeted them when they came to the hidden sex tournament. No one knew Mu Xiaoyun and Ji Yilan, but Junzi was famous. The martial arts tournament was a huge place with all sorts of facilities. Because it had just started, only a few people were practicing in the practice rings. Most people were sitting on the balconies having discussions. They all wanted to benefit from the experience of seniors. Every tournament, there would be some high-level masters coming to expound on the martial Tao. Junzi caught most people's attention, and many people wanted to say hi to her to elevate their own status. However, Yunzi acted very strangely in front of these people. When the four came in together, Yunzi and her maid were at the very back. In the middle was a woman wearing a veil and in the front most another goddess-like beauty. Soon, everyone's attention was caught by that otherworldly beauty. It was as though she was about to ascend to heaven. It could be said that this woman was even prettier than goddess Zihua. But that woman was desperately looking around. Mu Xiaoyun had started looking for Emo as soon as she came in. Suddenly, Mu Xiaoyun's face froze. Her face changed and even went pale for a moment. But then she frowned and seemed to have remembered something as her face returned to normal. "Xiaoyun, what are you doing here?" A young man walked over in surprise. Mu Xiaoyun looked at this man and said plainly, "So it's you, Mo Yushin." Although they looked very similar, Mu Xiaoyun could tell straight away that this person wasn't her husband Emo. The man seemed unable to believe that Mu Xiaoyun had dared call him by his name and frowned. "Xiaoyun, why are you not answering me about why you're here? And where is my mother?" Mu Xiaoyun's face sunk. When she saw Mo Yushin, there was this coldness that rose from the bottom of her heart, making her uneasy. When she was with Emo, she didn't have that feeling. Suddenly, Mu Xiaoyun felt a hint of gratitude towards this Mo Yushin. If he hadn't left, how could she have met Yi Babe? At this moment, Yunzi walked over and whispered to Mu Xiaoyun, "He was the one I saw, but is he your husband? He looks similar yet doesn't at the same time." Mu Xiaoyun answered plainly, "He isn't, my husband isn't here today. Sister Z and Elon, I'm going." Chapter 736, You Don't Have the Right. Hearing this, Mo Yushin seemed to have understood something. He screeched, "Mu Xiaoyun, what did you just say? You left your mother-in-law and ran away. Then, you cheat on me." Yunzi and Jilan looked at Mu Xiaoyun in shock after hearing this. Mo Yoshin's words implied that Mu Xiaoyun was his wife, but she was no longer the Mu Xiaoyun she had been a few years ago. She now had a husband who deeply loved her. She looked coldly at Mo Yushin. Your auntie saved me. I fed your mother for 3 years until she died.
What did you do? Who do you think you are? My husband already told me. What do you have to do with me? What right do you have to say that to me?
Mo Yoshin's face was green with anger. That timid cat from the past had suddenly turned into this, and it was unbearable for him. He couldn't keep calm anymore and lost his reason. He could curse and beat Mu Xiaoyun whenever he wanted. He could even tell her to die, and Mu Xiaoyun was not allowed to resist. This was absurd. She not only had resisted, but she dared say that he couldn't do anything about it. Seeing Mo Yushin shake of anger, Mu Xiaoyun said even more calmly, I cheated on you?
Who are you to me? What right do you have to say that? Only my husband can say it.
You have no right. Mo Yushin suddenly started yelling, Mu Xiaoyun, your father gave you to the Mo family.
Are you regretting it now? Who saved you from that big disaster? Mu Xiaoyun, do you have any shame left? You left your mother-in-law and ran away by yourself. And now you say I'm not your husband.
USLT, for the first time in his life, Mo Yushin was truly bursting of anger. Mu Xiaoyun's expression turned cold.
She said plainly, Mo Yushin, was I actually given to the Mo family? Did your family ever give us a marriage gift? Did I ever plan to marry you, or did we have a wedding? Did I sleep with you?
I don't think any of that happened. Who is shameless here?
There's nothing between us. What right do you have to say that I'm yours? Yes, I am thankful to your auntie for saving me. But you didn't save me.
Moreover, I struggled living in Huangping, yet I still fed your mother.
Where were you? When I was abused and had nowhere to hide, where were you? There was no food in the house.
I starved and had to borrow bowls of rice to feed your mother.
When I was starving in the kitchen, where were you? You weren't even there.
And even when you were, I was still the one providing for the family.
Did you do anything for the family? I even had to take care of the haystack on the roof.
Those few years, I didn't let your mother starve nor freeze. I let her curse and beat me until she passed away. When I had nowhere to go, I met my husband.
Only then did I know what real happiness was. Only then did I know that a woman can also be protected.
My husband told me I don't owe anything to your family anymore. There were tears in the corners of her eyes. She didn't care about her past traumas, but when she thought about her husband, she got emotional. She spoke her heart, as she didn't know how to curse people. What?
My mother died?
Mo Yushin was shook, as though he couldn't accept this fact. Mu Xiaoyun looked at him coldly and felt he was so fake. If he had really cared about his mother, why had he disappeared for so many years? Mo Yushin suddenly thought of something and pointed at Mu Xiaoyun hideously. Mu Xiaoyun, you dared to find another man. You dash.
Mu Xiaoyun looked at him coldly. I have nothing to do with you. What does having a husband got to do with you?
My husband explained to me that all you did was abandon your mother at home and stop caring about her. What is more, you left me, someone who is not related to your family, to take care of her. This is beyond shameless and immoral. How dare you have the guts to point fingers at me? Mo Yushin felt an irresistible anger rose from his heart.
He was about to kill Mu Xiaoyun in a punch when someone behind him said, that goddess-like beauty is Mu Xiaoyun?
I heard she was the #1 genius who got recruited by Ice Lake.
She's a goddess in the mortal realm indeed. PFFF, what do her looks got to do with her power?
I heard that even some of the special grade sects wanted her. Hearing this, Mo Yushin suddenly calmed down. He had heard about that so-called Mu Xiaoyun, but he had never thought it would be her. When Mo Yushin calmed down and studied Mu Xiaoyun carefully, he found that she was extremely beautiful. Even goddess Zihua's beauty was a little inferior. Mo Yushin's heart began to burn with excitement. Due to his condition, he had never thought of doing anything with Mu Xiaoyun. However, now he knew that if he reached great heaven, he could become a normal man. Mo Yushin was sure that Mu Xiaoyun didn't know he was impotent. If he could get married with Mu Xiaoyun, perhaps Tai's sect would allow him to become a core disciple.
To Mo Yushin, cultivation was everything.
Nothing else mattered. Thinking about this, he took a step forward. But before he could speak, Yunzi stood in front of him. She looked plainly at him and said, "Mr. Mo, I heard the conversation you just had with her. In which case, she has nothing to do with you. She is married now and she has a very loving husband, so you have no right to disturb her." What Yunzi didn't expect was that Mo Yushin sighed and said, "Sorry, Xiaoyun, it was my bad before indeed. I wanted to explore the world and I neglected your feelings. I also didn't treat my mother right. I apologize to you now." Then, he bowed. Mu Xiaoyun frowned. She couldn't understand. The Mo Yushin she knew would have never done this, seeing Mu Xiaoyun take a few steps back. Mo Yushin said solemnly, "Xiaoyun, you also know why our grandparents agreed to have us married. It's because of that fortune teller. If it hadn't been for that big disaster, perhaps we would have gotten engaged. Still, I don't think it's too late." Mu Xiaoyun's expression turned cold. "You're the genius disciple from Ice Lake and I'm one of Taiyi's inner sect members. We have a common goal now." However, Mu Xiaoyun's face changed drastically. Taiyi's sect. Her husband had told her that it was his biggest enemy. His number one priority there was to take revenge on Tai. Xiaoyun, I'm willing to make up for everything I did before. Think about it. If one day, we both became Tai sect members. However, Ji Yilan was furious. She came up and sneered, "Mo Yushin, what do you mean? Xiao Yun is Ice Lake's disciple now." Watch your words. Chapter 737, Elder Jin's schemes. Mo Yushin had calmed down completely, and he didn't even seem unhappy about Ji Yilan's words. He simply said, "Martial sister, I never denied Xiaoyun being an Ice Lake disciple." He paused for a moment before continuing, "She's my fiancée, and due to my fault, she's angry at the moment. But I believe that if we can recover our relationship, Ice Lake could become a closely related sect to Tai." Mu Xiaoyun sneered, "Mo Yushin, I never had anything to do with you in the past. Don't in the present and won't in the future. The only one I love is my husband. If you dare to say such words in front of me again, don't blame me for being merciless, ha." So Prodigy Mo and the genius of Ice Lake has this type of connection. An old voice suddenly sounded. A fat old man appeared in front of them. He didn't have much hair except for on his two temples on both sides where it bursted out, Elder Jin. As Mo Yushin saw this old man, she bowed respectfully. The old man smiled and nodded. "Great, you're great indeed." Then he looked at Mu Xiaoyun and nodded. "How great, how truly great, you're indeed a 1 in 10,000 talent." Yunzi bowed. Yunzi greets Tai Sect's Elder Jin. The fat man seemed to have just seen Yunzi and said with embarrassment, "Oh, if it isn't Goddess Zihua, hello, forgive my old eyes." Yunzi smiled plainly. She knew that this old guy had seen her as soon as he came and just wanted her to greet him first. Then, the old man turned to Mu Xiaoyun and said happily, "So you're Mu Xiaoyun, the genius Ice Lake disciple?" Mu Xiaoyun didn't answer anything knowing that the man was from Tai sect. "Xiaoyun, this is our great heaven elder, you must not be disrespectful," Mo Yushin said. Mu Xiaoyun sneered, "Mo Yushin, watch your words, you're you, I am me. There's nothing between us. I'm from Ice Lake, and you're not someone who can call me Xiaoyun. Watch your words, ha, this is fine, I like this kind of character." Prodigy Mo, I didn't think you had a connection with the genius of Ice Lake. How great, then, he said to Ji Yilan, you must be the future sect leader of Ice Lake, sect leader Ji. I didn't think Mu Xiaoyun was Taiyi's future daughter-in-law. Great, Prodigy Mo will soon become our core disciple. Our core disciple and Ice Lake's genius form a perfect match. When you go back, please tell Elder Feng that Taiyi will come to propose soon. Of course, there will be plenty of gifts. Ji Yilan heard this, and her face changed drastically immediately. This fat man was too shameless. He was using the situation as an opportunity to take Mu Xiaoyun away and make sure Ice Lake stayed down forever. At this moment, Ji Yilan regretted taking Mu Xiaoyun out. Mo Yushin, meanwhile, rejoiced. He didn't think his plan would work so soon. Mu Xiaoyun sneered. She didn't want to talk to her enemies and just said to Ji Yilan, "Martial sister Yilan, let's leave." Then, she turned and left. Yi Mo felt his head buzzing with pain. What had happened? He got up in a hurry, and as he looked at the 3 Jialan flowers in his hand, he remembered what had happened. He had been sucked away by a strong force which might have been the power of space. Yi Mo didn't dare believe it. The power of space, if it really was the power of space, how could he still be fine? Under the pull of such power, even nascent soul stage cultivators wouldn't be able to survive. Thinking about this, Yi Mo's face turned very bad. He was sure that the poison mist was there to protect the garden. As for the suction force, that was a teleportation formation. It was a one-directional teleportation, which meant that the person who set it up was using it only to kill people. The person who set that up was just too bleak, Emo wanted to curse. No wonder this man had died early, but even in his death, he wouldn't let others rest easy. Wait, Emo thought, I should be dead. How am I still alive? Emo got up and immediately looked around. He found he was in a dull, gray dimension. Where is this? Why does it seem familiar? Emo frowned but then immediately remembered what this place was. His spirit sense had entered this place before. It was that golden dot in his dantian. This place was indeed a world. How did he get in there? Emo calmed down and started pondering over the matter. The reason why he'd entered this world was because as the owner of the golden, when he was about to die, the dot half protected him and sent him in there. That's why he was saved. Emo rejoiced that he had gotten the 3 golden papers or he wouldn't even know how he died. This world must be conscious in some sense. Although he never owned a pocket world, Emo knew that as long as one was the master of a pocket world, one could go in and out at will, but Emo couldn't. Even when he yelled out, "Exit, go out," he remained where he was. An hour later, after Emo had tried all he could without being able to get out, cold sweat ran down his back as he panicked. This was bullshit. Although the world had saved him, he couldn't be locked up in there forever, could he? Or perhaps the world had a spirit which had forgotten to bring him out. Emo yelled, "Is there anyone there? Who got me in here? Get me out!" But it was still nothing but silence which surrounded him. Emo calmed down. He knew that it was pointless to keep yelling. He stored the 3 flowers in his ring and then started searching for an exit from the dull, gray world. Emo went around and found that the world wasn't that big. It was at most a few hundred square meters. Other than the visible space area, everywhere else was gray, and he couldn't go there. In one corner, Emo saw a room and nothing else. Emo could only walk into this one room. It was very small, but it had some things inside. There was a stone tablet in the middle of the room with a jade slip. Emo scanned his spirit sense over it. It contained the primordial fortune chant cultivation method. Emo knew this cultivation method. He had gotten a small part of it when his spirit sense first reached the world, but now it seemed the entire thing was there. Emo didn't look at more of it, because there was too much information on it for him to handle. But the introduction still allowed Emo to understand some things. Chapter 738, 3 gives birth to all. I'm Mengjian. I had the 3 golden pages of fortune. Yet even with my talent, I couldn't cultivate the innate cultivation method inside the pages, the 3 birth chant. This cultivation method requires a full spirit root to cultivate it. What kind of logic is this? A full spirit root cultivator is a useless cultivator. How can this natural cultivation method be meant for a useless spirit root cultivator? I forcefully tried cultivating the 3 birth chant and it destroyed my body. I won't give up. I will use the remaining power I have and write the primordial fortune chant on the golden page world. I believe my primordial fortune chant is the #1 cultivation method, so what if they say it's the 3 birth chant? Pity I can't cultivate it. These 3 pages were created by the earth. I died and these 3 pages will hide themselves in it. The fortunate one to get these 3 pages can cultivate my primordial fortune chant. If you do, you must not cultivate the 3 birth chant. Instead, you can give it to someone who has a full spirit root. When the right time comes, fight that person. Emo threw the jade slip away and said in contempt, "This old man is talking bullshit. I am a full spirit root. Will I go challenge Xiaoyun after I learn the 3 birth chant and let her beat me to prove that your cultivation method is stronger? Keep dreaming, old guy. Even if Xiaoyun wasn't my wife. I don't think your cultivation method can be more powerful than a cultivation method born from the earth, but his undying will was deserving of respect. Were there actual naturally created cultivation methods? How powerful would such cultivation method be? But where was it? How come he didn't see it? If it was as the old guy had said, that the 3 birth chant was best for full spirit root cultivators, then wouldn't he fit the criteria perfectly? Emo looked around and saw nothing but the stone tablet. Emo thought and placed his hand on it. Buzz information immediately got into Emo's head. From chaos, 1 was born. 1 gave birth to 2, 2 gave birth to 3, 3 gave birth to all. No wonder the 3 golden pages were hidden in the Tao Te Sutra. The Tao Te Sutra talked about this. After some time, Emo woke up. So that was it, the three-birth chant meant that three had given birth to all. From the information he had received, Yemo knew that he could only leave that world after reaching chi-gathering tertiary stage. But it would be hard to come back in again, and it would have to be after Foundation establishment. That meant he could only come in and out as he pleased once he reached Foundation establishment state. The thing Yemo wasn't happy about was that he only had the fore part of the three-birth chant, not the latter part, no matter what, with a way to get out. Yemo started cultivating. Yemo hadn't wanted to change his cultivation method before, but now he had to. He started cultivating the three-birth chant. When he first started, he found out that he could indeed cultivate it without any kind of obstruction. As the three-birth chant said, all things can be created or absorbed. Yemo was already stage 6 when he started cultivating, so he realized that he could convert his stage 6 power to cultivation resource and cultivate to stage 4 chi gathering using the three-birth chant. Yemo rejoiced. He hadn't cultivated much, yet he was already at chi gathering middle stage. Yemo had realized that the spirit chi in there seemed to be the same as outside. So he had to use pills to ascend faster. Luckily, he had countless herbs at that moment. Yemo took them all out and started making pills. As the herbs decreased, his pills increased. When he finished making a full set of Huangming pill, Yemo suddenly woke up. Since when could he make full sets of pills? Moreover, the pill's quality was top grade. Yemo then realized that the pill concocting method he was using was completely different to what he had learned. He had just so happened to use a different method. Yemo stopped in shock. He knew how hard it was to make pills. He had studied in Luoyu for years, yet he had just been a normal apprentice. However, the means he was using weren't of an apprentice. They were at a master level. What was going on? When Yemo made another cauldron of chi increasing pill, he finally understood. He did have a new system of concocting pills. When he picked up a herb, the attributes of the herb appeared in his mind. Moreover, he could tell when to put them in and all of their innate abilities. The three-birth chant, Yemo murmured. He at last had comprehended what the three-birth chant was. Three gives birth to all did not only mean that his cultivation method would develop its special techniques, but that it would also apply to other things. He could develop his own unique concocting method. Based on this, it could be foreseen that it would happen to formation. Ha ha ha. Yemo laughed. Meng Qian truly wasn't humble at all. If he had known that the three-birth chant was this powerful, he would have never said that the primordial fortune chant was the #1 cultivation method. That insolent old hag was fearless. Yemo sighed. He was sure that Meng Zhan was a very powerful person, yet very ignorant. Only those who cultivated the three-birth chant could know that if 100 people cultivated it, 100 different cultivation methods would come from it. The three-birth chant wasn't something static, it developed based on the individual's characteristics and talent. Knowing this, Yemo got excited. Although it required more resources to cultivate than the primordial chaos chant, Yemo was sure that he could reach a much higher state with it, even ascension into the immortal realm. Also, Wuwen Mountain had a spirit herb garden. Although he hadn't gotten to it, he would return for sure. When he reached Foundation establishment state, he would go there. By then, he should be able to go in and out of his golden page world as he pleased. With this mindset, Yemo kept cultivating and making pills every day. He didn't know how long it had been. He had eaten all the food in his ring, so he could only eat food pills to fill his stomach and cultivate. Although Yemo had gathered a lot of herbs, having developed a new concocting method meant that he made them all into pills, even the 10 cauldrons of big essence increasing pills. The normal essence increasing pills became completely useless when Yemo reached stage 6 again. Yemo couldn't help to sigh. The three-birth chant was really a resource-consuming cultivation method, but luckily, after wasting 80% of his pills, he finally reached stage 6 again. However, Yemo got very worried then. He didn't know how long he had been in the world. Moreover, he was worried that Mu Xiaoyun would go out to find him. He was also concerned that Luo Ying and Ning Qingxue would worry about him. He hadn't expected to spend so much time in there. There were 2 essence increasing pills made with earth spirit fruit and 5 great essence increasing pills in front of him. He had to reach chi gathering tertiary as fast as he could and leave that world. He had to get back to Ice Lake. Chapter 739, passed away. Casting his random thoughts aside, Yemo took 2 essence increasing pills in one go. Strong spiritual power started rampaging in his meridians, and as Yemo digested the power, it kept charging at the barrier that stopped him from reaching stage 7. With the strong digestive power of the three birth chant, Emo felt that the spirit power was soon gone, and yet he was still far from breaking through to stage 7. Emo clenched his teeth and ate 5 great essence increasing pills all in one go. Spirit chi immediately started burning in his meridian and dantian. The explosive power of eating those pills together was rather horrifying for a chi-gathering cultivator. Emo was probably the first stage 6 cultivator in history to dare do that at stage 6, but with the absurd power of the three birth chant, no matter how many spirit chi there was, as long as it didn't burst open his dantian and meridians immediately, it would be digested. Emo knew he shouldn't be doing something like that as a cultivator, but he didn't regret it. He was more worried than anyone else staying in there any longer. Luckily, the three birth chant didn't disappoint him. Crack. Emo could hear the sound of a barrier cracking. The chi that was stuck inside his body found the crack in the barrier and rampaged through it. Emo felt the chi in his body get stronger and stronger. Emo rejoiced. Although it had been a desperate move, he finally reached stage 7. Emo stabilized his power and got up. He stretched his hand and an extremely bright fireball appeared in it. It was more than a few times stronger than before. Emo breathed a sigh of content at his power being so much stronger than before. He might be only at stage 7, but Emo felt that he wouldn't have to fear even a peak stage chi-gathering cultivator. He thought about those 3 people whose power he couldn't see through in Hangshui City. Emo should be fine fighting the 3 now. He had to consider things like this, because he wanted to get revenge on the Tai sect. Exit. Emo howled as he didn't want to stay there for a second longer. As soon as the thought flashed through his mind, he left that dull gray world. Finally, he was out. Emo felt like crying. How long had he been locked up for? Not good. Emo suddenly remembered the Jialan flower. It hadn't lost its potency in the Golden Page world, but that didn't mean that it would be the same in the outside world. Emo quickly took it out and put it in a jade box to preserve it. However, he knew that half a month later, it would still lose some of its potency nonetheless. It would be a waste to make a foundation establishment pill out of it now. Emo thought regretfully, if only I'd left it in the Golden Page world. Thinking about this, Emo tried to go in the world again, but indeed he couldn't anymore. But when he suddenly tried moving the flower with his spirit sense, he surprisingly found that the flower was sent into the Golden Page world. Although he couldn't go in, herbs could. Emo rejoiced. After putting the remaining herbs in, Emo started to look at his surroundings. He found that he was at the foot of a mountain, and there was a small road-like passage. Emo sent his spirit sense around and found that it had increased greatly. He remembered that at stage 6, his spirit sense could reach around 2 kilometers, while now it was 7 kilometers. Normally, 3 kilometers would be the limit for stage 7 cultivators. Yet now his spirit sense was stronger than even a peak stage chi-gathering cultivator. The three birth chant was strong indeed. Emo sighed and decided to find a way out of where he was, but then suddenly, he stood dazed. He found that 3 kilometers away, a young nun was laying on the ground in the forest. He knew this nun. It was that big martial sister Luoyin. Why was she here so heavily wounded? Emo came up to Luoyin and put a lotus life pill in her mouth, but soon, Emo's heart sunk. Luoyin's wounds were too heavy, and her life force was at its end. Even the lotus life pill could only keep her alive for just a bit more. Who are you? Your eyes are familiar. Luoyin opened her eyes and saw Emo. But she closed her eyes again right after. Her face became ruddy, and Emo knew that she was gathering her last ounce of strength. Even if Emo were at the nascent soul stage now, he wouldn't be able to save her without some potent herbs. Emo remembered how he looked and immediately took a face-preserving pill. Now that he was stage 7, there was no need for him to hide his face anymore. In a short while, all the scars disappeared from his face as Emo used a cleaning spell and showed his original face. This time, Luoyin opened her eyes and recognized the person in front of her. She immediately rejoiced. It's you, Emo. Am I dreaming? No, martial sister Luoyin, I came to the small world. Tell me what happened. I will get revenge for you. Emo felt sad. Although he wasn't close to Luoyin, she was Luo Xin's martial sister and had taken care of both of them. Emo put another lotus life pill in her mouth. Luoyin signaled for him not to waste his pills. After a long while, she gathered some strength and said, I know you came in. It was martial aunt Jiesun. She hunted me and martial sister Luo Xin. Wanted to find you. Martial sister didn't want to talk about you.
She was forced to jump off a cliff. I ran away injured but was stopped and beaten again.
I ran here, hatred showed in Yemo's eyes, it was that old hag again.
She was too wretched.
He let her go last time because he wasn't strong enough to catch her.
And now she'd harmed Luo Yin and Luo Xian. Yemo felt regret.
He should have found her and killed her first before going into Wuwen Mountain. Yemo, little Marshall's sister really likes you.
She jumped off Shuangshi Cliff. If possible, go find her and bring her back.
She said you had helped her realize her dream, and that she had no regrets. As Yemo heard this, he remembered the time when he flew with Luo Xian. That little girl who jumped off that building for him. Yet such a cute and beautiful girl was forced to jump off a cliff by that Jie Sun. Yemo's heart was burning with rage. He wanted to go up to Jie Sun and tear her to pieces right then, but he knew Luo Yin wasn't going to hold on much longer. Luo Yin's voice got quieter and quieter. I regret not listening to Marshall's sister Luo Fei and not staying at Luo Yu City. I regret I'm still. Yemo, my family is outside Gontong City.
Shifeng Village. My name is Shi Jingqing. If possible, take me back home and check up on them.
Then give me to Marshall's sister Luo Fei. As Yemo picked Luo Yin up, the joy of reaching stage 7 was gone already. Luo Yin finally became completely quiet.
Yemo sent her into the golden page world and howled.
He immediately shot into the sky with his flying sword. First, he would check on Xiao Yun. If something happened to her, even if he slaughtered all the hidden sects, what was lost wouldn't come back. Chapter 740, outside Chan City. Although Yemo desperately wanted to go back to Ice Lake, when he got in the air, he didn't know which direction Ice Lake was. Just when he was about to ask someone, his spirit sense scanned a peak. There were 2 large boulders soaring high up. Was it the Shuangshi Cliff? TL note, Shuangshi means 2 rocks. Yemo immediately landed there. He found the name Shuangshi Cliff written on one of the big rocks. The other rock had Qin Shui sect written on it. However, there was no sect around. When he thought of Luo Xian jumping off here, Yemo felt bad. Brother Yi, thank you for fulfilling my dream. Although it was just one night, I'm very satisfied. It's fine, it was just because I happened to be able to do it and you happened to trust me. I just didn't want Brother Yi to be disappointed again. I was thoughtless at the time. He felt like he could still hear Luo Xian's words, but she was gone. Yemo was in pain. He didn't want to think about it anymore, so he jumped down the cliff. Yemo didn't know if he could still find Luo Xian. There was just grass and leaves at the bottom.
Snakes too. Yemo's heart sunk.
If Luo Xian had fallen there, there might not even be a body to mourn, much less finding her alive. He expanded his spirit sense and searched for nearly 2 hours, but he found nothing. Yemo knew he couldn't keep wasting time there.
There was nothing.
The only possibilities were that either her body was gone, or that she had escaped, but with Jie Sin chasing after her, Yemo didn't think she could have escaped. Yemo went back to the top and rode on the big rock with his sword. Yemo came here to find Luo Xian. He left after failing with concern. Not long after, Yemo decided to go to a city. He realized that this was the biggest city he had seen in the small world. Neither Hangshui nor Wuwen were as big as this. Still, Yemo had to find where Ice Lake was. Yemo got off the flying sword. He was going to go inside when he saw in big letters Chan City. That woman was really pretty. What a pity she ran away. She was such a beautiful nun. I saw a prettier woman than her a few years ago at Hangshui City. I planned on looking for her, but she ran away. That nun was already injured.
Otherwise, we would have been no match for her. Yemo turned around immediately. He knew these people were talking about Luo Yin. It's Marshall Brother Mo from Tai sect. Hello, Marshall Brother Mo. These people saw Yemo and came up to him. Marshall Brother Mo? Yemo frowned, but he immediately remembered that guy called Mo Yushin.
Those men might have mistaken him for Mo Yushin. You're horseshit. Yemo found out that he actually knew one of them, Ma Shilong. Ma Shilong was dazed.
He looked at Yemo carefully and then pointed at him. You're not Marshall Brother Mo.
You're your dash, Yemo sneered. He could tell that Ma Shilong had recognized him. He actually isn't Marshall Brother Mo. His clothes are strange too.
Something's not right.
The few other people had also realized. Ma Shilong was dazed for a moment, but then rejoiced.
Not bad, kid. I didn't think you could recover your face. Where's that girl who used to follow you around? If you're willing to give her to me, I might let you live. Emo couldn't even bother talking. He raised his hand and 4 wind blades were shot. Ma Shirlong's legs and arms were immediately sliced off. He struggled in terror on the ground, like a ball. He was screaming, yet he couldn't die immediately. The 3 people next to him were dazed. How had he done that? With merely the wave of hand, Ma Shirlong had lost his limbs. You dared to kill at Chan City. You're asking to die, one of Ma Shirlong's friends reacted and roared at Emo. Emo sneered and threw at him another wind blade. A bloodline appeared on his neck, then blood burst out and his head exploded into the sky. Yet, his hands were still pointing at Emo. The remaining 2 men were clearly stronger than the previous ones, but they started shaking after they saw the means Emo had to kill. This guy had not only killed in Chan City, but also without any restraints. Emo looked at the 2 shaking men and asked coldly, "Did you beat that nun?" "When? Yes, 2 days ago. We saw her on our way back from herb collecting." "I'm a disciple from Shangchang Mountain, you can't dash," the man said shakily. Emo was bursting with anger. Now that he had met the people who had caused Luo Yin's death, he didn't want to ask anymore. He threw out countless wind blades and the 2 shaking men were sliced like smashed tomatoes. Only Ma Shirlong was still convulsing on the ground, but it was clear he wouldn't last long. The stench of blood spread and people moved aside. A slaughter god had killed in Chan City. No one dared to be associated with him. Who would dare to kill in Chan City? 2 Earth-level tertiary stage martial artists rushed there. Even they felt a little disgusted at the scene. When they saw that the people killed were all from Shangchang Mountain, their face changed. Shangchang Mountain was just a second-grade sect, but they were backed up by Chin Kuan sect. It's you, Mr. Emo from Tai, one of them said. Emo thought about the situation. In the end, that Emo Yushin hadn't died, he had just joined Tai's sect. At this moment, a chariot was coming out of Chan City. When he saw it, Emo remembered that it was Goddess Zihua's cart. He hadn't expected to see it again today. Emo scanned his spirit sense inside. It was Yun Zi indeed, but she seemed injured. The cart didn't intend to stop at all when passing by Emo. Emo suddenly called out, "Goddess Zihua, please wait a moment. I have something to ask you." A cold voice sounded from the chariot. "Mr. Mo, I'm busy. If there's nothing special, I'm leaving." If it had been a few years ago, she wouldn't have even cared about a Tai core disciple. However now, the Magical Merchant Association was far weaker than Tai. She didn't want Mo Yushin to find an excuse to use it against them. Mr. Mo, the 2 Earth-level martial artists weren't happy that Mo had ignored them, but they didn't dare to get angry. Mo Yushin was a core disciple of Tai. His status was the same as an elder's. Mo sneered, "Don't take me for Mo Yushin, I'm not him." "Is Mo Yushin a Tai sect member?" "Great. I am going to kill Tai sect people anyway, he better not cross my wake." "What? And you dare pretend you're a Tai sect core disciple? Who are you? You're asking to die." No wonder he seemed strange. It was said that Mo Yushin was a gentleman, he would never be as rude as this person. Without thinking, they pulled out their swords and charged at Emo. Emo lifted his hand and the flying sword landed on his hand. At the same time, a sword ray flashed and 2 heads flew into the sky, spilling blood. "My name is Emo." Chapter 741, Doing Something for Husband, huh? Yun Zi's hand shook. "Miss, is he really not Mo Yushin? Is he Xiao Yun's husband then? He says he's Emo." Xiaoling looked in shock at the bloody scene and the man who had a sword on his back. "Which arrogant fool dares kill at Chan City's gates?" A furious voice sounded, and an old man appeared at the gates. "You're from the Tai sect?" Emo saw the old man's clothes and knew that he was from the Tai sect. He was a Great Heaven Master and seemed a bit stronger than that elderman, but he was still only at the Great Heaven primary stage. To him, that little strength was worthless. The old man sneered, "You look a little like Martial Nephew Yushin. But no matter what, you must die." As soon as the man finished speaking, he saw Emo's sword fly up into the sky on its own, accompanied by a sword ray. "Sword manipulation," the old man exclaimed in shock. Even Great Heaven Peak Masters couldn't do that. Only the legendary state above Great Heaven could allow you to achieve that. "You're above Great Heaven." The old man could only say this before he quickly tried to hide, but no matter how fast he was, his arm was still sliced off like tofu. Emo had to congratulate the old man for his agility. "Let me see how long you can hide."
Yemo controlled his flying sword again, and it was much faster this time. The great Heaven Master's soul was shattered while he was still screaming. "Don't attack, we can talk it." However, he could never utter that last word. 3 sword rays had cut him into 4 slices already. Yunzi looked at Yemo with a pale face, while her heart was in a tsunami of shock. It was him indeed. He was the one who killed Elder Ming in Hangshui City. He had bought the Earth Spirit Fruit, he had taken out that 500 kilograms of gold, he was that big beard. He had probably gotten the Jialan flower too, so he was this strong? Great Heaven Masters couldn't even stand one blow of his. He could even manipulate his sword. What level of power had he achieved? She had guessed right indeed, yet she missed the opportunity to connect to him. Yunzi's mind went black. A tornado of a man like him, who was this powerful, how could he supposedly have no talent? Emo then turned to Z and said plainly, "Goddess Ziwa, I believe you know in which direction Ice Lake is. Please tell me. Here is a pill for your internal injuries, which are quite heavy. It's yours. I said I owed you before, so now I've paid you back." Emo looked at the man on the horse. The man was a half-step Great Heaven cultivator, yet even with him Yunzi was still heavily injured. Yunzi took the bottle shakily and even forgot to reply. Seeing Emo starting to frown, Xiaoling quickly pulled Yunzi. Yunzi finally calmed down a little and shakily replied. "Mr. Yi, are you looking for Sister Xiaoyun? She's not in Ice Lake, she's at Magical Continent Mountain now, 50 kilometers from here, in the Hidden Sex Grading Tournament. She's representing Ice Lake there." Hearing that Mu Xiaoyun was fine, Emo heaved a sigh of relief. "Where is it exactly?" "I'll be going there now." Emo couldn't wait any longer. Yunzi quickly said, "He was planning on going there now too, so you can come with me. There is one thing, however, after this tournament, Xiaoyun will be joining the Taisei Dash." "What?" Emo immediately interrupted. Yunzi quickly explained, "Because there's someone called Mo Yushin in the Tai sect who kept harassing Xiaoyun. She went back to Ice Lake to hide. But Tai was too domineering and chased all the way to Ice Lake. They said that Mu Xiaoyun belongs to Tai, and since Ice Lake is weak, after some negotiations, they allowed Xiaoyun to join Tai after the tournament." Emo's face grew colder and colder. Xiaoyun knew he had enmity with Tai. She would never join it voluntarily, so she must have been forced. Yunzi saw Emo's cold face, and his intense killing intent made her shiver. She immediately said, "You left for 4 years. 1 year ago, Sister Xiaoyun said that she would rather die than join Tai, but where is Magical Continent Mountain?" Emo asked again. Yunzi shivered and pointed west subconsciously. "It's 50 kilometers to the west from here. By chariot it takes Yunzi was then suddenly made speechless as she saw in a daze how Emo stepped onto the flying sword and disappeared into the horizon. Not only Yunzi, but also Xiaoling and the horse rider were dazed. Emo could fly on a sword? Who was he? Was he an immortal or something? Yunzi's body was shaking with excitement. After a long while, she came back to her senses and quickly said to the man beside her, "Uncle Tong, quick, we need to go to Magical Continent Mountain as fast as possible." The biggest mountain in the Hidden Sex was undoubtedly the Magical Continent Mountain. It wasn't tall, but it had 9 peaks surrounding the mountain. The mountain top was very flat and had an area of tens of millions of square meters. For countless years, the tournament to decide the Hidden Sex grades had been held there. The Hidden Sex resources were limited, and so a lower grade meant less resources, so it meant a lot. Every 20 years, the second grade and below sex would have their tournament there. Every 100 years, the special grade and first grade sex would hold their tournament there too. Now was the most busy time of that place as the 20-year and the 100-year tournament were being held there at the same time. This overlap meant something special. This time, the gradeless sex could challenge the special grade sex, and as long as they won, they would take their place as a special grade hidden sect. Moreover, there was no age restriction on the challengers. They just had to not be an elder. Usually, people wouldn't challenge you, though, because if, for example, you were a second grade sect, and you lost too many times, you risked being demoted to a third grade sect. Ice Lake was actually on the verge of losing their third grade title. Although there were many sects present, there weren't that many people participating. Third grade sects usually just had 2 members participate at most. Special grade sects could send out as many as 5 members. The higher the grade, the more stable the status. Even if one member lost, there would still be others. But this wasn't the case for the low-grade hidden sects. This time, Ji Yilan and Mu Xiaoyun were representing Ice Lake. Elder Foam and 2 Earth-level elders had come too, because they would matter if Ice Lake could reach the 2nd grade. Xiaoyun.
Ji Yilan looked worriedly at Mu Xiaoyun.
Her face had been very cold ever since coming to Magical Continent Mountain. Mu Xiaoyun suddenly got up and walked up to the stage, but Ji Yilan quickly stopped her. Xiaoyun, our round hasn't started yet. Now is the challenging time, martial sister Yilan, I know. I've already helped Ice Lake win 2 rounds. I want to do something for my husband now. Mu Xiaoyun from 3rd grade Ice Lake challenges the Tai sect.
Mu Xiaoyun stood on the stage with a blue dress.
A light breeze blew on her dress, making her look like a goddess who was about to fly away. Chapter 742, Forgetting to block the strike. Such a pretty woman, yes, but why is a 3rd grade sect challenging Tai sect?
That's like asking to die. PFFF, she's not asking to die. They say that she has been chosen by Tai sect. After representing Ice Lake, she will get married into Tai sect. Do you think Tai sect would kill her? Yes, I saw her match yesterday. She's black level peak and she's not even 30 years old. I think she's called Mu Xiaoyun, no wonder she's challenging Tai sect. She probably wants to leave them a good impression. When Mu Xiaoyun claimed her intentions, no one thought she was really trying to challenge Tai sect. After all, these special grade sect's genius disciples were unbeatable. Moreover, against a special grade sect, it was usually Earth-level masters and even half-step grade heaven masters who challenged. It was a special case that Tai and Kuan Xian had succeeded 100 years ago. Ji Yilan was worried sick. She knew it was pointless to find grandma for help, but she still did so. A skinny old man was unhappy. He scanned the rest of the elders and looked at the bald fat man. After a long while, he said, Elder Jean, is this the girl that you spoke about? Yes, Vice Sect Leader Qi. He acted cocky in front of others. But he would never dare to do so in front of the Vice Sect Leader. Vice Sect Leader Qi's tone was cold. The first requirement for joining the sect is loyalty. This girl clearly hates our sect and yet, you let someone like her join us. Elder Jean was at a loss for words. He quickly said, she's my disciple's fiancée. He wasn't planning on marrying her, but when he realized she is a level 1 talent and saw her beauty, he changed his mind. So Elder Jean continued, seeing that Vice Sect Leader Qi didn't speak. If Vice Sect Leader Qi doesn't think she's suitable to be our disciple, then she can just serve my disciple. We can't let her gain strength in Ice Lake either. Yen, Vice Sect Leader Qi nodded. Even if they couldn't take her as a disciple, they couldn't allow her to get stronger in Ice Lake and empower them. Master, I want this Mu Xiaoyun. I want to see her on the stage. She reminds me of that girl I saw outside. A 30-year-old man suddenly got up and said at that moment. Hearing this, Vice Sect Leader Qi frowned. Yuan Zhong, you're too superficial. After all these years, you've only gone from the peak of the black level to the earth level primary stage because you spent too much time thinking about women. This man heard this and promised immediately, Master, I'm for real this time. If I can have this woman, I promise I won't go out with other women anymore. The reason I haven't been progressing much is because of the death of that girl. Vice Sect Leader Qi sighed, don't mention that thing again. I feel uneasy about it. Master, you worry too much. Our Tai is one of the big 3, who would dare do anything to us? Also, it's been many years and nothing has happened. I promise, if I get that woman this time, I will give my best to cultivate. Yuan Zhong promised. Vice Sect Leader Qi clearly spoiled Yuan Zhong, but he just sighed, it's better to be careful. Still, this woman Elder Jean saw Vice Sect Leader Qi look over and immediately knew what was going on. This made it hard for him, but before he said anything, the young man behind him moved forward. He saluted Vice Sect Leader Qi and said, Vice Sect Leader Qi. Mu Xiaoyun was given to me by my master. If Martial Brother Yuan likes her, she's truly lucky. I'm willing to give this woman to Martial Brother Yuan. Very well, what is your name? Yuan Zhong immediately smiled and patted his shoulder. The young man said respectfully, Mo Yushin greets Martial Brother Yuan. I just became a core disciple of Tai. Oh, so you're Mo Yushin. Not bad. Yuan Zhong applauded Mo Yushin. Mo Yushin's attitude made Elder Jean breathe at ease, and even Vice Sect Leader Qi nodded. This man knew what was his and what couldn't be his. Vice Sect Leader Qi said to Yuan Zhong, go. But after this, you must focus. Yes, Master. Yuan Zhong rejoiced and immediately jumped onto the stage. His gliding landing immediately rallied a round of applause and cheers. See.
That is Tai's vice-sect leader Chi's disciple, martial brother Yuan. He's only 30 and he's already at the earth level. He's a true genius, no wonder his kung fu movements are this good. Yuan Zhong heard the cheers and of course saluted back to everyone joyfully. Then, he studied Mu Xiaoyun. He loved her the more he looked at her. Martial sister Xiaoyun, I'm Yuan Zhong, a core disciple of Tai. My master is Qi Jin, Tai sect's vice-sect leader Qi. My master engaged you to me. Don't worry about Mo Yushin, he agreed to it. I fell in love with you at first sight. Don't worry, I will treat you well. Mu Xiaoyun didn't seem to hear this. She picked up her sword and attacked. With Yemo's speed, he arrived at the mountain quickly. However, he felt an anti-air restriction again, just like at Wuwen Mountain. He couldn't fly, Yemo sighed. He was still too weak. If he was strong, he could just ignore it. Yet now, he had to get down and walk. Yemo was also sure that a long time ago, that place must have indeed been a cultivation ground. But as time went by, the spirit chi had dissipated and made cultivation regress into ancient martial arts. The dependence on spirit chi for ancient martial arts was far lesser than for Dao cultivation. Perhaps there had been here a large sect a long time ago. Yemo was very fast even without flying. Unlike in Wuwen Mountain, there were no ground restrictions here. Yemo did 15 kilometers and got there in no time. When he was at the bottom of the mountain, his spirit sense scanned Mu Xiaoyun attacking a man with her sword. She was just at stage 3, while that man was at the earth-level primary stage. Even for Yemo, that wouldn't have been easy when he was at stage 3-3. Mu Xiaoyun had zero fighting experience. How could she be a match for her opponent? Thinking about this, Yemo sped up and darted like a whirlwind. He stepped on countless shoulders to reach the stage. Clank. Yuan Zhong blocked the sword. However, the fire sparks made Yuan Zhong understand that Mu Xiaoyun was trying to kill him. Such a beautiful woman, but she attacked so ferociously. This made Yuan Zhong want to conquer her even more. Watch my sword. Yuan Zhong knew that Mu Xiaoyun could block it for sure, so he only used 80% of his chi, but when the sword struck down, he and everyone else were dazed. Mu Xiaoyun seemed to be asking to die. She had forgotten to block the sword. Instead, she was looking away with joy and happiness. Chapter 743, Nail Kill. Mu Xiaoyun wasn't blocking, but Yuan Chang's sword was still hacking down. Everyone watching the match knew that Mu Xiaoyun's fate was sealed. Such a beautiful lady was about to be killed. Some of the spectators didn't even want to watch anymore and closed their eyes. Yuan Chong was shook as well. He didn't want to kill Mu Xiaoyun at all. He could only blame his poor luck. He finally met a girl he really felt something for, yet she was about to be killed by him, but before he could properly regret, he heard a clink sound, while he felt like his hand was a little lighter. He looked at the sword in his hand subconsciously and found that he was only holding a hilt. Yi dear, husband, is that you? Mu Xiaoyun's eyes became misty. Ever since she starts cultivating the primordial fortune chant, her spirit sense had gotten amazing. Although she was only stage 3, her spirit sense nearly reached 1 kilometer. She hadn't even intentionally been scanning with her spirit sense but had just felt Yemo's chi. The husband she had been longing for day and night had finally come. She forgot that she was still on the fighting stage, as all her attention was on the person who half just appeared. As soon as her voice sounded, the figure of her dreams held her in his arms, embracing her with one of his powerful arms. Mu Xiaoyun was shaking while tightly hugging Yemo. Yi babe, am I dreaming? Mu Xiaoyun's voice was shaky. She didn't care about all the people watching her. She was just afraid that the moment she loosened her hand, Yemo would disappear. Yemo caressed Mu Xiaoyun's hair and said, Xiaoyun, you're not dreaming. I'm sorry, I'm late. Yi babe, is this really not a dream? Mu Xiaoyun looked up, verifying reality once more, and she saw Yemo's recovered face. In truth, she didn't even need to look, she only needed to feel the chi in Yemo's arms and see Yemo's eyes to know that the person in front of her was her husband. My face has recovered, Yemo uttered, N. Mu Xiaoyun didn't want to move anymore. Yemo patted her arm and said, Xiaoyun, get up for now. I need to take care of this guy. How dare he try to kill you? Mu Xiaoyun listened and got up but still stood behind Yemo. Yuan Chong was looking at the sword hilt in his hand in shock. This sword was from the Forgery Hall's elite collection, yet now, it was broken just like that. He couldn't believe his eyes. All he had seen was a white flashing light and his sword was broken before he knew it. By now, though, he finally reacted and looked coldly at Guillermo before asking, "Who are you? How dare you break the rules?" Guillermo flicked his flying sword and said plainly, "Are you deaf? Did you not hear Xiaoyun call me husband?" Yuan Chong had already decided that Mu Xiaoyun was his, so now that she suddenly had a husband, this made Yuan Chong furious. "How dare this fellow steal his woman? Yureth King asking to die, you dare take my woman, I'll make you regret coming into this world." Before he could continue his threats, he was instantaneously slapped on the face a couple of times. His mouth was covered in blood as even a couple of his teeth flew out. Yimo then stopped his hand as he saw a shield-shaped card on Yuan Chang's belt. He immediately grabbed it. Yimo looked at it and saw the words Tai. "So that was you." Yimo's voice went ice cold. "Stop!" Two yells sounded as two half-step Great Heaven Masters landed on the stage. Yimo didn't seem to hear them and asked Yuan Chong in a cold voice, "A few years ago, did you go outside and hit a girl in Ninghai? How do you know?" Yuan Chong looked at Yimo in shock and asked subconsciously, "Ha. You ran into me without me having to look for you." Yimo laughed. Ning Qingxue would have died if he hadn't given her the necklace and she hadn't lost her memories because of this trash. And today, this scum wanted to kill Mu Xiaoyun too. How could Yimo let him go? "Ignorant fool, you're asking to die." The two half-step Great Heaven Masters saw Yimo laugh in madness on the stage and couldn't hold back anymore. Two fist shadows smashed towards Yimo. Two mere half-step Great Heaven fellows dared be cocky in front of him? Yimo didn't even look as he punched with both fists, and their inner chi auras clashed. Yimo's fists broke through the inner chi of his two attackers and smashed their chests. The two flew out of the stage spewing blood immediately. When the two fell off the stage, they covered their chests with their hands and looked at Yimo in shock. Clearly, Yimo didn't use his full power there or they would have died. They were sure that even a Great Heaven Master wouldn't be able to injure them this easily, yet this young man had. Tai Sec's vice sect leader Qi sneered and said to Elder Jin, "Bring Yuan Chong back." "Yes." Elder Qi quickly glided down. Although he had witnessed Yimo's power, with his Great Heaven middle stage power, he would easily capture this youth. Before Elder Jin could come up, Yimo pulled up the flag beside the stage and said to Yuan Chong, "I'm the husband of the girl you beat then, and today, you attacked my wife Xiaoyun as well. Consider this me letting you die a knowing death." "What?" Yuan Chang's face was destroyed already. But the shock in his eyes was still visible at Yimo's words. He just told his master that it had been a few years and it didn't matter anymore, but now, the girl's husband had appeared. But he soon reacted. This was the hidden sect's biggest tournament ground, and his master was in front of him. His master wouldn't let him suffer. He laughed out loud. "You're about to die yet you're still saying bullshit. If you're smart, give me your woman and perhaps I might beg my master to let you live." "Oh really?" Yimo glanced coldly at that Elder Jin who just came on stage and suddenly kicked Yuan Chong heavily in the chest. Yuan Chong suddenly felt himself flying. 20 meters from the stage stood a bell tower. It was a 10-meter tall huge rock and at the top it had a bell. This bell was for the tournament. Yimo kicked Yuan Chong into the bell tower and turned the flagpole from beside the stage into 5 segments before throwing them after Yuan Chong. Dong 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 dong, the bell shook. In front of everyone's eyes, on the rock was nailed a man. It was Yuan Chong who had just been kicked out. 4 segments had nailed Yuan Chang's ligaments, while the last piece had nailed his throat. The scene turned silent. Everything had happened too fast. Everyone knew all hell was about to break loose now. Yuan Chong had been killed in front of Vice Sect leader Qi in public. Everyone knew that Yuan Chong was actually Vice Sect leader Qi's illegitimate child. That, coupled with his excellent talent, he had a very important position in Vice Sect leader Qi's heart. Such a person was nailed and killed in such an insulting manner. How could Tai let this go? "It's over." Elder Jin looked at Yuan Chong, and his hands and feet went cold as he had the biggest responsibility. "You're asking to die." An absolutely furious voice sounded as a skinny old man flew onto the stage like a big bird coming for its prey. Chapter 744. Surrounded, looking at Vice Sect leader Qi, everyone jumped up in excitement. Wasn't he practically flying? He was really flying. With him being able to fly over such a long distance, one could see that Vice Sect leader Qi was very powerful. Every step of progress was very hard to make at the latter stages of ancient martial arts. And flying, or extensive gliding to be exact, could only be done at the Great Heaven Tertiary stage. If such a master attacked with fury, everyone could imagine what would happen to Yimo and Mu Xiaoyun. Yimo just sneered. He knew this couldn't be true flying, because first of all, there were air restrictions there.
Even he couldn't fly. Vice sect leader Chi was at most gliding a bit. He was also going from high to low, so the distance he glided ended up being a bit reasonable, but this gliding was still even worse than Yemo's wind control. Meanwhile, Chi Kai was furious. He regretted not attacking immediately and causing Yuan Chang's death. His fury was at its peak. After gliding for a while, he landed on the stage and immediately calmed himself down. He knew this person was no ordinary person and perhaps even quite scary. Without fighting, Shikai already knew his opponent was no weaker than him. Yuan Chong was unable to be brought back to life anymore, so what mattered most was how to kill this young man. Yemo didn't even look at Shikai. Although he was strong, Yemo knew he wasn't the strongest guy there. For instance, he was weaker than the three masters he saw at Hang Shui. Yemo thought that since he was attacking them there might be a round of carnage later on. He might even have to face many masters ganging up on him. He wasn't afraid of the great heaven masters ganging up on him, but he was worried about Mu Xiaoyun. If Mu Xiaoyun wasn't there, he could slaughter all he wanted, but since Mu Xiaoyun was there, he needed to protect her, which would keep him from unleashing his full power. Emo didn't know why Mu Xiaoyun was still stage 3 after cultivating for 4 years. With her talent, she should be at least stage 5 or even 6. Although Emo really wanted to send Mu Xiaoyun away right now, he knew there were a few hidden powers lurking. If he moved, they would come stop him. One of them was the one who appeared in Hang Shui. Elder Jin saw Vice Sect leader Qi come up himself, so he immediately stood on the side. He was worried that Yemo might try to suddenly run away. When Shikai got on the stage, he calmed down and didn't attack immediately. He stared at Yemo for a long time. Even if Mu Xiaoyun is your woman, you could have just taken her away. Why did you kill a Tai sect core disciple? Shikai questioned coldly. Yemo looked up in shock. He thought this vice sect leader would attack him straight away, but the man had calmed down instead. Yemo was seeking revenge against Tai, so he wasn't going to have a polite chat with Shikai, but he still had to explain his purpose for killing. He suddenly raised the shield-shaped jade card and crushed it to powder. Shikai's face went green. Seeing Shikai still just looking coldly at him, Yemo felt that this vice sect leader Chi was quite collected. He pulled Mu Xiaoyun behind him and said coldly, "A few years ago, Yuan Chong and someone else went to the outside and almost killed a woman in Ninghai. He made that woman lose a year of her memory too." Hearing this, Shikai's face changed drastically as though he'd remembered something. Yemo kept talking coldly. "That woman happened to be my wife. At that moment I swore that no matter who it was that almost killed my wife, I would annihilate him in this lifetime." Shikai's face changed drastically, and he asked after a long time, "You made that necklace she had? She didn't die thanks to it." Yemo sneered, "Hearing you say that much, you must be the other person that went to Ninghai. This saves me quite some trouble. That necklace was a magic artifact I made, and if it wasn't for that, she would have long been dead indeed." Shikai took a deep breath. He wasn't that scared of Yemo at the start, but after knowing that Yemo made the necklace, he knew that he struck a hard enemy this time. He had been worrying about the person coming for revenge, and now he actually did. Shikai was a great heaven master and the vice sect leader of a powerful sect. He knew a lot more secrets than most people. He knew that there was a way of cultivation countless times more powerful than ancient martial arts. But no one could cultivate it anymore. This person being so young yet so powerful meant that he might quite possibly be someone who cultivates that mystical cultivation method. If he attacked someone like this, he had to make sure to kill him completely. If Yemo got away, the Tai sect would be done for. This wasn't even about revenge anymore, it was about the survival of the Tai sect. Shikai knew that he might not be able to keep Yemo there. He was afraid that Yemo would get away. If all of the Tai masters were there and if the masters of a few more sects joined together, then they might be able to kill him. Meanwhile, Yemo just wanted to find a safe place to hide Mu Xiaoyun and start his carnage. "Xiaoyun, let's go." Yemo didn't want to keep staying on the stage. "Ha ha. You underestimate us hidden sects too much if you think you can come and go as you please." Another skinny old man landed on the stage. "It's Kuan Xianzling Wushuichenbei." Someone immediately muttered quietly. As Yemo looked at this old man, he immediately knew that he was much stronger than Shikai. This guy was the one lurking in the shadows. He couldn't see his power before, but now, Yemo could tell that the old man was a great heaven peak master. "I know now. The one who killed Elder Ming and Wei Wu at Hangshui City must have been him. It was one man and one woman, both very young, who did it. It must have been them," the fat Elder Jean suddenly yelled.
Ling Wushui heard this and looked at Yimo and Mu Xiaoyun before nodding. That seems to have been the case.
They even put the blame on Forgery Hall. You're quite the character, aren't you? More and more masters started appearing on the stage, and the masters of the Forgery Hall and the Gemini Sword sect all rushed up. Shi Yoshin from the Gemini Sword sect glared at Yimo, wanting to eat him raw. His son had been killed and only today did he find the culprit. Yimo said to Mu Xiaoyun, Xiaoyun, I'm about to start a carnage here, so stay behind me and never leave me too far again. Mu Xiaoyun nodded. Yimo squeezed her hand and said, Xiaoyun, don't worry. I was trapped in a place these last few years where I cultivated for the entire 4 years. So don't worry. Then, Yimo suddenly yelled, I, Yimo, have a feud with the Tai sect. I'm here today for revenge. All irrelevant people, please move aside. When I attack, everyone who hasn't moved away will be my enemy. After the battle, I will make sure to visit your sects one by one as well. Many people started retreating, not because they thought Yimo could win, but because they just had nothing to do with this. Ling Wushui laughed and said coldly, I want to see how you're going to visit our sections. I'm Qian Kuan sect's great elder, Ling Wushui. Don't forget to visit after you die. By the way, there's not only Qian Kuan sect here but also Taiyi and Ci Hang Jing Mosque's great heaven masters are present. Ling Wushui's words aroused a fit of laughter. It was nothing but a pipe dream to think of running away from so many masters. Then, there was a sharp laughter. Yimo, it's you indeed, I finally caught you today. Chapter 745, Instant Kill Great Heaven. Yimo looked at the person who now also flew onto the stage, and his eyes went cold. It could be said that other than the young ancient martial artist, this was the person he wanted to kill the most in the small world. So it's you, Jie-sun, you witch. I wanted to find you too, how great. I remember your chest having 2 big balls of white, though. Why are you restraining them now? Or did some old ancient martial artist do that? Yimo laughed. Little animal, you're asking to die. Jie-sun cursed every time she thought about how Yimo ripped off the clothes on her chest and made her lose the most precious thing. Jie-sun was about to attack immediately, but then she suddenly seemed to remember something and stopped. There were so many people there, yet they were all just surrounding Yimo without attacking. If she went up first, perhaps it would end up benefiting someone else instead. Yimo thought it was a shame. If Jie-sun came up, he could kill her first, but alas, she was too cunning. Everyone looked at Jie-sun after Yimo said that. Jie-sun had a strange quirk, she hated men. She never gave any man any face, so she had the title of Heartless Nun. Everyone looked strangely at Jie-sun now, because her reaction meant that what Yimo said might have some truth to it. Many people started thinking, this Yimo fellow having seen Jie-sun's chest naked, is there something between them? Jie-sun's face went pale with anger, but she still didn't go up. Even though there were so many people there, if they came up one by one, he wouldn't have to fear anyone. Even if they ganged up on him, he wouldn't care, but he would be worried about Mu Xiaoyun. This was why he hadn't attacked yet. Xiaoyun, while we fight, we'll retreat at the same time. As long as we retreat as far as 15 kilometers, I will be able to take you up and fly, Yimo said. Just when Yimo was about to attack, a cold voice sounded, Martial Sister Jie-sun, why didn't you come back to the sect after going out for so long? And why has Luo Fei not come back from the outside? Yimo looked at the person talking, it was another nun. He thought that since Ci Hang Jin Mosque had one master he couldn't see through before, and 4 other great heaven masters, as well as many half-step great heaven masters, if they were to leave, he would feel a lot less pressure. Jie-sun sneered, Martial Sister Jie-sun, I'm already great heaven. I stayed outside because of some business. As for the sect, I will go back after I'm done. Also, Martial Sister, you might not know. But those 3 Yimo heard this and knew Jie-sun wanted to spill the matter of the 3 pages of the Luo Sutra. If she did, then these nuns would attack him like crazy. Thinking about this, Yimo yelled, Jie-sun, you wretched woman. You wouldn't even let go of the disciples in your own sect. You killed Luo Yin and forced Luo Fei to jump off a cliff. You animal. They knew that you were involved in some shady stuff, and now they've all been killed by you. Jie-sun, did you kill my disciples Luo Yin and Luo Xian? A pretty middle-aged nun heard this and glared. Then, she pulled out her sword and attacked Jie-sun. Jie-sun cursed that Yimo for interrupting her. She blocked the sword with her horsetail whisk and pointed at Yimo. And you killed that Qi Yulin from Koan Xian, didn't you? Can you deny that? The 3 scrolls of the Luo Sutra are also on you. Do you want to deny the two? Emo had already retreated to the edge of the stage with Mu Xiaoyun, while out of his flying sword appeared countless sword rays forming a barrier around them. At the same time, he shot out a bunch of fireballs as well. The warriors on the side of the stage were caught off guard. It all happened too quickly, but as soon as Emo got off, 2 strong fist winds sealed his path. If it was just him alone, he could dodge it, but he was with Mu Xiaoyun, such powerful fist winds. Emo knew that this wasn't the attacker's full power either. It was Ling Wushui and the ancient martial artist from Tai who just got there. The latter seemed to be even stronger than Ling Wushui. Emo's flying sword quickly clashed with the fist winds. Bang! The force shattered even the nearby rocks. Emo stood still on the spot, while the 2 great Heaven Peak warriors took 2 steps back. So strong! Emo sighed. These 2 were as strong as chi-gathering peak cultivators. If it wasn't for his 3 birth chant, it would be impossible to stop them with a chi-gathering stage 7 cultivation, but even now, he couldn't get the upper hand. It seemed it had been the right decision of him not to go to Tai as soon as he arrived. That would have been suicide. The difference between Great Heaven Primary Stage and Great Heaven Peak was this huge. It really shocked Emo, but his 2 opponents were even more in shock. They had never thought that there would be someone able to block both of their attacks simultaneously, even slightly taking the upper hand. Moreover, this young man had someone he was protecting beside him. Although they hadn't attacked with their full power, they had still used at least 70%. The 2 looked at each other and nodded. Emo saw excitement in their eyes. They were interested in what he cultivated. By this time, more people had reached them. At this moment, the nun Jie Xian ordered, all disciples of Ci Hangjin Mosque. Listen. Come back immediately. Our main task is to bring Jie Xian back. Martial Sister Jie Xian, we need you right now. Us 3 sects are allies, how can you? That Tai sect old man immediately commented. Jie Xian answered plainly, our sect has a traitor, so we need to settle that first. The Tai old man was at a loss for words. You killed my nephew Yulin, little animal, die. A great heaven master suddenly jumped up and pierced his sword towards Emo with intense killing intent. It was a sneak attack, and the sword ray was already above Emo's head. Emo sneered, however. He had no intention of even avoiding the attack. The flying sword in his hand vibrated upon being filled with his cultivation essence and turned it into a many-meter-long white beam which hacked towards his opponent's sword. A screeching sound appeared, after which a vibrant red colored the sky. A body that was split in half fell on the ground right after. Then, blood rained down too. Ling Wushui's face was green. It had happened so fast that he couldn't even save a great heaven master of his own sect. Chapter 746, Who Surrounds? Who Kills? Everyone took a deep breath at that moment. What power was this? Shi Yoshin had also wanted to ambush Emo, but he shivered at the thought now. If he had gone up just then, it would be him laying on the ground now. This fellow was too strong. This person has gone crazy and is killing innocent members of our hidden sects. I, Ling Wushui, in the name of the Qian Kuan sect, announce the highest killing order on Emo. Every sect which helps us annihilate him will be seen as a friendly sect of ours and can get a great heaven pill. Ling Wushui was shaking with anger, but he knew he wouldn't be able to kill Emo by himself. The Tai sect old man also proclaimed. I, Len Quan, in the name of the Tai sect, agree with Brother Ling. We still have countless masters coming for support as we speak, so no matter how strong this man is, he will die for sure. It is a matter of great importance for the hidden sects to hunt this man down. All those sects who leave and don't want to contribute to the hidden sects can prepare to suffer the consequences. The Tai old man was resorting to threats. Ha! A laugh of derision sounded, and an old woman flew over. Emo recognized the woman. It was Grandma Fong from Ice Lake. She glanced at Emo and nodded. I didn't think there would come a time when my sight failed me. Not only are you a high-level herbal doctor but also a great heaven peak master. Elder Fong, your sect is also one of the hidden sections. This person is rampaging among the hidden sects, so for the survival of the hidden sects, I hope you can help us kill him. After this, I can promise Ice Lake will reach the 2nd grade, Len Quan said. Elder Fong looked at Len Quan in contempt. Len, stop using wicked rhetorics to trick me. I feel disgusted. The reason why Ice Lake became a 3rd grade sect was all because of Tai in the first place. Elder Fong also looked at Ling Wushui and said, and your Koan Qian sect, you're all the same. Schemes and shenanigans. Ice Lake will not join this hunt. what will you do about it?
Mu Xiaoyun is our Ice Lake's disciple after all.
But even if she weren't, I can still leave whenever I want. Len Quan's face looked bad, but Ling Wushui actually calmed down quickly and just looked at Elder Feng coldly. Elder Feng then turned and said to Yimo, I know that you're a master, and even someone like me can't tell how strong you are, but no matter how strong you are, you can't be sure you will be able to protect Mu Xiaoyun from this many masters. She's my disciple, so if you can trust me, let me take her and then you can focus on these fellows.
How about it, Elder Feng, you're crossing the line.
Len Quan yelled, but Elder Feng turned around and said, How? Is there anything wrong in me taking away my sect's disciple? If you don't agree,
fight me, alright, go on then, but I don't want you to intervene in this any more than this.
Otherwise, humph.
Ling Wushui harumphed. He knew clearly that even with Mu Xiaoyun there, it would at most make Yimo a little concerned. On the other hand, if Mu Xiaoyun was killed, Elder Feng would be on Yimo's side instead. Elder Feng seemed to have known it would be this way already, so she had turned to Yimo and was waiting for his reply. Yimo frowned. It would indeed be the best decision to give Mu Xiaoyun to a master like this woman, but Yimo felt like the old woman wasn't simple. She wasn't just saving Mu Xiaoyun because she was an Ice Lake disciple.
This was just Yimo's subconscious feeling though.
But if he didn't give Mu Xiaoyun to her, Mu Xiaoyun would be in a tougher situation. Husband, I will go with Elder Feng.
After you're done here, you can come find me. And if you don't make it back, I will accompany you.
Mu Xiaoyun said. Yimo sighed. Okay, Xiaoyun, leave with Elder Feng.
But don't worry, I will definitely come back to find you in Ice Lake.
These people are no threat to me, so you just need to wait for me. Yimo suddenly took out an aromatic pill and gave it to Elder Feng. Elder Feng, this is a top-grade medical pill which I made using many precious herbs.
It can cure your wound.
This is my thanks for taking care of Xiaoyun. And Elder Feng rejoiced and immediately ate it without even looking at it. The pill melted in her mouth within seconds, and she suddenly felt her wounds start to recover already. Yimo was a powerful herbal doctor indeed. What a good pill indeed. It's already melting in my mouth and doing my wounds very good.
Many decade-old wounds were being cured right then and there.
Elder Feng was overjoyed. Yimo smiled. You're caring for Xiaoyun well, so you deserve it. This pill is called the Knowing Wool pill. Although it smells a bit bad, it's good for internal injuries.
I found the herbs in Wuwen Mountain a few years ago.
It can cure any internal injury, but it will take a day if you don't use your power to digest it. Mu Xiaoyun felt a bit strange about this. She knew that her husband had a pill called the Lotus Life Pill that immediately removed all internal injuries. Xiaoyun, I've left some things with you.
You need to cultivate it quickly, okay?
Yimo had put the jade slip of the primordial fortune chant and a lot of pills in her ring already.
Mu Xiaoyun regretted not cultivating properly now.
If she hadn't spent all her time waiting for her husband, perhaps she would be stage 5 already. Yimo nodded. Hold on, I'll make one more thing for you. Yimo took out some ores and some pills and with a few spins, they became a bracelet. Yimo put it on her and said softly, this bracelet means that I'm always by your side, don't take it off. And Mu Xiaoyun agreed obediently. Everyone saw Yimo casually create fire from nothing and make a bracelet in front of them and open their mouth wide open in shock. Len Quan and Ling Wushui's eyes couldn't stop flickering either. Seeing Mu Xiaoyun and Elder Feng leave, Yimo then turned to Len Quan and Ling Wushui. Alright, since you guys want to die, don't blame me. I will now turn this place into a bloodbath. Yimo then released his killing intent, and it almost materialized, making many people shiver subconsciously. Wait, All Heaven Sect, leave. This thing has nothing to do with our All Heaven Sect, a voice sounded, and the All Heaven Sect disciples all left. Master.
Yimo is also called Moing, that friend of mine.
Although I know I can't help him, I don't want our Shu Mountain Sword Sect to attack him.
As another voice sounded, Yimo saw Lu Lei and nodded.
He didn't care if the Shu Mountain Sword Sect left or not, but Lu Lei being just an inner sect member and still daring to say this meant that he was a loyal friend indeed. Many sects actually wanted nothing more than an excuse to leave, so now that Lu Lei said this, the Shu Mountain Sword Sect's elder immediately announced that they would be leaving as well. Many other sects started to leave too. Seeing more and more people leave,
Len Quan roared in rage, kill him together, now. Then,
Ling Wushui and him both charged ahead. Shi Kai also charged along. The remaining people under the Tai, Kuan Qian, and Gemini Sword Sect and of the Forgery Hall all charged towards Yimo. In that instant, Countless projectiles, sword chi and fist chi all came hurling towards Yimo. Chapter 747, First Wave of Battle. Yimo rejoiced that he had sent Mu Xiaoyun away. If she were still there, he would only be able to choose a direction in which to keep running and go, but with Len Quan and Ling Wushui, he wouldn't even be able to run that far, but of course Yimo didn't want to run. They wanted his life, so they had to pay with their own. Yimo's spirit sense had gotten so strong that under his control, his flying sword could fly all over the place like there was no one there. While it did, he took out another 2-meter longsword and dashed into the crowd. Many people were dazed, they didn't know where the longsword in Yimo's hand appeared from. Despite Yimo's strong spirit sense and his cultivating essence-filled sword swooping away all the weapons targeting him, there were still 1 or 2 that hit him, but Yimo did more damage. He knew that it would be impossible to kill Len Quan and Ling Wushui in a short time, so he could only kill the rest while avoiding Ling Wushui and Len Quan. With blood being shed and sword rays clashing, a few half-step Great Heaven cultivators' heads were sliced off by Yimo's longsword and smashed into the ground. Soon, more than 30 ancient martial artists lay dead on the ground while Yimo had also incurred a few wounds. Len Quan and Ling Wushui realized that this battle wasn't going well for either side, so they immediately blocked Yimo, stopping his sword from ravaging all those below Great Heaven. With their help, the situation soon finally stabilized. Len Quan, Ling Wushui, Chi Kai, and another 16 Great Heaven Masters surrounded Yimo, thus taking up all of his attention. Meanwhile, half-step Great Heaven cultivators tried to sneak attack from the side. The earth levels had almost been slaughtered completely in that short while, so the remaining ones just retreated and sealed Yimo's escape route. Yimo sneered. So what if they did? He still had his flying sword. Kill! Len Quan roared and hacked down with his axe. Before Yimo's longsword could swoop up to counter it, Ling Wushui used the perfect opportunity to pierce down his sword as well. Yimo sighed. How lucky these two didn't have spirit sense. If they did, then he wouldn't be able to survive that easily. These two men's real fighting power was the same as any Qi gathering stage 9 cultivators, except for them not being able to use Dao magic and spirit sense. Yimo also knew that compared to the random attacks from before, this level-headed and planned way of attacking meant that he would be put under even greater pressure. Chi Kai yelled, Sect Leader Chi, Elder Jin, attack with me. He knew that after the first wave of attacks, Yimo had lost his momentum. He would lead the second wave to attack, and if the rest could understand Len Quan's intentions, there would be a third wave and a fourth wave too. Yimo had gotten injured already, but those were just superficial wounds. Now, however, he knew he would have to pay a bigger price. With his opponents forming this battle plan, no matter how strong his cultivation essence was, he wouldn't be able to last too long. Thinking about this, a curved sword suddenly appeared in Yimo's hand, and he threw it out immediately. Meanwhile, his longsword blocked Ling Wushui's piercing attack, which was the most threatening attack. Clank, the curved sword managed to block Len Quan's axe, and Len Quan was shook. This was the second time something had appeared in Yimo's hands out of nowhere. The moment Yimo's longsword clashed with Ling Wushui's sword, his hand shook a little. He was made to realize that this Ling Wushui's inner chi was very powerful. What shook him even more was that the curved sword he threw out was shattered by the axe. He had made that curved sword when he was bored, and it was a far cry from his flying sword, but that was still a magic artifact. Yimo didn't have time to think much on it though. He knew that now was the time to focus on killing. His spirit sense swooped his flying sword along, and it sliced at the backs of many half-step Great Heaven attackers. At the same time, he pulled his longsword back and then swung it towards Chi Kai. Ling Wushui applauded Yimo's reaction speed and measures. But seeing Yimo pull his sword away to attack Chi Kai, he was shook. Was Yimo asking to die? Thinking about this, Ling Wushui rejoiced and pierced with his sword again. Yimo wasn't asking to die, of course. The moment he hacked down on Chi Kai, he moved his flying sword and threw out more than 10 fireballs at the same time. Although his spirit sense would deplete quickly that way, Yimo couldn't care about it that much anymore. Cracked, Chi Kai's sword broke, staring him soulless. He wanted to retreat immediately, but a sword ray had already arrived at his forehead. So strong, this is his real power. Chi Kai's heart trembled as his mind fell into darkness, but Yimo didn't stop. He spun around and sliced out through Chi Kai's stomach towards Chiyoshin, cutting him in half at the waist. Splurge at the same time, Ling Wushui's sword pierced into Yimo's ribs. Yimo didn't seem to know that he was injured, and his sword flew out of his hand. Arg, howls of pain sounded, and the Great Heaven and half-step Great Heaven warriors that had been forced to huddle together by the fireballs were sliced into piles of meat. Then, Yimo waved his hand, and his flying sword came back into his hand. At the same time, he took a bunch of pills all at once. He didn't need to use his flying sword and long sword at the same time anymore. That tactic could only work once anyway. The rest of the people looked at Yimo in shock, not believing what had just happened. In that short span of time, only 11 out of the 16 Great Heaven Masters attacking him remained. The 20 or so half-step Great Heavens were all dead. Yimo, on the other hand, had only paid the price of a sword cut on his rib. One Great Heaven cultivator could no longer bear the massacre and bloody scene and ran away, Yimo sneered, and a curved sword suddenly appeared in his hand again. It howled in the wind and pierced into that Great Heaven Master's back. He still hadn't used his wind blades yet, but it wouldn't be useful to use them yet. If he used them suddenly instead, they would be a good surprise card. That Great Heaven Master, meanwhile, didn't die immediately. He was trembling on the ground as though in extreme fear. Yimo felt fatigue. He had used too much of his spirit sense and cultivation essence. It was lucky that he had the extreme essence pill to supply his energy. Len Quan's face was green, and there was a sliver of fear in his eyes. He saw that Yimo wasn't heavily injured, so he chose not to attack anymore. I didn't think you were this strong, but I did know that you weren't cultivating ancient martial arts. Len Quan said this to imply that he was cultivating something stronger than ancient martial arts and tried to make everyone feel greedy for it. Len Quan needed time to boost morale now, while Yimo was happy because he also needed time to rest. Chapter 748, Kill them all, everyone, he's injured now. Don't forget he's a high-level herbal doctor, and he clearly also has a secret method that allows him to make things appear out of thin air and even knows how to form energy fire. If we kill him, that will all become ours. I, Len Quan, swear that everyone will get a copy of his cultivation method and everyone will get an equal share of his pills, Len Quan said. His words made those few Great Heaven Masters who wanted to retreat reaffirm their desire to kill Yimo. Ling Wushui didn't join in on the speech, because he feared Yimo more than Len Quan. He was the only one who realized how cunning Yimo really was. Yimo had set up everything right from the start. He was very calculating. His series of actions meant that he had accurately predicted what his opponent's reactions would be, which not only required an astute mind, but also a great deal of fighting experience. If they kept fighting him, they would lose for sure. Yimo might have a lot of secrets, but his injuries were far less than what the rest thought. Yimo looked coldly at the remaining Great Heaven Masters but didn't fear them at all. He was actually very curious. The news he'd gotten before was that there weren't too many Great Heaven Masters in the hidden sects. Yet there were so many here. What confused Yimo the most was that the difference in power between these different Great Heaven Masters was so huge. A few Great Heaven Masters' power was merely the same as Tan Zhao's whom he had faced in Beijing. He remembered that Ren Pingchuan told him that a real Great Heaven cultivation meant the formation of a Qi Si and not just the breaking through of the Ran and Du meridians. Those who couldn't form a Qi Si were fake Great Heavens. This method could only improve their power but not their longevity. Those who truly reached Great Heaven would get a 60-year increase in longevity. If what Ren Pingchuan said was true, then there were at most only a few true Great Heaven Masters here. Luo Xian had said that Ci Hangjing Mosque only had a mere few Great Heaven Masters. Yimo doubted that, but if only Great Heaven Peak cultivators were considered Great Heaven, then Ci Hangjing Mosque really only had a couple. Yimo didn't think Luo Xian would trick him, so there had to be a proper reason for her evaluation. No matter what, the remaining 10 people present were masters amongst masters. Even the worst was stronger than Ren Pingchuan. After this time, though, Yimo had recovered some of his cultivation essence. Thankfully they didn't know he had such powerful pills, and they were also scared after that last fight. In a moment, I will start the first wave of attack. Elder Hu and Sect Leader Lu, attack with me. Brother Ling, Sect Leader Wan and Elder Zhang, please be the second wave of attack. The remaining people can be the third wave of attack with Elder Jean. Remember, our attacks must follow in rapid succession, there must not be any pauses in between. Len Chan was moving his lips and communicating telepathically. Yimo sneered. He had already caught the content with his spirit sense. Hence before they could start their attack, he sent out his flying sword. At the same time, Yimo gifted Len Quan and Ling Wushui each with a few fireballs. His main target was Elder Jean, though. Since he was supposed to be the third wave, he wouldn't attack before Len Quan and Ling Wushui. They wouldn't expect him to attack first, so it was best to sneak attack now. Yimo's flying sword formed thousands of afterimages and flew towards Elder Jean and the remaining 3 masters, and he shot out 2 fireballs at Elder Jean too. You're asking to die.
Len Quan realized that GMO seemed to know his plan, since he was attacking Elder Jean first, and was furious. While he chopped away the fireballs with his axe, he charged at Yemo. Yemo moved aside and dodged the axe, while he sent a punch towards the empty ground 3 meters to the left of Elder Jean. Ling Wushui's eyes narrowed. Why would GMO be willing to get injured instead of retreating just to send out this punch? He had a bad feeling.
But he couldn't figure out why immediately. Slice Lin Quan rejoiced at the sound of his axe breaking through Yemo's clothes, but at the same time, he saw that his axe only managed to scratch Yemo's skin before he moved to the side. Blood spewed out nonetheless, but it was quickly stopped by Yemo's cultivation essence. At the same time, a shabby figure appeared in front of Yemo. Elder Jean had dodged the 2 fireballs but hadn't expected an energy fist to be waiting for him. The fist force passed through Elder Jean's chest. Elder Jean looked at his chest, and there he saw a big hole. At this moment, Yemo's flying sword spun around and happened to block Ling Wushui's sword. Ling Wushui didn't understand how Yemo was always able to predict where his sword would land. Ling Wushui felt more and more fear. He got the feeling that no matter what sword move he used or how fast he was, this young man would always be able to immediately figure out where his sword was. Clank! Ling Wushui's hand suddenly felt lighter, so he immediately retreated in shock. His sword had been sliced into pieces. Only Ling Wushui knew how hard his sword was, yet it was still shattered. Yemo went on to ignore Ling Wushui and waved his hand in the air. Invisible wind blades then surrounded the 3 warriors who had gotten injured by the flying sword. Splurge dash. The sound of a sword cutting into flesh appeared. No one saw where the sword was, but the 3 great heaven masters who were to attack together with Elder Jean were all gutted. Invisible sword chi. Ling Wushui and Len Quan shivered. Just how many more cards did this fellow have? After another round of attacks had passed, they had lost 4 people again. Only 6 people remained. While all Yemo had paid for it was a faint wound on his chest, Len Quan's face looked bad, and he finally understood why Yemo had been willing to take his axe. Ling Wushui's face was also pale. This was the second time he had been thoroughly seen outcalculated by this young man. Just how many fights had he been through to have such experience and calculations? Although everyone here was older than Yemo, Ling Wushui felt that their combined experience didn't match Yemo's. Yemo ate a few more pills. He looked very calm, but he knew that although they had less and less people, victory would not necessarily be his. His cultivation essence was depleting rapidly, so in the next wave of attacks, he had to kill either Ling Wushui or Len Quan or he wouldn't be able to last long enough to see this through. His wounds weren't serious, but he wouldn't have enough cultivation essence. Yemo, I know you're strong, but even if you kill all of us here, you're no match for the 3 big sections. My power is at most second best in the Kuan Qian sect. Therefore, I would like all of us to stop here and pretend like nothing ever happened. Ling Wushui thought that if they continued fighting, they might really all die. Len Quan looked at Ling Wushui in shock. The other 2 great heaven masters saw this and couldn't hold on anymore, so they retreated quickly. The earth levels saw that even the great heaven masters were retreating and so they ran away too. Yemo sneered and jumped up. He ignored Len Quan and company and shot tens of fireballs and wind blades at the men who were trying to run away. Since they came, they wouldn't get to leave. 2 more great heaven masters and more than 10 earth levels were killed just like that, leaving behind nothing but mutilated and burned corpses. Len Quan and company all took a cold breath. This young man was too cruel. They weren't even allowed to run away. He wanted to massacre them completely. Chapter 749, Ground full of great heaven bodies. The magical continent mountain that should be bustling right now was instead completely quiet, and it was a silent and deathly atmosphere which filled the air. Yemo turned around and looked at the remaining 4 great heaven masters. His face was the epitome of coldness and indifference, while blood was dripping from his body. Everyone now knew that the young man in front of them wanted to massacre them completely. They had witnessed the fate of those who ran away, so no one dared to run anymore. I originally only wanted to kill that Yuan Chong and Chi Kai, but since you guys wanted my life, pay for it with your own. After Yemo said this, his flying sword turned into a sword ray and charged straight at Len Quan. He was set on killing Len Quan this time, but the next scene took everyone by surprise. Even Len Quan and Ling Wushui didn't expect they would both take the same action, but Len Quan and Ling Wushui both grabbed the Great Heaven Master next to them at almost the same time and threw them at Yemo while retreating. They both wanted to run and both did so in the same way. The other 2 Great Heaven cultivators didn't expect masters like Len Quan and Ling Wushui to do this, so without being able to put up any resistance, they were thrown onto Yemo's flying sword. Blood splurged as the flying sword cut through them at their waist. Yimo didn't care about Ling Wushui and just controlled his flying sword to stop Len Quan. Len Quan cursed at Yimo coming for him first, but facing the flying sword, he could only watch as Ling Wushui got away while he had to stay and even try to stop Yimo to his benefit. Meanwhile, Yimo knew clearly how his condition was. His injuries weren't serious, but they weren't light either. The main thing was that his cultivation essence was heavily depleted even with all the pills he ate. Even if he didn't want Ling Wushui to leave, he couldn't stop him anymore. In fact, if Ling Wushui had stayed and helped this Tai sect old man fight him to the death, the result of that would really be hard to predict. Little bastard, I'll fight you to death. Len Quan gathered all his inner chi and hacked at Yimo with his axe. This axe contained almost all of his inner chi, Yimo sneered. This cultivator had probably started cultivating only halfway through his life, because he used a pretty unorthodox weapon. Yimo also channeled his cultivation essence into his flying sword and clashed with the axe again, but it didn't leave any marks. Thud Yimo was forced many meters back by the huge power of the axe and spat a mouth of blood for the first time in the battle. Len Quan was surprised at the sight. So many people had been attacking Yimo and he hadn't spat blood. Yet he simply used his full power and attacked him once and Yimo spat blood. This was very strange, but when Len Quan thought about it, he immediately understood. Yimo was strong, yes, but he was at the end of his means by now. Ha ha ha. Len Quan laughed hysterically. He wasn't laughing because he was certain he could take out Yimo. He was laughing at the fact that the remaining 6 of them didn't work together. If they had, perhaps Yimo would be long dead already, but they only cared about running away, which eventually just benefited Yimo. Even if it was only Ling Wushui and him left, they might be able to take Yimo out. But now, it was all too late. Ling Wushui had run away. And he was by himself. He couldn't take on Yimo alone. Yimo ate another lotus life pill and didn't intend to retreat at all when Len Quan charged at him. He knew what Len Quan was thinking just by looking at how he was charging at him like a madman. Flying sword and huge axe clashed again, and he took a few steps back. He knew that he had the lower hand in terms of chi right now, so before Len Quan could continue attacking, he conjured countless wind blades and spat out some essence blood to shoot out tens of fireballs. He needed to finish the fight as fast as possible. He was worried about Mu Xiaoyun and the current state of his body. Len Quan spun his axe around like a windmill, creating a strong chi swirl that broke apart Yimo's wind blades and fireballs. Yimo ate the last essence chi pill he had and sent out even more fireballs and wind blades. Len Quan was furious about the way Yimo was fighting, but he couldn't get out of the wind blade and fireball barrage. Len Quan knew that if this continued, he would die for sure. Cruelty showed in his eyes as his chi si expanded. The inner chi swirling around him intensified, rendering Yimo's wind blades and fireballs unable to get close to Len Quan. Yimo couldn't help but rejoice that his battle plan from before had been correct. He had avoided Len Quan and Ling Wushui, making the two fear him and lose the will to fight. If they hadn't run and had instead stayed to fight him to the death, he would have been in real danger. Len Quan quickly jumped many meters into the air after slashing away the magic skills and hacked down towards Yimo's head. He was really at his limits now and had almost no power left. Yimo was shook. He didn't think Len Quan would still have such a powerful attack left, but from the wounds he had, Yimo could tell that he had also paid a price to get out of his wind blade barrage. Yimo caught the axe with his flying sword and gathered all the cultivation essence he had before punching it towards Len Quan. Yimo thought that if Len Quan dodged that and he used his wind blades to hurt him again right after, he should be able to take Len Quan's life as soon as his flying sword was free, but Yimo was obviously overestimating Len Quan. Len Quan had used up all the inner chi he had. He couldn't dodge the attack at all, and he had to use inner chi to glide in midair. Thud dash, the fist wind struck Len Quan's chest head on. The flesh flew all over the place as Len Quan's body was turned into a bloody mist. Yunzi was very fast, yet even before she arrived at the mountain, she already saw people running away everywhere. When she stopped someone and asked them what was going on, she found out that the big sects were ganging up on Yimo and that they were having a heaven-shaking battle. Yunzi knew that Yimo was strong, but she also knew what sort of place Magical Continent Mountain was and how many masters would be there now. But she wasn't too worried about Yimo as she knew he could fly. If he couldn't beat them, he could just fly away. When Yunzi got to the peak, though, she was shocked by the scene. There were bloodied bodies everywhere, and the fight seemed to be still going on. Yimo didn't run away? This was her first thought, but as she walked a bit further, she just happened to see the scene where Yimo beat Len Quan into a bloody mist. Yunzi was shocked.
She knew Len Quan's power all too well. Even though her father was at the Great Heaven Peak, even he might not be able to beat Len Quan. Yet such a powerful person was beaten into a bloody mist by Yemo.
And when she looked a bit further, she was stunned by the countless Great Heaven bodies lying there. She knew many of the faces: Shikai, Elder Jean, the sect leaders of the Forgery Hall and Gemini Sword Sect, etc. Those dead on the ground were all either Grand Elders or sect leaders. All these renowned people had become mere bodies, and some didn't even have a body left. Great Heaven Masters, any one of them could dominate the world, yet here, she saw their bodies piled up. Chapter 750, Magical Passage. Yunzi shivered and subconsciously looked at Yemo with fearful eyes. Yemo was motionlessly standing amongst the bloody bodies with his sword in hand. There was blood all over his body, some of it even dripping down from his hair. He was this powerful? Even when so many Great Heaven Masters tried to kill him, he killed them all instead. Junzi felt like Yemo was a slaughter god, a war god, like he could do anything. Meanwhile, Yemo's cultivation essence was all used up and his spirit sense was heavily depleted. The reason why he was standing still was to gather some cultivation essence. He saw Yunzi as soon as she came up, but just hadn't moved. Once he recovered some cultivation essence, he looked at her and said, "Come over, Brother Yi."
Yunzi quickly went over.
Life was like this. Although she hadn't voiced it before, she had shared Shaoling's perspective too. They thought that Moing was the dung that the flower which was Mu Xiaoyun was planted in, but now she understood just how good Mu Xiaoyun's eyes were. She had actually found someone so absurdly powerful like Yemo. Take me to Ice Lake now. Yemo believed that by the time he got to Ice Lake, his cultivation essence would be recovered enough. He told Yunzi to take him there because he would be able to use the time on the cart to recover his essence. Yunzi was dazed for a moment but then immediately understood. She rejoiced and nodded, "Yes, Brother Yi, I'll take you there now." Then, Yunzi took out the pill Yemo had given her and said, "Brother Yi, I don't need this pill." Yemo looked strangely at her and said, "Your internal injuries are not light. If you don't eat this, you might get worse or even lose your power." Yunzi looked dejected and said, "Brother Yi, you promised that you owed me, so I want you to do something else for me." Yemo waved his hand. Although Yunzi was pretty, he didn't like her little calculations. "Just eat the pill. As long as you take me to Ice Lake, I'll help you do another thing after I'm done there," Yemo said plainly. "Yes, Brother Yi." Yunzi was smart enough and didn't mention the pill anymore. Yemo picked up Lin Quan's axe. He felt it was very extraordinary. His flying sword had had his cultivation essence attached to it yet had still been unable to do anything to this axe. Yemo didn't have the time to look at it now, though, so he just threw it inside his ring and went inside Yunzi's cart. Yunzi saw with her own eyes how Yemo turned a huge axe into nothing and was shaken even more. She became more fearful of Yemo and wondered if she should have called Yemo Qianbei. She quickly cast those thoughts aside, and when they got to the bottom of the mountain, she told that half-step Great Heaven Man and Shaoling to wait for her at Chan City while she manned the horse and took Yemo to Ice Lake. Yemo didn't know why Yunzi did this, but he didn't care. "Grandma, thank you." Mu Xiaoyun was very grateful to Elder Feng while sitting on the cart to Ice Lake. If it wasn't for Elder Feng, she would be dead weight to her husband. If she caused her husband's death, she would never be able to forgive herself. Elder Feng smiled. "Xiaoyun, you'll always be an Ice Lake disciple in my heart. Although I agreed to send you to Taiyi after the tournament, I was just tricking them. Now that your husband is back, I can rest easy. I treat all Ice Lake disciples the same." Inside the cart, when Fei Qin and Shishua heard this, they looked very grateful too. Jilan immediately said, "Yes, Xiaoyun, don't worry. With Grandma here, Ice Lake will be fine and so will you." Elder Feng's cart was very quick but after 2 hours, Mu Xiaoyun noticed that the direction it was headed to wasn't Ice Lake. Just when Mu Xiaoyun wanted to ask something, Elder Feng took the cart into a hidden valley. Coincidentally, at this moment an ordinary warrior saw the Ice Lake cart and quickly hid on the side. He only got up after the cart was completely in the valley and patted his chest. "I should leave. If I happen to see some of the hidden sex matters, I'll be dead for sure." "Grandma, is this another post of Ice Lake?" Jilan asked in Mu Xiaoyun's stead. Elder Feng nodded and made the cart go faster. "Auntie Miao and Elder Luo don't seem to be here," Fei Qin said. Elder Feng didn't speak, but Jilan explained, "Grandma is probably worried about Xiaoyun so she took us here first. Auntie Miao and company should be fine. Who knows if someone will try to do something to Xiaoyun once we get back to Ice Lake." Hearing this, everyone immediately understood. After another hour passed, the cart left the valley and came to a rather flat, open area. "Grandma, how come I've never seen this place before?" It really is very well hidden. Everyone got off while Ji-Elan gave a comment. Well, you'll know everything later. We need a few more posts in order for Ice Lake to grow bigger. Elder Foam then took out 5 white stones and looked at a direction before throwing them out. The stones landed in 5 different spots. Mu Xiaoyun was shook. These stones were spirit stones.
Grandma had this many? Grandma, did you just throw chi stones?
Ji-Elan recognized the stones and exclaimed. She knew how precious they were. Even if Ice Lake gathered all their wealth, they might not be able to buy one, yet Grandma just threw 5. Elder Foam didn't reply, but the plain mountain wall suddenly opened, revealed a passage. Ji-Elan and the others were shocked. Elder Foam said plainly, this tunnel will only be open for a short time. Everyone get on the cart quickly, we'll be going in. No one knew why the elder had hidden this place at such a huge cost, but they simply followed. As soon as they went inside, the tunnel quickly closed. On the outside, it had gone back to nothing but a mountainside again. This was too magical. Elder Foam didn't talk as she led the 4 into a stone room. To everyone's surprise, there was a clean room inside. It was a round-shaped room. There was nothing in there except for 5 odd-looking sinks near the wall. There were many strange markings on the ground too, which seemed alive at first, but upon further investigation, they just seemed like ordinary markings.